Sonic the Hedgehog. Yep, words can't really describe just how big of an impact that this famous video game character has had on pop culture and whatnot. So I'm just gonna get this review started. I got a lot of shit to talk about. The creation of Sonic came about when Sega was looking to create a mascot of their own in order to compete with Nintendo's Super Mario. Initially, Alex Kidd was supposed to be their mascot, but his games just weren't performing as well as they hoped. So, once the new 16-bit Sega Mega Drive/Genesis hit the market, Sega formed an internal team to help create a mascot for the company. This led to several artists trying to come up with an appealing design for the mascot. One of these artists just so happened to be Nato Oshima, an artist who previously did work for the Phantasy Star series on the Sega Master System. While Oshima came up with numerous designs for the mascot, the main three that he landed on were of a rabbit, a mustache man in pajamas, and a hedgehog. Well, thanks to Oshima, Sega found a good, edgy look for their mascot. Meanwhile, the mustache man in pajamas drawing would be reused for the mascot's arch nemesis, who ended up becoming Dr. Eggman. After the mascot's design was figured out, Naoto Oshima then approached up-and-coming game designer, Yuji Naka. The two of them had actually previously done work together on the first two Phantasy Star games, so Yuji Naka seemed like the ideal man to help Oshima and company create this new game for Sega. I just want to say, I love these two. They're so cute. I love the idea that they're just two best friends making video games together. It's so wholesome to think about. The story goes that the original concept for Sonic came from Yuji Naka playing level 1-1 of Super Mario over and over again to see how fast he could beat the level. The main reason why Yuji Naka landed on this idea was actually because he grew up being transfixed on fast-paced cars like Ferraris and whatnot. I like fast things, and I thought it would be a nice idea to create a game where the more skilled you become, the faster you complete the stage. With the main idea of the game being figured out, a name for the mascot also needed to be finalized. His initial name was plainly Mr. Hedgehog, but Naoto's original drawing of the character had him dubbed Mr. Needlemouse, mainly because Oshima took inspiration from Mickey Mouse and Felix the Cat when designing the character. The hedgehog's fur was made blue to match the Sega logo. His shoes were painted red and white, inspired by Santa Claus apparently. They also added a buckle on his shoe, which was inspired by the wardrobe of Michael Jackson at the time. Interesting. The character was even given a personality trait, specifically President Bill Clinton's get it done attitude. Perhaps not the greatest president to get inspiration from, but at the time, it worked. And thus, Sonic the Hedgehog was born. Before I move on, I want to bring up two more ideas they threw around while making this game. Sonic was initially gonna have a human girlfriend named Madonna. Yeah, this idea kinda low-key gives me Jessica Rabbit vibes. I wonder if that was intentional. This concept was scrapped pretty quickly. Another idea that got scrapped was this Sonic the Hedgehog band, which might just be my most favorite thing ever. This artwork features 4 unused characters, and apparently they all have names. Mock the Rabbit on drums, Max the Monkey on bass guitar, Sharps the Parakeet on electric guitar, and a prototype Vector the Crocodile on keyboards. Yes, this is actually an early version of Vector. Isn't that shit crazy? Alright, moving on. Sonic the Hedgehog would end up making his first public appearance at the Tokyo Toy Show in June 1990, a whole year before the final game would be out. Sega presented a quick demo of the game where Sonic runs down an early version of Green Hill Zone. He bumps into an enemy that's not in the final game. He finds a sign that apparently reads, "You are welcome, Sega Sonic." Some Japanese text appears on screen that reads "Debut approaching," and that's allegedly where the demo ends. Apparently, this demo also used a unique form of parallax scrolling in backgrounds, which must have looked impressive at the time. Remember, this was right before the Super Nintendo came out. While there are plenty of photographs of the demo online from magazines, there sadly isn't any video footage of the demo in action. What's even more depressing is that Yuji Naka claimed he wanted to include the demo as part of the Sonic Mega Collection in 2002, but apparently Sega lost the ROM file for the demo a long time ago, which means we'll probably never get to see it ever again. There have been some fan remakes and ROM hacks trying to recreate the demo as authentically as possible, but it's still a shame that the original thing probably won't be found. But hey, this is the Sonic fanbase, so you never know what can happen. Well, after all that game development and other junk, Sonic the Hedgehog would make his debut in the world of video games with a cameo in Radmobile as a decorative item. Yes, this was technically Sonic's first ever video game appearance, because Radmobile first released in February 1991. The more you know. No. The true first game in the Sonic series would be released on June 23rd, 1991, and it was plainly titled Sonic the Hedgehog, developed by that same small team of people at Sega who decided to form a team dubbed Sonic Team. One interesting thing about Sonic was that his design was always meant to appeal more to American audiences. It's such a timeless look for the character. I absolutely love it. However, while Japan and initially Europe maintained the original design for Sonic, when the character was being brought over to America, the localization team felt the need to redesign the character on the packaging. This American design was done by artist Greg Martin, and this redesign was apparently done to help maximize the market appeal. Yes, a character that a Japanese team designed to appeal to the American market ended up being redesigned by an American team to help it appeal more to the American market? This design is very likely what most of us American fans recognize. It's also the main design that gave Sonic that weird fucking mohawk look, which all three Sonic cartoons in the 90s based his design off of. Jesus. Not a fan of the mohawk, by the way. Fun fact, on the PC program, Sonic the Screensaver, it included a bunch of official renders for the games from both the Japanese and American markets. It's pretty cool stuff, but it also features this really unique looking Sonic design. I've never seen this render used anywhere before. It looks like the perfect classic Sonic design. It strikes a good balance between the original Japanese artwork and the edgier American redesign. It's quite possibly my most favorite looking classic design for Sonic ever. I really wish it got used somewhere. Or maybe it was, I've only found this in the screensaver. Okay, so while editing, I was doing some independent research. By that I mean I was scrolling through the Hall of Fame and Sonic Jam, and I found out that they did use this design for Sonic before. And the only game that I found they used it for was Sonic Spinball on Game Gear. What? Why was this the only game to use this rendition of Sonic? And it's just the Game Gear version of Spinball, which uses the AOSCH Eggman as well. So we have both AOSCH Eggman and this awesome classic Sonic render on the same cover. Why didn't they use this anywhere else? What a fucking waste of a great classic Sonic design. Damn it. Okay, I think I should get to talking about the actual game now. When it comes to my history with playing Sonic 1, well, this wasn't the first Sonic game I ever played. I actually played Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic Spinball on an actual Genesis a few years before I played Sonic 1. I also think I played Sonic 3D Blast on PC at some point, and that was a long time ago, like the early to mid 2000s. And I think it was the Genesis version being emulated and not the PC version. I didn't become a dedicated Sonic fan until late December 2011 thanks to Christian Whitehead's Sonic CD remaster. After playing that, I tried tracking down as many Sonic games as I could. So I never got around to actually playing Sonic 1 until about early 2012 when I found a ROM for the Sonic Classics compilation and played it on an emulator. But I don't remember playing it for too long. Why? Well, I remember upon playing Sonic 1 for the first time, I actually thought the ROM I found was broken because I was surprised to see that Sonic couldn't spin dash. Seriously, that's how clueless I was when it came to Sonic games at the time. I had no clue that the spin dash was never in Sonic 1 and was introduced in Sonic 2. Yeah, I didn't go back to play Sonic 1 for a short while, until at one point when I decided to sit down and finish every classic Sonic game about a decade ago. In order, I finished Sonic CD, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic 2, and finally, Sonic 1. I know, weird ass order to go in, but that's just how I felt like doing it. Even though I didn't hate the game, there was just a lot about Sonic 1 that I didn't like too much. It just wasn't all that appealing to me, especially after coming off playing the sequels first. But over time, I did start replaying Sonic 1 from time to time, which eventually became me playing through it every few months. Then I decided to just make it a tradition that, at least once a year, I usually try to make sure I play through Sonic 1 at 100% completion. Yeah, something about Sonic 1 finally clicked with me, and now I consider it one of my personal favorite Sonic games. So let's delve right into it. The plot of Sonic 1 involves an evil scientist named Dr. Eggman, who kidnaps several animals and turns them into evil robots known as Batniks. So as Sonic, you must run through 6 zones and defeat Dr. Eggman to save all the animals. A very simple premise that sets up the game and series perfectly. Interestingly, Dr. Eggman was renamed as Dr. Ivo Robotnik when the game was brought to America. He also received a slight redesign in packaging just like Sonic did. Oh yeah, if you're wondering which name I prefer to call him, I prefer Eggman. But I do like the Ivo Robotnik name, and it actually becomes part of the main series canon by the Dreamcast era. So anyways, the gameplay of Sonic the Hedgehog is about running around, spinning, and jumping into enemies, with the first 2 acts of levels ending with Sonic running past a signpost. There are 3 acts per zone in Sonic 1, with 3rd acts ending with a boss fight with Dr. Eggman, which also ends with Sonic breaking open a huge animal capsule. If you can recall, Yuji Naka's original idea for the game was for Sonic to be a much faster and more skilled Mario. But upon playing this first game, you might be disappointed. Sonic can pick up a good amount of speed, but it's very clearly limited. This was because Sonic Team originally had the game running much faster early in development, but apparently several beta testers found the game nauseating to play and hard to keep track of. So Sonic Team was forced to put a speed cap on Sonic so he wouldn't run too fast. So yeah, Sonic isn't necessarily that fast in the first game, but that doesn't mean the game isn't fun to play. Sonic doesn't just have his fast speed. He's also got his ability to turn into a ball and roll around. In most of the levels, Sonic's mobility is incredibly good. Controls are super responsive, and I love rolling into enemies. I think it feels more satisfying to pull off instead of just jumping into them. Though Sonic can die in one hit, unless you collect rings. Yeah, you know how Super Mario has gold coins? Well, Sonic the Hedgehog has gold rings. And collecting 100 of them can get you a 1-up. Look out, however, because getting hit can make you lose all your rings. And you also need to be holding at least 1 ring. Otherwise, you'll die. The Badniks are all pretty cool looking. Each level has their own unique looking Badniks, which is pretty cool. I love when Sonic games do something like that. I think it's a really nice attention to detail. However, the absolute worst obstacle in this game isn't even a Badnik. It's the spikes. Yes, these spikes. Mainly because there's a pretty infamous glitch in this game where they can almost instantly kill you. Even if you have rings, if you get hurt on spikes and fall back into another spike, you're still gonna die. Invincibility frames won't save you either. What the fuck? This is the only game in the series to have spikes be this brutal. And I think almost every remastered and enhanced port of Sonic 1 goes out of their way to fix this weird oversight. So yeah, be on the lookout for the spikes if you're gonna play the original version of Sonic 1. For whatever reason. Now, I know this is a controversial topic to mention, but Sonic 1 has a great focus on momentum-based platforming. And you'll find tons of slopes and loops in multiple levels that you can either run or roll into. While younger me was upset to see that the spin dash wasn't in the first game after playing Sonic 2 first, nowadays, I love messing around with the game's physics, and using Sonic's built-up momentum to find hidden secrets plus alternate routes and whatnot. Also, while there is a speed cap on Sonic's running speed, rolling in a ball and going off screen from a fall can actually disable the speed cap briefly. I would heavily advise taking advantage of this. I always do, and it's fun. It should also be noted that while speed is a big idea in Sonic games, it's not meant to be the central focus. Yuji Naka always wanted there to be this idea that the more you replay and master a stage, the more speed you can build up in a level. Speed is meant to be a reward pretty much. Yuji Naka didn't want it to just be
speed, speed, and more speed. Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, that. And a few of the later games would continue building off this idea. Linearity is a big focus for every game in the series, and Sonic 1 is no exception. But there are a few levels where you can still explore around and find all sorts of cool things. There are 3 main power-ups that you can find in these small monitors. These include Speed Shoes, which can double Sonic's ground speed for a short while. There's a sparkly invincibility power-up, which can make Sonic invulnerable for a little bit. And the last actual power-up of sorts is this blue shield, which can allow Sonic to get an extra hit from enemies without losing his rings. 2 other things you can get from these monitors are 10 rings and a 1-up. They're pretty self-explanatory. There are 6 zones in Sonic 1, with 3 acts each, and a final zone at the very end of the game. First up is Green Hill Zone. Green Hill is a great introduction level, and it's probably the most well-designed level in the game. Sonic Team apparently spent 6 whole months just finalizing this level, making sure this was one of the most well-crafted zones ever put into a Sonic game. Even to this day, I still adore everything about this level, and the original version of Green Hill is still probably my favorite incarnation of the zone. Yes, this level has been reused over and over and over again, especially recently. But I really don't think that should take away from the original Green Hill Zone, because it's just spectacular. What also really helps this level, and many others, is this game's soundtrack. The music was composed by a member of the band Dreams Come True, Masato Nakamura. Believe it or not, but around the time this game got revealed at the Tokyo Toy Show in June 1990, Dreams Come True used this opportunity to announce a tour they were going on by using this advertisement. This very ad would end up becoming most of the public's first glimpse at Sonic the Hedgehog, ever. I found that pretty interesting. But anyways, the soundtrack for Sonic 1 is one of my absolute favorites in the series. What's interesting about Sonic 1, and Sonic 2 for that matter, is Masato Nakamura actually still retains the rights for both games' soundtracks. Which means that every time that Sega wants to reuse music from Sonic 1 or Sonic 2, they have to pay royalties to Nakamura. That's pretty neat to see. I love seeing original creators get royalties for their work. Though I do think this was one of the main reasons why Sega ditched Nakamura after Sonic 2. Because Masato Nakamura retains the rights for both soundtracks of Sonic 1 and 2, in 2011, he actually officially released the soundtracks for both games on a 3-disc set. The first disc contained the final Genesis mixes from the actual games, and the third disc contained the songs that Dreams Come True contributed for 2006's Sonic the Hedgehog. Interesting. But my absolute favorite part of this soundtrack release was what Masato included on Disc 2. Disc 2 contains the original demo versions of both games' soundtracks. Yes, the original uncompressed demo tracks before they were transferred to the Sega Genesis sound font. I think this might have been the first time these demos were ever publicly released, at least officially. This is freaking sweet. With that said, the demo version of Green Hill Zone is quite possibly my absolute favorite rendition of the level music. Which kinda makes sense because it's literally the original version of the song. It is beautiful. I've been mostly using the demo versions of the soundtrack all throughout this review, so I'll let you guys be the judges of how they sound. If you're a huge classic Sonic fan, then go listen to this soundtrack if you somehow have not. It's not too often when we get pretty solid soundtrack releases of old games like this, let alone 2 of them. Okay, back to the game. Graphically, Sonic 1 looks pretty damn good. Sega always tried to push in advertising that the Genesis's graphical capabilities were super impressive. You know, blast processing and all that. And I think Sonic 1 did a spectacular job utilizing the hardware. It's got a terrific color palette, and just about every level in this game doesn't look dull to me. Looping back to Green Hill Zone, here's an interesting factoid that you may or may not know about. If you play this game on an actual Genesis with composite cables only, the waterfalls in Green Hill Zone causes sort of a rainbow effect to appear. This rainbow effect even appears on HD TVs as well. It looks really, really nice. Unfortunately, it only works if you play the game with composite cables. Composite being the usual yellow, white, and red cables. If you try playing the game using a SCART cable, it doesn't cause the rainbow effect to happen. Though that's probably because SCART makes the picture look sharper and better in general. No offense to composite, but the only benefit it has is this rainbow effect you only see a few times. Otherwise, this shit looks super muddy and ugly as hell. Going off on a short tangent, SCART is fucking amazing, by the way. If you're gonna make the switch to SCART for older systems like the Genesis, I highly recommend getting the RetroTink 2X converter box. It makes the picture look really crisp and clear. This looks like it's coming off an emulator, holy shit. Okay, back to the levels. Next up is Marble Zone. I feel this level gets a bad rep. It's much slower than Green Hill Zone, and usually requires waiting around for platforms and such, which may kill the pace for a lot of people. I think the level is okay, but this mainly comes from replaying it over and over again. I love finding all the different routes in the level, along with all the secrets and shortcuts, which can be pretty rewarding. Also, this level is purple. I really like purple. Next up is Spring Yard Zone, which I hear is a mixed level for a lot of people. I honestly love this one. It looks really nice, has good music, and I love the focus on springs and bumpers here. Spring Yard is essentially a precursor to the casino type levels that we'll see in future games. Actually, more info on that later. There are these areas where you do have to wait for the platforms to go up and down, but I don't mind it. I think it's a decent set piece. This zone also has that one area where you can drop straight down and cause Sonic to zoom off the screen, making that stupid speed cap completely mute. I love it. Well, the level right after Spring Yard is Labyrinth Zone. Oh boy. This level is kinda suckish. I imagine as a gaming normie, you probably expect Sonic to just run fast and whatnot, but Labyrinth is like the exact opposite of that. You're underwater for like 90% of this level. It's just not very fun. What also makes it worse is that Sonic can't swim, mainly because Yuji Naka thought that hedgehogs couldn't swim, which is kind of funny. But Sonic also can't hold his breath underwater forever. You also have to keep stopping to collect air bubbles before you run out of air. Otherwise, this'll happen. Why is the drowning music so terrifying? I envy all the nightmares this music must have given kids who grew up playing these games. So bravo, Mr. Masato. Wait, I just realized something. If Nakamura was the one who composed the original drowning music, and Sega has been reusing it in almost every Sonic game since, does that mean Sega has to always pay Masato royalties when they want to use the drowning music? God, I sure hope so. Hey, did you know? Earlier in development, Labyrinth Zone was originally gonna be the second level. Yup, you can actually still get confirmation of this by doing the level select code at the title screen. Once the Sonic logo pops up, just press up, down, left, right, and you'll hear a ring chime. Then hold A and press start, and you'll see that the level select still has Labyrinth Zone listed as the second level, which probably means they changed this very late in development. Can you just imagine a world where Sonic 1 got released, people play Green Hill Zone for the first time and they just love it, they're having a good ass time, only to immediately be hit with Labyrinth Zone? All hell probably would have broke loose. So yeah, someone at Sonic Team was definitely like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let this fucking terrible level be the second level, so let's maybe move it. A good choice in the end. I actually would go as far to say, while Sonic 1 does appear to have an inconsistent pace, I'd say the final level order is actually pretty good. I think it strikes a good balance of fast, semi-fast, and moderately slow levels. Interestingly enough, during the writing of this review, a prototype of Sonic 1 dated from May 1991, an entire month before the game's release, got dumped online around New Year's Eve in 2020. I think this prototype retains the original level order, along with some weird-ass oddities that we only had screenshots of for nearly 3 decades. Oddities that include these UFOs in Marble Zone, Spring Yard originally being called Sparkling Zone and also had a completely different looking background. Actually, it makes this level look even more like a good precursor to the casino levels in later games. Another weird thing is how the last level is called Clockwork Zone, but art for the letter W doesn't exist in the game's code, so the game just calls it Clockwork Zone. This build also has Sonic's victory pose, which activates when he passes a signpost, which was cut out the final game, and it still looks kinda unfinished. Apart from that, I really love this victory pose sprite. He looks cute, and I do like how Mania reincorporated it. Another thing I really like are these cave backgrounds in Labyrinth. I wish they were in the final game. They look rad as hell. Oh yeah, there's also the press start on the title screen, which is still technically in the final game, but the programmers accidentally dummied it out. Interesting. This prototype does have some pretty weird shit in it, but I am pretty happy to see it finally get preserved online after all these years. We didn't have too many Sonic 1 prototypes available beforehand, and who knows, maybe a copy of the Tokyo Toy Show demo could be discovered someday. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, I didn't know where else to shove all this info into the review, but I just don't have a whole lot to say about Labyrinth Zone. It's slow, boring, it does have good music and graphics, but I didn't like this level too much. It's easily the weakest level in Sonic 1. I know, what a huge shocker to hear. However, getting through Labyrinth gives the player a massive reward. Well, for me at least. Because the next level is Starlight Zone. I adore this level. It is most definitely my favorite level in the game. If not, at least tied with Green Hill Zone. I love the nighttime aesthetic, I love the green textures, I love the loop-de-loops, this level's really great at showing off the speed cap being disabled by rolling, and the music! It's probably my favorite level music in the game. Yes, I think it's slightly better than Green Hill, but both are still incredible. The demo version on the soundtrack is beautiful too. I'm pretty sure I cried when I first heard it. Starlight is just one of those gaming levels that just makes me smile when I play it. It's like my serotonin Sonic level. It also prepares me for the worst in the next level, Scrap Brain Zone. The last actual level in the game, and it's easily the most difficult and frustrating for first-time players. There's batniks everywhere, dangerous obstacles on the floors, walls, and even ceilings aren't safe to jump into. This zone really tests your skills up to this point of the game. Shit, the third act is just a gray labyrinth zone. What the hell? Also, make sure you use the shortcut at the beginning. It can shorten this level from like 4 to 5 minutes to just 30 seconds if you're good enough. Amazing time save. Before I get to the final zone, I'll quickly go over the boss fights. At the end of the third acts for the first few levels, Sonic has a boss fight with Dr. Eggman. This ranges from the famous ball-swinging boss in Green Hill, to the seesaws in Starlight, and just chasing him in Labyrinth. These boss fights are alright, like, they're not too amazing. Boss fights in most classic Sonic games can be pretty whack sometimes, especially in Sonic 1. They're very simple most of the time, especially the Marble and Spring Yard bosses. Also, Labyrinth had the most annoying boss. Surprise, surprise. Alright, the final zone is obviously the final level, and it's mainly just the last boss fight with Eggman. It's the most time-consuming boss in the game. You mainly just wait for Eggman to pop in the frame, and you gotta hit him, all while avoiding getting crushed and avoiding electric shocks that come down on Sonic. You also have no rings to boot, so one hit and you're dead. Lose all your lives, then it's game over and you gotta restart from the beginning, unless you have some continues. This might sound odd, but I kinda like this final boss. I don't know. I can understand people's complaints with it, so maybe it's just the Sonic 1 apologist in me being a little biased. I think it's the most memorable boss fight in the game. Yes, more than the ball-swinging one in Green Hill. They actually brought this boss fight back in Sonic Mania, which did make a few people upset, but I honestly smiled when I saw that in the game. I feel like it was a nice little callback. I thought it was cute. So just overall, I like Sonic 1's final boss. Sue me. Defeating Dr. Eggman leads to one of the game's 2 endings. Yep, there's a good and bad ending. How do you get either one? Well, if you want to get the good ending, you gotta collect this game's 6 Chaos Emeralds. Not 7, 6. Why does Sonic 1 just have 6 emeralds and not 7? I have no fucking clue. I guess they thought 6 was good enough at the time. And this was the first game in the series, so I don't think they really properly established the lore yet. How do you get the Chaos Emeralds? Well, just collect 50 rings, reach the signpost at the end without losing them, and there'll be a giant ring for you to jump into. Be sure you don't miss it because once the signpost stops spinning, it'll lock Sonic in place and make you miss a special ring. You can jump while you're off screen to disable that, but I would advise just jump into the ring as soon as you see it. These giant rings transport you to the special stages, which are trippy as hell. In these special stages, you gotta jump around in ball mode and guide Sonic through these spinning stages to reach the Chaos Emerald. A lot of people really hate these special stages and yeah, I see why. My Sonic 1 bias aside, these are some of my least favorite special stages in the series. I've heard the trippy backgrounds can be pretty distracting for some people trying to focus on beating the stages, but I personally didn't find an issue with them. But Special Stage 3 can go fuck itself. Seriously, how was Special Stage 6 easier? And why the fuck are there these red areas with goal on them? They're clearly not the goal. The goal is getting the Chaos Emerald. Hell, even when Sonic 4 Episode 1 reused this special stage, they actually went out of their way to change the goal signs to exclamation points. That's like one of the only few times I'll compliment Sonic 4. Interestingly enough, in the 2013 remaster by Christian Whitehead and Stealth, they decided to create a 7th special stage. The only way to access it is by activating the level select code and changing the max amount of emeralds from 6 to 7. I think they did this mainly so they could add in Superform compatibility, which didn't exist until Sonic 2. It's pretty neat, but it seems the only way to access the level select is by choosing the no save option, which is a little weird, but I'll get to talking about this port later. Anyways, collecting all 6 emeralds will grant you the good ending. The good ending shows Sonic using the Chaos Emeralds to restore wildlife and grow more plants. Then Sonic does his iconic pose and smile as the credits roll. The game ends with Eggman angrily stomping on the end card, which is pretty funny. In case you're wondering, the bad ending isn't too different. Instead of using the emeralds, Sonic just stops in his tracks, makes a smug look at the camera, and does his usual pose and whatnot. Then after the credits, we see Eggman juggling all the emeralds we didn't get, complete with the game telling you to try again. 4 years ago, I would have found this to be quite a hassle to play through the whole game again just to get the Chaos Emeralds, but nowadays, yeah sure, I do this every few months. So, the original Sonic the Hedgehog has quite honestly become one of my personal favorite Sonic games. It's not my absolute favorite, but I still think this game has a lot of good qualities to it that make it stand on its own pretty well. I like the graphics, I love the music, I enjoy most of the levels for their variety in terms of level layouts, pacing, and difficulty. And I just overall love this game's whole personality and importance for the series as a whole. Without Sonic 1, we wouldn't have a Sonic 2, CD, 3 and Knuckles, or even Adventure 1, 2, Heroes fucking Unleashed. It's amazing and impressive to see where Sonic went coming off of this game, both good and bad. It just set the foundation for the series to grow, and I still think this game is worth checking out. It's got a fun sense of platforming, controls great, and it's honestly still a good time. It's not perfect, but I love Sonic 1, and I think this game deserves more respect. It doesn't just, quote, suffer from first game syndrome, or isn't as good as the later games, which are both good points, but I do still really love this game. If you're a Sonic fan and you somehow have not played this game, then go check it out. See where Sonic came from. It might have something in it that you really like. This game really deserves more love these days. So please go play the original Sonic the Hedgehog. not done talking about Sonic 1! So, a lot of you may know about this, but Sonic 1 has kind of been ported on fucking everything? Seriously, name a popular console from any generation post-2001. It is very likely that system has a version of Sonic 1 on it. Supposedly, Sonic 1 is the best-selling game in the series, selling over 15 million units overall. But I'm not completely sure what this number is based on. Sonic 1 got bundled with every Sega Genesis for a short while. So if this 15 million figure is only based on the sales of the original Genesis version, then maybe the pack-in copies must have shot the numbers up. That's just my guess. The actual number of sales for every port of the game are unknown, at least to my knowledge. Though you're probably wondering, with Sonic 1 being ported literally everywhere, which port is considered the best version of Sonic 1? Well, let's talk about a few. First up is the port on Sonic Jam. Interestingly enough, when it comes to playing the Genesis games, Sonic Jam isn't using emulation, but instead, each game was rewritten to run on the Sega Saturn hardware itself. The games play pretty fine, aside from the occasional slowdown, and the sound can be pretty off sometimes. Other than that, it's pretty alright. They even give you an option to use the spin dash in Sonic 1, which is pretty neat. They also apparently used a revision of the game that added some graphical effects and fixed a few bugs, including the infamous spike glitch. Thank God. So yeah, if you want to check out the Sonic Jam version, then well, go ahead. Then again, shelling out the money for a Sega Saturn and a copy of Sonic Jam would probably be more expensive than getting an actual Genesis and the original game. Unless you could somehow get Sega Saturn emulation running fine. Your choice in the end. But if you're looking for more current hardware to play this game on, well, going off topic for a bit, at some point in 2009, a Sonic Retro user going by the moniker Taxman, also known as Christian Whitehead, uploaded a proof of concept for a Sonic CD remaster on iOS devices, using his self-made gameplay engine dubbed the Retro Engine at the time. Sega eventually saw it and actually hired him to remaster Sonic CD not only for iOS and other mobile devices, but they also hired another company to help port the game to PS3, Xbox 360, and Steam. Sometime later, Christian got brought in to do mobile remasters of Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 as well. Christian decided to bring in another Sonic Retro user, Simon Tomley, aka Stealth, to help him remaster both games. Their Sonic 1 remaster was released in May 2013, and this is hands down the best version of Sonic 1. The game plays in a rock-solid 60 frames a second, it runs in widescreen and feels fantastic to play. They even added in Tails and Knuckles as playable characters. How awesome is that? Plus, the game now has multiple save files, and a reset option that not only resets you to a previous checkpoint, but you can even use this to restart in special stages too! There's also the level select code where you can customize the game more, like shutting off the spin dash, re-enabling the speed cap, and making Spike's instant kill again. But why the fuck would you want to do any of that? I guess to have an authentic experience. Plus, the level select can help give you access to the elusive 7th special stage. And getting the 7th Emerald can let you play as Super Sonic along with Super Tails and Super Knuckles. Cool! What's not cool is this fucking 7th special stage. Seriously, fuck this fucking special stage sucks ass. It's so fucking annoying to beat and it can suck my dick. Then again, it's only accessible through cheating, so I guess it's not that huge a deal. In all seriousness, I do really like how Christian and Simon went out of their way to make an extra special stage, just so getting all 7 emeralds in the super forms could be possible in Sonic 1. Seriously, this port is really awesome, just like the Sonic CD remaster. Unlike the Sonic CD remaster, however, this glorious version of Sonic 1 was never brought over to home consoles or Steam. The same can sadly be said for the Sonic 2 remaster as well. I have no fucking clue why Sega never brought this port to systems besides mobile phones. It's infuriating. Like, not even Steam? Why not? God. So, what does this mean? Is this mobile version the only way we can play this great remaster of Sonic 1? Well, no. There does exist Android phone emulators. The one that I use is the BlueStacks emulator. With some work, you can get the HD remasters of Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 running in this program, and it is the closest thing we'll probably ever get to these versions of the games on PC. There's even Mac support if you Mac users want to try it out for yourselves. The latest version of BlueStacks also makes it to where you don't need to use the mouse to navigate the in-game menus anymore. It can all be done on the controller. Actually, that probably wasn't BlueStacks doing, I think that was the game's doing. They probably added controller support or some shit, so it works. This also makes it much easier to activate the level select code at the Sonic 1 title screen. I'm not completely sure how to set up a proper controller on BlueStacks, so I just downloaded a program called Joy2Key and assigned specific keys to my controller buttons and D-pad, which worked out pretty well. Heck, if you have the Mayflash Mega Drive controller adapter for PC, you can even set it up to where you can play this excellent port of Sonic 1 with a Genesis controller. It's pretty epic. This is a nice compromise, but I really think Sega should have just ported over Christian's and Simon's remasters to at least Steam. Seriously, why aren't they on there? Why are they just sitting on these amazing ports? Why aren't they doing anything else with them besides just putting them on phones? And now they have free versions with stupid fucking ads everywhere? Why, Sega? Well, a few years after the Sonic 1 and 2 remasters, Christian, Stealth, and a company called Pagoda West Games were hired to work on Sonic Mania in 2017. Since then, it doesn't seem like Sega is going to use these Sonic 1 or 2 ports ever again. Case in point, recent compilations have just been using the original Genesis ROMs emulated, and none of them even bothered using the HD remasters. Which also leads me to one of the most recent ports of Sonic 1, the Sega Ages port for Nintendo Switch. On the bright side, this port wasn't handled by some at-games nobodies. It was actually made by Sega M2, a company known for making high-quality ports and emulations of multiple Sega games. Their port of Sonic 1 was released in September 2018. This port includes an option for the spin dash, a time attack, a score attack, and you can even enable the drop dash from Sonic Mania, which might be the best part of this port, even though the programming for it is a bit weird. But hey, that's what happens when you just mod the ROM and not bother remaking it from the ground up like Christian and Simon did. The Sega Ages version of Sonic 1 is a solid port, and I do recommend it for anyone who has a Nintendo Switch, but I don't really see why it was made. No offense to Sega Ages, it's a pretty cool service, but why did Sega even bother having a different company make this new version of Sonic 1 when they could have just had them port the remaster from iOS and Android? I mean, sure, the remasters didn't have the drop dash, but I'm sure Christian and Simon would have put that in, without a doubt. I might just be a bit salty, but I really wish Sega would just use these remasters again and not keep them limited to mobile devices. I guess for now, the Sega Ages port is definitely the second best version of Sonic 1, so I guess check it out if you want to. If anything, I do really love when emulated ports have the pixel perfect option for video display. I love that shit. So, the mobile remaster and the Ages ports are the two best versions of Sonic 1 you guys can check out. But what are the worst versions of Sonic 1? Well, I've got two to talk about. First up, we're going to the Sega Dreamcast, Sega's last effort into the console business. Well, in late January 2001, exactly 2 months before the Dreamcast was discontinued, Sega rushed out this compilation game, the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. Yeah, Volume 1. Like they were gonna make a Volume 2 at some point. This compilation featured 12 great games, and one of them was Sonic the Hedgehog 1. All the games on this port are emulated, and unfortunately, the emulation is super piss poor. Seriously, the games run like ass, and the sound, God, it's awful. Have a listen.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. How did they fuck up the emulation so badly? They got the game running right on Sonic Jam, which was on the Saturn, and was also released 4 years earlier. What a mess. This compilation was such a rush job. Like, it's embarrassing how half-assed this was. Well, the Sega Smash Pack port is not the only infamously bad version of Sonic 1. You all know what I'm about to bring up. First off, 2006 was a rough year for the Hedgehog. While it was the 15th anniversary of the series, it just wasn't the best time. More specifically, the worst happened on November 14th, 2006, or as most Sonic fans remember this day as, the Apocalypse. While Sonic 2006 has its own set of issues to talk about, that game's not the point of this video. On the exact same day Sonic 2006 was released, Sonic 1 received the port on the Game Boy Advance, dubbed Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis. This version of Sonic 1 is widely considered to be one of the worst Sonic games ever released. What in the fuck happened here? Screen crunch to the max, slowdown is a constant issue, weird fucking bugs and glitches throughout, and the music! Oh god! What the hell happened? The GBA sound font isn't perfect, but it's capable of sounding better than this. Holy shit, the remixes we heard in Sonic Advance sounded better than this. How? You know what, I was probably being way too harsh on the Sega Smash Pack port. That wasn't a massacre, this was. At the very least, the music for Starlight Zone at least ended up sounding okay, which is good news for me because it's my favorite Sonic 1 level, but that does not excuse the rest of this soundtrack and all the other problems with this port. Like, this is fucking terrible. They clearly rushed this shitty port out on the market to coincide with Sonic 2006, a game that was also terribly rushed. What a disaster. But are there any good features in this terrible port? Well, there's an original mode and an anniversary mode. What's the difference? The anniversary mode lets you use the spin dash. That's it. That's where the positives end. As a huge Sonic 1 fan myself, this port is fucking abysmal. It's almost insulting to play. You know what makes this worse? At one point, I actually managed to play through the whole damn port and even got all 6 Chaos Emeralds. Which, by the way, was not fun because the speed in the special stages were sped up to an almost unplayable degree. Like, what the fuck is going on? And you know what my reward was for completing this terrible port at 100%? I unlocked the ability to listen to this port's shitty sound effects in the jukebox. Yeah, fuck Sonic Genesis. Honestly, you want a decent handheld port of Sonic 1 that's obviously not the HD remaster? Then you're better off getting the Genesis collection on PSP, which actually released in the same year as Sonic Genesis. Even if you were a Nintendo fan at the time, just get a DS and wait a few years for the Sonic Classic collection in 2010, which played so much better. Hell, you got a 2DS or 3DS? Get the Sonic 1 port on that one. It even has the spin dash. Wow, that's pretty sweet. So, what? Was it just not possible for Sonic 1 to have been ported to the GBA properly? Well, apparently the gameplay engine for this port was a similar one that was used for the Advance games. And the reason why the game runs so poorly is because the Advance engine wasn't built to load as many assets as that of a Genesis game. So the port suffers from constant slowdown as a result. So now it's a fucking headache to play through. Wanna know something really funny? In 2008, a fan went out of their way to make a proof of concept version of Sonic 1, which ports over the game in perfectly playable condition. Yes, it's called Sonic the Hedgehog GBA, and it plays amazingly well. There is screen crunch as expected, but apart from that, this proof of concept shows that it was absolutely 100% possible for Sonic 1 to be ported to the GBA just fine. Even the music sounds pretty decent, how the fuck? This version only includes the first 3 acts of Green Hill Zone and 2 special stages. Yeah, again, it's just a proof of concept, not the whole thing. The person who made this did an amazing job with this. They even went as far to add in the ability to play as both Tails and Knuckles, who both have their abilities from Sonic 3 and Knuckles ported over too. What the fuck? So who exactly made this great proof of concept? Well, it was none other than Simon Tomley, aka Stealth. The same guy who would help Christian Whitehead remaster Sonic 1 and 2 on mobile, and would later go on to help make Sonic Mania. I'm glad to see his career took off pretty far after this proof of concept. I tip my hat to you, Simon, along with Christian Whitehead and the rest of the team that worked on Sonic Mania. Keep up the good work, boys. Oh yeah, and Sonic Genesis, it can fuck right off. And that was pretty much all of Sonic 1 that I have to talk about. I fucking love this game a lot, you guys. It feels bizarre to think that I've only been playing this game for about a decade, and it's become one of my personal favorites. This game, along with many other Sonic games, just helped me get through some tough times. I'll always have a big soft spot for the original Sonic the Hedgehog. I love it. Though if you sat through this whole review, then you probably understand that clearly. I should probably end this review before I ramble on more about Sonic 1, and different versions of the game and whatnot. But I guess if there's one last piece of trivia I can mention for this game is, oh yeah, the title screen has that glitch where the entire logo is 8 pixels off center. Here's a comparison. I know, what a completely irredeemable flaw. Makes the entire game unplayable. You let us down, Sonic Team. You let us down. And yes, I got that little factoid from Cybershell's Sonic CD Secrets video. Figured I'd include it because it's a funny meme, and maybe it blew the minds of the 2 people watching who probably didn't know about this. Also, welcome back, Cybershell. If you're watching for some reason, your new content's been dope. Go check out his channel if you guys have not. He's pretty epic. Okay, I'm done with Sonic 1. I love this game. Go play it. I'll see you all in the next review. Thanks for watching.
Sega!
After the smash hit success of the original Sonic the Hedgehog, Sega wasted no time at all to start working on a sequel. In fact, they started working on 2 sequels right around the same time. Sonic Team would begin working on a follow-up to Sonic 1 for the upcoming Sega CD add-on, which was released in Japan in December 1991, and would get released elsewhere in 1992. This game obviously ended up becoming Sonic CD, which wouldn't come out for a good 2 years. But Sega wanted to bank on the success of the first Sonic game pretty quickly. So while Sonic Team was in Japan working on Sonic CD, an American team would work on another Sonic sequel to be released in November 1992, this time on a regular Genesis cartridge. This team was called Sega Technical Institute, which actually formed in 1991. In fact, shortly after STI formed, one of the co-creators of Sonic, Yuji Naka, actually quit Sega of Japan following both salary and creative disputes after the development and release of Sonic 1. After quitting, Yuji Naka and many other Sega employees relocated from Japan to the California headquarters of STI to help with finishing their Sonic sequel in time for release in 1992. One thing worth noting is that one of the Sega employees that went work for STI ended up being Hirokazu Yasuhira, the lead designer of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. So by all means, with both Yuji Naka and Yasuhira attached to the project, STI naturally felt that they would be tasked by Sega to make the true sequel to Sonic 1, which is exactly what happened. This game would, of course, end up being called Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I don't think I have that much to say about Sonic 2's development, apart from the fact that the Japanese side of STI took making the game very seriously and constantly demanded perfection, while the American side of the team was super hyped up and wanted to make a fun, rad Sonic sequel. It must have been a pretty interesting environment to work in at the time, despite the constant language barrier issues between both sides. I think I'll just delve right into talking about Sonic 2, though I will try to bring up earlier versions of the game and cut concepts later on. So let's get this started. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is about Dr. Eggman returning and changing animals into robots. Again. So Sonic must put a stop to the Doctor's evil plans for a second time. Eggman's also building a new deadly weapon, the Death Egg. A pretty cheeky Star Wars reference. So Sonic's gotta put a stop to that whole thing too. Honestly, the Death Egg is pretty underplayed in Sonic 2. It never truly gets its moment to shine until Sonic 3 and Knuckles. For now though, it looks like the Death Star and it's cool. This time around, Sonic is joined by a sidekick, a two-tailed fox named Miles Prower, or more famously known as Tails. Sonic 2 was the first time we got to see Sonic with a sidekick, and believe it or not, Sonic 2 on the Genesis was technically not Tails' first appearance. Tails made his debut appearance in the 8-bit version of Sonic 2, which was released in October of 1992, a whole month before the 16-bit version we all know and love. Interestingly enough, the idea of Tails came up after Yuji Naka requested there be a 2-player mode in Sonic 2, since the first game obviously didn't have one. So kind of like what happened with the creation of Sonic, this led to the Sonic 2 team creating a whole bunch of ideas for who Sonic's sidekick would be. In the end, Yasushi Yamaguchi's two-tailed fox design would end up being chosen, and thus Tails would end up becoming a main character for the rest of the series, because he is just awesome. Tails is one of my favorite Sonic characters ever. I love him. Seriously, if you're one of those people who hate Tails for no reason at all, fuck you. Anyways, the gameplay of Sonic 2 is pretty spot on with the first game. However, there are two big changes. First, Sonic has a brand new move that'll stick with him for the rest of the 2D games at least, the Spin Dash. Oh my lord, the Spin Dash! To use the Spin Dash, just hold down and mash the shit out of the jump button. Letting go of down makes Sonic shoot forward. The more you mash the jump button, the more speed Sonic will build up. It feels great. This is such an important addition to Sonic's moveset. I love you so much, Sonic 1, but Sonic 2, just come on. The Spin Dash rocks. Fun fact, the instruction manual for Sonic 2 refers to the Spin Dash as the Super Dash Attack. Close enough, I guess. Oh yeah, and right on the next page, we see that the beta version of the Sonic 2 title screen also makes an appearance in this instruction manual. More info on that beta later, by the way. So minus the addition of the Spin Dash, Sonic 2's gameplay style is almost the exact same as Sonic 1, mainly because this game was actually built on top of Sonic 1's engine. Makes sense. However, Sonic 2 has one huge improvement over Sonic 1. You see, Sonic 1 was originally meant to be a much faster paced game, but beta testers at the time found the game to be too hard to keep track of, so Sonic Team was forced to put in a speed cap, greatly limiting Sonic's running speed in that game. Sonic 2 on the other hand, holy shit. Sonic 2 is a fast fucking video game. The speed cap is completely gone, so now Sonic is fully capable of reaching intensely high speeds. A lot of this is pretty goddamn impressive for the Genesis to pull off. I'm not too sure how many games back in the early 90s were capable of going this fast. I guess this is just the power of blast processing. Another thing that greatly benefits Sonic 2 is its pacing. Where Sonic 1 had about 2 or 3 levels where high speeds were easy to achieve, pretty much every level in Sonic 2 is filled with level structures that can make Sonic run extremely fast. While Sonic's increased acceleration might be concerning at first, Sonic's controls are actually still really good. SDI really refined the controls and physics, and it just feels so much better to play than the first game. Isn't that what every video game sequel should try to achieve, wouldn't you say? Yuji Naka's original mindset with Sonic games was that the more you play the levels and continue to master them, the more speed you could pick up, thus the faster you can beat the levels. Almost every level in Sonic 2 does this idea tremendously well. There's not a single zone in this game that ever really drags. They all have a great sense of speed, platforming, etc, etc. It just feels amazing to play through again and again. Shit, I've had to play through this whole game 10 times just for this review alone. I fucking love Sonic 2, you guys. It is fantastic. Now, before any longtime viewers of my channel say, but Cooper, in your original Sonic 2 review from like 5 years ago, you complained about Sonic 2's repetitive mindset with how it did level layouts, and you even said you preferred Sonic 1 over Sonic 2. And all I have to say about that is, don't listen to this dumb motherfucker. He didn't have any clue what he was talking about and was completely talking out of his own ass back then. Also, why do people take my reviews so seriously? I mostly make these for entertainment and fun. This guy's a fucking idiot. Graphically, oh my god, Sonic 2 looks phenomenal for a Genesis title. The first game still looks good, but Sonic 2 is far more detailed and colorful. Every single level looks lived in and have amazing atmospheres to them, even if they're levels I'm not too fond of. What also helps this game's environments is, of course, the soundtrack. The soundtrack for Sonic 2 was composed by the same man who composed Sonic 1, Masato Nakamura. Sonic 2's soundtrack is probably Nakamura's best work, for the Sonic series at least. I have way too many favorite songs from Sonic 2 alone. I honestly kinda struggle to really pick a number one favorite. It's just an all-around well-composed soundtrack, and Nakamura did an outstanding job. One thing worth noting about the music for Sonic 1 and 2 is that the drowning music wasn't actually composed by Nakamura. It was composed by Yukifumi Makino, who was a part of Sega's internal sound team, which also explains why they've been able to use the drowning music in future installments, since Nakamura didn't originally compose it. Someone in the comments of my Sonic 1 review pointed that out, so I figured I'd mention it here. Segueing into that, since Masato Nakamura actually still retains the rights for his music in Sonic 1 and 2, he officially released the soundtracks for both games in October 2011. A 3-disc album that included the Mega Drive versions, the original demo tracks, and another bonus disc containing songs from Masato's band, Dreams Come True. I've already splurged in my previous review about how much I love the Sonic 1 demos, but focusing on the Sonic 2 demo tracks this time around, while I do still like them, a part of me kinda prefers the final Genesis mixes. The demo tracks obviously sound better in terms of sound quality, but there's something about the Genesis versions that just gives me better vibes. The Sega Genesis sound chip wasn't amazing, but surprisingly, most of the Sonic games on that console utilized the system's sound capabilities pretty impressively. The only Sonic game I'd say still had that distinctive Genesis twang sound to it was probably Sonic Spinball. What's also interesting about Sonic 2's demos is that they play at a much slower rate than the Genesis versions. Comparing both mixes can lead to some pretty intriguing differences between the two. Here's a few examples. Okay, I'd say whoever made the final decision to speed up the tracks, I think they made the right choice in the end. Another version of Sonic 2's soundtrack that I recommend looking at is the beta soundtrack, mainly because not only do they sound different compared to the final game, but the beta also kinda sounds like it retains the slower paces of the original demos, along with a few other things. Seriously, listen. that shit just fascinating? So yeah, Sonic 2's soundtrack kicks ass, has a lot of good stuff in it, and be sure to track down Masato's official soundtrack album. Sadly, Sonic 2 would end up being the last game to feature music by Masato Nakamura, since he left the series during Sonic 3's development due to financial disagreements with Sega. Oh, that Sega and their financial disagreements! Quite a shame that Sega got rid of such a talented musician so early in Sonic's career. But don't you guys worry, we're still gonna get some amazing Sonic soundtracks in the coming future. Just you wait. One final thing I want to mention about Masato Nakamura's involvement with Sonic 2 is a cute little story that Yuji Naka told when Nakamura wrapped up working on the game's soundtrack. Upon finishing the music, Masato sent Yuji Naka a fax that said, "I've got a present for you. It's a surprise." The team had no clue what surprise Masato was referring to, but they eventually found out later on that Nakamura reworked the ending theme for Sonic 2 into a Dreams Come True song, Sweet Sweet Sweet. Sweet 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 would later appear in Sonic 2006, and Nakamura included the song and its Akon remixes on Disc 3 of the official Sonic 1 and 2 soundtrack album. I found this old story really wholesome and, well, sweet, so I felt like sharing. Getting back to the game, let's get right to the level breakdown. There's about 11 zones in Sonic 2, with most zones now having 2 acts instead of 3 like the first game. I greatly prefer the 2-act structure. It just makes the pacing for the game flow a lot faster, which is what Sonic 2 is really all about. Our first level is Emerald Hill Zone, a completely redefined and upgraded Green Hill Zone. I wouldn't say it's necessarily better than Green Hill. I think both zones have their strengths and weaknesses that outweigh each other, but Emerald Hill is still an amazing first level. It is damn near the most perfect starting level for a Sonic game, ever. It's fast, colorful, simple, and super replayable. It's great. While a lot of the levels are way faster paced, there is still a pretty decent amount of exploration where you can find some hidden ring boxes and whatnot, which is pretty sweet. Level 2 is Chemical Plant Zone, which more recently has been suffering from Green Hill Zone syndrome because Sega keeps bringing it back. Holy shit. But focusing on the original chemical plant, this level's awesome. The music kicks ass and I love the scenery here. This level also introduces a pretty infamous idea, the dash pads. Dimps' favorite excuse for level designs. But focusing on just Sonic 2, the dash pads aren't that offensive here, mainly since they're a gimmick that's only tied to Chemical Plant Zone. They don't appear in any other level in the game, which is good. This zone also has purple water spread throughout it, and Sonic still can't swim. So don't stay in the water for too long or you'll drown. Though the one part of Chemical Plant that definitely caused a lot of game overs for a ton of kids was for sure this area in Act 2. This part was so obnoxious as a kid. You have to time your jumps just right, otherwise you'll keep drowning and dying. But if you're a total pro at the game, you'll know how to skip this area by using a well-timed jump. What, you didn't know you could just skip this whole area? Pfft, loser. The next level is Aquatic Ruin, which is okay. This is the first level where Sonic 2's fast pace can be killed, mainly because if you go down the bottom route, you'll head underwater. Yep, Aquatic Ruin is the underwater level, but you can skip all the underwater sections if you master the level designs good enough. I always try to skip the water areas, mainly because they're still super slow and boring. So if I see that there are routes that are much faster, then I always try to aim for them. Fun fact, the original name for this level was actually Neo Green Hill Zone. Yeah, a direct callback to Green Hill Zone in the first game, and most Sonic fans may remember this name would end up being reused for the first level in Sonic Advance 1. The more you know. Next up is a fan favorite, Casino Night Zone. I love this level. It's got such a great color palette, and I love using the slot machines. Minus the part where you can get all Eggman and lose everything! This level really embraces what the prototype version of Spring Yard tried doing in the first game, and I absolutely adore it. It's the perfect successor to that level. Interestingly enough, this level was originally gonna have a pinker trading card motif that you can see in earlier versions of the game. I prefer the final look of Casino Night, but I also kind of like the way the beta version looked. It's a super fascinating aesthetic. Next is Hilltop Zone, which is alright. It reuses Emerald Hill's graphics, paints everything blue, and puts a bunch of lava everywhere. This is one of my least favorite levels in Sonic 2, but I don't hate it either. I do love the backgrounds. I love the tall mountains and the clouds. It really helps add to the idea that we're high up on a hilltop. Get it? Also, I love doing this in Act 2. God, that's satisfying. Next is Mystic Cave Zone. This level is fucking rad. I love the scenery here, and this level also has some of the best music in the game. However, this level is also home to one of the most brutal traps ever put into a Sonic game, the Spike Pit. For some fucked up reason, in Act 2, there's a spike pit you can fall down which slowly kills you. You can't jump out of it, so you just have to wait until it kills you. Why did they bother putting this here? Why not just make it a regular bottomless pit? Such a dick move. Also, apparently Mystic Cave was originally going to be called Dust Hill Zone. It's what Sonic Retro told me, but I'll actually talk more about this Dust Hill title later. After Mystic Cave is my least favorite level, Oil Ocean. The last level in the game to feature 2 acts, and I don't like this level too much. I like the music, but I just don't find the level that visually interesting. It's a bit dull. In fact, this level is so boring that I almost forgot to put it in my notes when working on this review. Whoops. Also, why the fuck did they bring this level, of all levels in Sonic 2, back in Sonic Mania? Really? Why not Mystic Cave or Casino Night? Who the fuck loved Oil Ocean enough to want to bring it back in Mania and make it worse? Seriously, this level sucks ass. I'm moving on. Okay, next up is the last traditional level, Metropolis Zone. This is the only zone in the game to have 3 acts instead of 2. Why? I'll explain that later. But I do really like Metropolis. It's one of my favorites. Then again, I might just be biased since this level is green, which is my favorite color. Apart from that, this level is about as masterfully designed as the other best levels in the game. I also really like these spinning gear set pieces. They were so mesmerizing to me as a kid. However, there are Batniks galore in this zone. More specifically, the troublesome trio, Asterons, Shellcrackers, and Slicers. What makes these guys super irritating are their placements. Shellcrackers are usually at the edge of a jump or new areas you enter and you have to jump over them to avoid their massive spike claw. The Asterons are usually in walls, completely out of reach, and they activate whenever you get too close to them. Once activated, they shoot off like 5 projectiles at once that you gotta try to avoid. It's super annoying. But the one Batnik here that seriously gets on mine and many other people's nerves are the Slicers. These praying mantis looking pieces of shit are so fucking annoying. They have some of the most irritating placements, and also have the most obnoxious projectile. They just shoot their arms out, and they always travel in some sort of arc to where they'll hit you. Seriously, you have about 99 times out of 100 chances that you'll get hit. Fuck Slicers. But no offense to the real life praying mantis though, they're still cool as fuck insects. Hashtag not all mantes. Moving on, we're going to Sky Chase Zone, a single act zone. It's also followed by Wing Fortress Zone, which is also a 1-act zone. I like usually pairing these two together. They're basically the sky levels. Sky Chase is alright. You're on the tornado and you just gotta dodge Batniks and whatnot. It's simple arcadey fun. Though I would probably say this is the one level that drags the most, since it's the only auto-scroller in the game. I like the concept and all, but I wouldn't have minded if this type of level stayed in Sonic 2. Looking at you, Mania. I always preferred Wing Fortress Zone, mainly since it's a regular level, despite the constant anxiety of being high up in the air. Though, every single time I go back to play this level, I always use 2 quick shortcuts at the start. First off, hop up this platform and jump at the fans right here. It'll help you skip a major bottomless pit segment. Continue going right, walk into this fan, then use your invincibility frames to walk right through it. This effectively skips most of the level. A major time saver. Thanks 2010 Johnny. Game theory. At the beginning of Sky Chase Zone, I noticed some weird looking sprite in the background. Could this possibly be Angel Island in the distance? Foreshadowing Sonic 3 2 years ahead of its release? But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Okay, I'll stop. Actually, this might just be Eggman's Wing Fortress in the background, because this sprite completely vanishes after a short while. Still, I felt like sharing this little theory of mine that popped up after playing Sonic 2 over and over again after all these years. It's a pretty good game. Next is the last zone, the Death Egg. The grand finale, which is just one act long and isn't really a full level. It's mainly for the last two boss fights. First is this Robot Sonic of sorts. I've heard most people refer to him as Silver Sonic, but I think his official name is Robo Sonic. Not a bad name, but I kinda prefer Silver Sonic. Can't call him Mecha Sonic because, well, Sonic and Knuckles, you know? Silver Sonic can be pretty difficult for first time players, but I can make him my bitch pretty quickly. Of course, defeating Silver Sonic leads to the true final boss with Eggman. This time around, Eggman has built a massive robot version of himself that walks back and forth, shoots his hands out, and has spikes for hands. This isn't as threatening as I remember. The Death Egg Robo is a classic final boss for Sonic. So classic that they brought this stupid ass boss fight back in the future games. Twice. 3 fucking times. And probably more. Oh yeah, the boss fights in Sonic 2 are okay. About as easy as the boss fights in Sonic 1, if not easier. Some of them can be beaten with just one well-timed jump, like the Chemical Plant and Hilltop bosses. Are these even actual boss fights? Or maybe I've just gotten too good at this game, who knows. The Death Egg Robo final boss is probably the best boss, and is very intimidating when you fight him for the first time, especially as a kid. But nowadays, he's pretty simple. The one thing that does make this boss nerve-wracking is that you have no rings, just like with Final Zone in Sonic 1. So just try to avoid getting hit and you should get through it pretty smoothly. Of course, to get the good ending, you gotta go after the Chaos Emeralds. All 6 of the emeralds from the first game return, but this time around we've got another emerald to the count, rounding it off at 7 Chaos Emeralds. To get to the special stages in Sonic 2, you gotta collect 50 rings, then pass by a checkpoint post. This'll cause stars to rotate around them. Simply jump into it and you'll be transported to the special stages. The special stages for Sonic 2 are these long half-pipe areas where you gotta collect a specific amount of rings in 3 laps. Doing so will get you the emerald. If you don't collect enough rings, you'll get kicked out the special stage. This also means you have to recollect 50 rings again, and you have to find another checkpoint post to jump into. Thankfully, all the rings and ring monitors do respawn after you exit a special stage, but I'm still not too big on this. I'm also not too big on these half-pipe stages. While it might have looked impressive for the Genesis in 1992, I just don't like the way these stages look. It can be really difficult to tell how close you are to the rings. Plus, there's some slight input lag. It could be a recipe for disaster at points. Also, these special stages were a first of its kind for the series. Unfortunately, since Sonic 2 is one of the franchise's most popular games, Sega keeps bringing back the half-pipe every few years, and it gets old really fast. But focusing on the original half-pipe, I have never been able to legitimately beat these special stages for years. The only way I was ever able to get all the Chaos Emeralds was by using save states and emulators. That was seriously the only way I was able to beat all these stages. However, upon recording footage for this review, for the first time in my life, I finally managed to beat all 7 special stages in Sonic 2 without save states or cheating. Wow. I honestly never thought I was ever going to accomplish this. And while I still don't like these special stages too much, it still felt kinda nice finally beating them on the original Genesis. Also, I managed to beat all 7 special stages legitimately 4 whole times. Twice as Sonic alone, mainly because the first time I did it I accidentally soft-locked myself in Metropolis, so I was forced to do it a second time. Once as Tails alone, and another time that I'll discuss later. This is also probably a big tip to mention, but if you're gonna take getting the Chaos Emerald seriously, go to the options menu and shut off Tails. I still love the little guy, but with Tails following Sonic in the special stages, he can also take damage and lose rings that go to your account, which can also cause you to blow a few chances at getting an emerald. So I'd highly recommend doing the special stages solo. Oh yeah, you can choose to play as Tails alone in the options too, which is nice. He doesn't play any different. He's got the same controls and moves as Sonic. Nope, he can't even fly, even though we do see him flying the Sonic when you play the default Sonic and Tails mode. Playing as Tails is a neat option, but I do wish they included his flying as an option for the player, which didn't happen until Sonic 3. Tails also can't use the big reward for getting all the emeralds. Collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds as Sonic doesn't just give you the good ending, but Sonic is also given the ability to turn into Super Sonic. To transform into Super Sonic, just collect 50 rings and simply jump. This'll make Sonic instantly transform. Super Sonic is completely invincible, can run much faster, and jump way higher. This can make several levels become a total cakewalk. Except the pit in Mystic Cave Act 2. Nope, not even Super Sonic can jump out of it. Damn. Also, you're not completely invulnerable because Super Sonic can still drown. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. One neat trick I like doing is sparkling Super Sonic. Basically, before you collect 50 rings, break open an invincibility monitor. Then go quickly collect 50 rings and jump, and once you transform, Super Sonic will be all sparkly. Yeah, the sparkles from the invincibility power-up doesn't go away. I always like doing that. While on the topic of Super Sonic, I was in a Discord call with a few friends a while back, and we were just talking about and sharing some old renders from Sonic games. Then one of them posted this Super Sonic picture that I'd never seen before. It's apparently official artwork. I don't know where it came from, but it bears a striking resemblance to the late Greg Martin's American Sonic design. I could recognize that smirk from anywhere. I'm not too sure how often Greg Martin got to draw Super Sonic, so it was pretty cool coming across this old artwork, so I felt like sharing it here. Super Sonic is an awesome reward for getting all the emeralds, but there are some issues with it. First off, Super Sonic's increased ground speed can make simple platforming segments more difficult to do. Also, while it's great that there's a way to instantly become Super Sonic, there's no option to shut him off either. Though after you go Super, your ring count begins to decrease. Once it reaches 0, Sonic reverts back to his normal self. I like that Sonic can change back, but I really would have liked if we had a separate button to immediately shut off Super Sonic. Hell, just going Super by simply jumping upon getting 50 rings just makes it difficult to avoid going Super. Guys, we have 3 buttons to work with on the controller. Why not dedicate 1 button to going Super and shutting it off? A ton of fan-made ROM hacks have shown this is possible. The original method can be really tiring. What's also tiring is Super Sonic's theme music. I love the idea that Super Sonic has his own theme music, but is there any reason why his music is like 10 seconds long and just repeats over and over again? It's basically just the invincibility music, except it has a mini intro and slightly different instrumentation. The Super Sonic theme is really repetitive and gets old super fast. Despite that, I do like the demo version of the theme a lot. It is just as repetitive as the final game version, but I do like how Nakamura tried to make it sound different compared to the invincibility music. It's an interesting detail. Hey, did you know? Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was originally gonna have 18 zones. Yeah, Yuji Naka and company really wanted to go all out with this sequel, but they unfortunately had to scrap about 7 planned zones, mainly so the game could release in time for 1992. We have a decent amount of concept art and info on some of the cut zones. There were gonna be 2 ocean-themed zones of sorts, a jungle zone, rock zone, winter zone, tropical zone, and another level called Madness Mountain. There was also a level called Dust Hill, or Sand Shower Zone, whatever the hell it was called. It got cut pretty early, but we do have a decent mock-up image of what it was originally gonna look like. This zone would actually be reworked into being Desert Dazzle, a level that almost appeared in the 2011 port of Sonic CD by Christian Whitehead, until Sega asked for it to be scrapped. Well, most of the assets and ideas for Dust Hill / Desert Dazzle would finally see the light of day in Mirage Saloon in Sonic Mania, which released in 2017. A whole 25 years after Sonic 2. Holy shit. A bunch of fans were really pushing for this desert level to be finished. But whatever, at least we sort of finally got this desert level to be released. There are 3 more cut zones I want to bring up. This time, I'm gonna turn to the beta version of Sonic 2 for a bit, specifically the Simon Y build, which actually has some cut elements in it. First is Wood Zone, which actually has a decent amount of the level found in the build. It's not finished, clearly, but this level actually reminds me of the Jungle Zone concept art. I wonder if they were just the same zone but with 2 different names. Speaking of different names, there is a Dust Hill in the level select, but choosing it just takes you to an early version of Mystic Cave. Yeah, I have no clue why it's called Dust Hill Zone here. I've heard some people say that Dust Hill was just an early title for Mystic Cave, but I'm not too sure how true that is. Going back to the desert level, I think the Dust Hill name fits that level better than Sand Shower Zone. Just my opinion. The Simon Y build also lists another scrapped level, Genocide City. Well, it loads nothing at all. I'm kinda thankful after reading the level name. Actually, the final English title for this level was most likely gonna be changed to Cyber City. Apparently, this was gonna be a mechanical themed, single act zone that they actually finished the level map for, but they decided to cut the zone out at the last minute. However, since the level map was pretty much finished, they decided to rework and convert the zone into Act 3 of Metropolis Zone, which explains why that's the only level in the final game with 3 acts. That's pretty interesting, and very resourceful on the team's end. Also, some of the assets for Cyber City would actually be used as inspiration for the 3rd level in Sonic Spinball, the Machine. Okay, the one scrapped level I'm sure you all want to hear about is this one, Hidden Palace Zone. The idea of this scrapped level is super interesting. According to Yuji Naka, this was gonna be a 1-act zone that could only be accessed by collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds, and beating the level would have unlocked Super Sonic. That's pretty fascinating, but sadly the level never got put in the final game, even though a lot of the level was finished. 2 of the earliest builds for Sonic 2 still maintain a good amount of assets of Hidden Palace, but neither build contained the full finished level. Though, interestingly enough, Masato Nakamura actually finished the level music for Hidden Palace, which not only appears on his official Sonic 1 and 2 album, but it's also still in the final game via the sound test. Neat. Well, 21 years after the release of Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the 2013 mobile remaster by Christian Whitehead and Stealth would end up including Hidden Palace Zone in its entirety. Yes, for the first time ever, Hidden Palace Zone was made officially playable. This is unbelievably awesome. But you don't get to this level by normal means, or even by the original intent Yuji Naka wanted to do. Instead, you actually have to fall down that stupid pit in Mystic Cave Act 2. And falling down it will lead you straight to Hidden Palace Zone. Okay, that's simultaneously a really cute, but dick move as an Easter egg. You motherfuckers really thought I'd just jump into this stupid ass pit voluntarily? Who the hell do you think I am? Though, funnily enough, when I played this port for the first time, I did accidentally fall in the pit and ended up discovering Hidden Palace Zone, which caught me off guard, but that was still a pleasant surprise. Seriously, good job on this port, boys. I'll talk a little more about it later. Did you guys also know that Sonic 2 was originally gonna have a fucking time travel story? Yes, pretty early on in development, they were gonna make Sonic 2 about time travel. This concept was never made public until a 2017 presentation of Sonic 2. This time travel idea would be reworked and used in Sonic CD, which came out a year after Sonic 2. It's interesting how they were gonna do this time travel idea as early as Sonic 2. It also kinda shows how closely connected 2 and CD were during both their developments. So, I guess segueing back to the actual game, the good ending of Sonic 2 shows Sonic escaping the Death Egg as it blows up. He then goes super and flies down back to Earth, with Tails joining him as they fly off and pose before the credits. This is cool and all, but I kinda prefer the so-called bad ending, mainly because it shows Tails saving Sonic as he's falling down back to Earth. I think this helps further illustrate the pair's bond, and they pull it off really well here. I really like it. Plus, unlike the first game, you don't see anything after the credits telling you to try again or whatever. So it really doesn't matter which ending you get, though this only applies for the original Genesis version. The mobile remaster does add a bit at the end of the bad ending showing Eggman juggling the Chaos Emeralds, just like he does in Sonic 1. I do understand why they added this. It is kinda cool, but it does kinda diminish the bad ending a little bit. Then again, they also changed the good ending too, but I'll talk about that in another video. When it comes to Sonic 2's bonus content, well, Sonic 2 was the first game in the series to have multiplayer, the very reason Tails was created in the first place. In single player, the second player can control Tails, but since the screen is always focusing on Sonic, this multiplayer option is only really good when you're fighting a boss or something. When it comes to the actual multiplayer mode, it's pretty cool. You get 4 zones to race in. 3 of them are split screen and contain the full versions of Emerald Hill, Casino Night, and Mystic Cave, while the 4th level is just a random special stage. It's not amazing, but for the first multiplayer in the series, it's solid. The 3 full multiplayer zones also have new music tracks to accompany them. Game theory time. These 3 additional songs sound really good, just like the rest of this game's soundtrack. But what if these tracks were just leftovers from some of the scrapped levels from earlier? What if they just had these songs on standby after scrapping a few zones, and while making the multiplayer mode, STI was probably like, fuck it, why not include them? This very likely isn't true at all. But that's just a theory. Okay, I'm moving on. This split-screen multiplayer mode actually has online play on the PlayStation Network and Xbox Live Arcade ports. And at the time of this review, the servers are still up. These ports aren't great, and there is some input lag from online play, but it functions decently. I played a bit of it with my friend AJ, mainly because one of the achievements involves beating an online race 10 times, which can take a little bit to do. Apart from that, it was a pretty fun time. However, AJ and I kept falling down that stupid ass pit and missed the cave multiple times. Seriously, fuck that fucking pit. In terms of other content with Sonic 2, well, going forward for a bit, in October 1994, Sega released Sonic & Knuckles, which had a special cartridge made with lock-on capabilities. It was mainly meant for connecting with Sonic the Hedgehog 3, but if you put Sonic 2 on the cart, you'll gain access to Knuckles in Sonic 2, which allows you to play as Knuckles the Echidna in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, gliding, wall crawling, and all. Oh, what's that? You fell down the stupid pit and missed the cave? Well, Knuckles can climb walls. So go fuck yourself, Spike Pit. Interestingly enough, Knuckles' ring requirements in the special stages are decreased apparently. Also, they gave him 10 arms in the special stages. Whoops, ruined forever. Plus, when you leave a special stage, you keep your 50 rings. Yeah, you don't have to keep collecting 50 rings over and over again. You can just go find another checkpoint post to access another special stage. And collecting all the Chaos Emeralds lets Knuckles become Super Knuckles. Nice. Why exactly does Knuckles get to keep all his rings after a special stage, unlike Sonic and Tails? I don't know. It's probably because he's too godlike. Makes sense. And that was Sonic the Hedgehog 2. All in all, I fucking love this game. This is like the perfect sequel. It's not a perfect game, but it's a perfect sequel. Like Shrek 2. This is the Shrek 2 of the Sonic series. Put that quote on the cover. This game is filled with a ton of spectacular levels, an excellent soundtrack, it has a great sense of pacing, and just overall, it outdoes the first game in just about every aspect. Don't get me wrong, I still love Sonic 1 to death, but Sonic 2 is just so much better. It may not be my all-time favorite Sonic game, but it is definitely in my top 5. I've played this game to death since the first time I played it back in mid-2007, and I will very likely continue to replay it for the coming years. I love Sonic 2. Of course, just like the first game, Sonic 2 is one of the most ported games in the series. It's often paired together with Sonic 1 on most compilations, but the best version of Sonic 2 is obviously the 2013 remaster on mobile devices by Christian Whitehead and Stealth. The game runs at a perfect 60 frames a second, it's in widescreen, includes the scrapped hidden Palace Zone level, Tails can fly now, Knuckles is playable again, and the special stages were completely revamped. Look at this shit! It's in proper 3D graphics now! Not chugging along like the Genesis version. Look, they even fixed the color of Knuckles' arms. Wow! This is fucking beautiful! In fact, this version of the game was the first time I ever got to beat all 7 half-pipe stages without save states. The draw distance is a hell of a lot better, and it controls so fluently. Cybershell said it best, but how the fuck do you expect me to go back to the original version of these stages when this version exists? Jesus. The multiplayer mode is also back. Sort of. You have access to more than just 3 zones, but I'm not too sure how to set up a match, especially when using the BlueStacks emulator. But hey, at least it's still there. I think Christian and Simon did their best after only being allowed to put this port on, you know, a fucking phone. It's such a shame that this excellent port of Sonic 2 is limited to mobile devices. Same with the Sonic 1 remaster. They both deserve so much better than this. Holy fucking shit! While I was editing this review, the Sonic 1 and 2 Decompilation project got released. Created by Rubber Ducky Coley and RMG Rich, this project takes the Android remasters of Sonic 1 and 2 and gets them running on native PC hardware. Yeah, no Android emulator required. Tracker TD made a pretty solid video showing off the project. I'll have a link to his video in the description. I still don't completely know how to set up these versions of the game, but good fucking job guys, keep up the excellent work. Well, Sega's not gonna do anything with both these remasters anytime soon, so in the meantime, you can still get Sonic 2 on Xbox Live Arcade, which is backwards compatible on the Xbox One and the Series X. You can also get Sonic 2 on the PS3, but since it's a PS3 game, PS4 and PS5 users have to use PS Now. I'd recommend just getting the Genesis Classics collection on PS4, which comes with Sonic 2, Sonic 1, and many other Genesis games. And also because, fuck PS Now. There's also the Sega Ages port of Sonic 2 on Nintendo Switch, which I would consider the second best version of the game. It comes with all the same features as Sega Ages Sonic 1 port. This includes the drop dash, challenge modes, etc, etc. They even included the ability to play as Knuckles. Skin-colored arms and all, how nice. The Sega Ages port is alright. Not as good as the mobile remaster, but not a bad pick if you want a different portable version of Sonic 2. Also, I would be absolutely crazy if I didn't mention the Sonic 2 HD fan project. A project that began around the late 2000s, cancelled around the early 2010s, and was pretty recently re-revealed in 2017. Yeah, this project has been worked on for over a decade. It'll honestly be a miracle if it ever gets finished. But hey, it does look pretty neat, so I felt like giving it a shout out. One important thing worth noting, most of the original team behind Sonic 2 HD would actually leave the project to form a new company, Pagoda West Games, who of course helped Christian Whitehead and Headcanon create Sonic Mania in 2017. Another member from the original Sonic 2 HD team who would go on to work on Sonic Mania was actually T-Lopes. Yes, T-Lopes was the original composer of Sonic 2 HD. That shit is crazy. The current Sonic 2 HD composer is Tony Lees, who released a few tracks from the 2017 demo on their Bandcamp, and it sounds pretty good so far. Actually, some of the music tracks have them listed as Act 2 of the levels. Does that mean both acts are going to feature different arrangements of the level music like what Sonic 3 and Sonic Mania did too? That's pretty cool. I hope we get to see more of that. So, best of luck to the current Sonic 2 HD project team. Hope you guys can get the game finished. But yeah, that's really all I've got to say about Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's an excellent game. It's one of the most replayable Sonic games, like, ever. Go play this if you have not. Especially if you're a Sonic fan, like, holy shit. Even if you're purely a modern Sonic person, I feel like Sonic 2 would probably be the best pick. It's not my all-time favorite classic Sonic game, but it is definitely right up there. And replaying it for this review really made me realize that even more. Before I go, if somehow this video didn't fill your Sonic 2 needs, then I recommend checking out Cybershell's legendary Sonic 2 bonus video. He covers a lot of stuff there. Some of it I couldn't feature in this review, so go check it out. It's easily one of his best videos. Alright, I'm done talking about Sonic 2. I love this game. Thanks for watching.
Sega!
Okay, so Sonic 2 was released in November 1992 and was a massive success. However, while Sonic 2 was being developed in America by Sega Technical Institute, Sonic Team was in Japan working on a different Sonic follow-up. If you didn't watch my Sonic 2 review, not my problem. During Sonic 2's development in America, Sonic co-creator Yuji Naka and Sonic 1 lead designer Hirokazu Yasuhira both relocated to America, along with a few other employees to help STI finish making Sonic 2. But meanwhile in Japan, Sonic's original character designer, Naoto Oshima, stayed with Sonic Team to work on another Sonic game separate from Sonic 2. Sega immediately made Oshima the director of the next major Sonic game, which they wanted to be made exclusively for their newly released CD add-on for the Mega Drive. Sega figured that a mainline Sonic title made for the add-on would help it sell more units. Oshima and the rest of Sonic Team just toyed with the idea of just making an enhanced port of Sonic 1 or even Sonic 2, but they eventually decided to just make a brand new Sonic game from scratch, one that could fully take advantage of the Sega CD hardware instead of just being a fancy port. Sega actually gave Oshima free range to do whatever he wanted with this Sega CD Sonic game, so Oshima explored a lot of different concepts and ideas. One idea that the Sonic 2 team originally threw around was a time travel mechanic, but they dropped it pretty quickly. Naoto Oshima loved the idea and wanted to incorporate it into his Sonic title. He really loved the idea of the levels that Sonic was running around in could just suddenly change around him. Oshima also wanted to expand Sonic's cast of characters. That way the game wouldn't just include Sonic and Eggman, which led to the game's visual designer, Kazuyuki Hoshino, creating 2 new characters. Reflecting on the whole project, Oshima claimed that this Sega CD Sonic game wasn't really supposed to be another Sonic 2, but more of a CD version of the original Sonic 1. A reimagining, pretty much. Naoto Oshima's Sonic title would be released in September 1993, being plainly titled Sonic CD. The game received huge praise at the time, and it would also become the best-selling game on the Sega CD add-on, just like Sega had hoped for. Partially. Unfortunately, the Sega CD itself did not sell very well, especially when compared to the Genesis sales alone. The original Sega CD version of Sonic CD did manage to sell 1.5 million copies, but it was nowhere near the success of Sonic 1 or Sonic 2. The Sega CD was a major failure for the company, and Sonic CD would end up falling into obscurity. Shortly after the Sega CD was discontinued in 1996, that same year, Sonic CD would end up getting a port on PC. I think Sega most likely made this port as soon as the Sega CD's career was over, because maybe they just wanted Sonic CD to keep selling copies in some way. The 1996 PC version would wound up being the only time that Sonic CD was ported for years, since it wasn't included on Sonic Jam for the Sega Saturn in 1997, and was famously excluded on the Sonic Mega Collection in 2002, along with not appearing on Mega Collection Plus in 2004. Apparently, Sonic CD was originally going to be in Mega Collection, but it was cut due to storage space. I also think it was because Sonic Team had a difficult time trying to emulate the Sega CD hardware. And this point would actually be proven in 2005, when the Sonic Gems collection was released. This collection included Sonic CD, Sonic R, Sonic the Fighters, and a couple Game Gear titles, along with both Vector Man games. Alrighty. This collection included the first ever home console port of Sonic the Fighters. Meanwhile, the versions of both Sonic CD and Sonic R were actually based off the PC ports. That actually makes a lot of sense, considering Sonic Team's issues with emulating the Sega CD, and Sonic R being on, you know, the Saturn. Sonic Gems collection would end up being the main version of Sonic CD that most people would become familiar with. And for a time, it was probably the best version of Sonic CD to play. Then, sometime in 2009, a demonstration video was created by a one Christian Whitehead, also known as Sonic Retro user Taxman. Christian uploaded a proof of concept video showing off an enhanced port of Sonic CD for mobile phones. He had already done a few fan projects in the past, but this time, he really made an effort to grab Sega's attention. This enhanced port of Sonic CD was made on Whitehead's custom-built engine, called the Retro Engine at the time, and a previous version of this engine was actually used for the Retro Sonic Nexus fan project. Well, Sega eventually saw Christian Whitehead's demonstration video and actually hired him to make this neat port. This brand new version of Sonic CD would end up releasing in December 2011, a good month after the release of Sonic Generations. However, not only was this port released on mobile devices, but Sega hired another company, Blit, to port the game on Xbox 360, PS3, and Steam. In fact, during this port's first month of release, it actually charted #1 on the PlayStation Network store, which doesn't shock me at all since it was only $5. A great price for a damn good port. Now some of you may be thinking, Cooper, why are you opening this review talking about Sonic CD's various releases and ports throughout the years? You didn't do that in your Sonic 1 and 2 re-reviews. Well, I mainly wanted to explain just how exactly I'm going to be reviewing Sonic CD. You see, when I decided to re-review every Sonic game for my Sonic Marathon, one of the biggest things I really wanted to do was review the original versions of all the games. Like review the Genesis versions, the Saturn versions, the Dreamcast versions, all that stuff. But Sonic CD is the one exception that I'll be making for this marathon, mainly because I don't care about any version of this game pre-2011. Now, it's not like I hate the original versions of Sonic CD, it's just that I have a much stronger connection with the 2011 port. I bought Sonic CD on PS3 not too long after it released, around Christmas Eve 2011. It was just $5, so it was a major steal for me back then. Before I got to play this port of CD, I wasn't really that big of a Sonic fan. I did play Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Spinball, and Shadow, but I wasn't fully invested with the series. Nothing about Sonic ever really captivated me at that point in time. That was, until I played this port of Sonic CD. I don't know why, but this version of Sonic CD would end up making me become a big Sonic fan. Yep, it's been nearly 10 whole years since I became a dedicated Sonic fan. CD had just made me fall in love with the series. So after playing it, I tried tracking down as many Sonic games I could get my hands on. Take a guess how that's going. So while I did review the original Genesis versions of Sonic 1 and 2, and still plan on looking at the original console versions of a few Sonic games in the future, Sonic CD is the only game I'll be reviewing based on a better port of the game. I did consider tracking down a Sega CD and an original copy of Sonic CD, but the Sega CD itself is pretty pricey these days. Plus, I'd rather not get an expensive, elusive add-on for just one game that I'd be willing to get. Besides, the only other Sega CD game I currently own is Wild Woody. Yes, this is still gonna be on my will. However, I do plan on tracking down the original Sega CD version for collector's sake, but for this review, it's not really needed. I do own the original 1996 PC version, mainly because copies of it are extremely cheap to get, especially in comparison with the original Sega CD version. But still, I'm gonna be using the Christian Whitehead port to review the game. Honestly, this is hands down the best version of Sonic CD, and I highly recommend picking it up. Even if you don't like Sonic CD that much, and even if you're not a Sonic fan, just go get it. Now, some of you watching this video may be thinking, but Cooper, why should I spend more money on some fancy schmancy ports when I already own the game on Sega CD, PC, or Gems Collection? Well, all I've got to say to that is, it's just $5 stop making up excuses not to get it. Though I will be showing off the original Sega CD version for a few comparisons with Christian Whitehead's port, so I'll have to record the game using an emulator. I'll even use the original PC and Gems Collection versions for a few things too. Here's something fun you can do. If you get the game on Steam, I recommend getting the Mayflash Mega Drive controller adapter for PC, mainly because you can actually set it up to where you can use a Genesis controller for this port. You do have to activate the D-pad to recognize analog inputs, and you also have to select stuff in the menus using the C button, but it works amazingly well. So while I'm not using the original Sega CD version, I'm at least going to be playing the game with the original controller it was designed for. With all that said, let's take a look at Sonic CD. First off, when you start the game, look at this! What the fuck? A full motion video? Yup, this is the Sega CD alright. Because of that, we get our first animated Sonic the Hedgehog cutscenes. We mainly just get opening and closing cutscenes, but they're both extremely cool. However, the original Sega CD versions of these cutscenes look a bit shitty. I mean, most videos on the Sega CD look like shit anyways, but this one has a weird Sonic the Hedgehog CD border around it. The 1996 PC version did use more updated, color-corrected FMVs, but they were still horribly compressed, and were also still cropped in that stupid border. The original FMVs were always full-frame 4x3. We never got to see the original full-frame FMVs until the movie theater in Sonic Jam included them, along with a few other videos. This was pretty cool to see, albeit still compressed to shit since it was still on a CD-ROM based console. While the Sonic Mega Collection didn't include the original game, it did include Sonic CD's FMV sequences. And wow, look at that. This is fucking beautiful. Not to mention, while the Gems Collection version of Sonic CD was based on the 1996 PC port, it still included the higher resolution FMVs, color corrected and everything, which is super dope. These animated sequences were actually handled by Toei Animation, the same company behind Dragon Ball, which perfectly explains why they look so damn good. This animated version of Sonic is usually dubbed Toei Sonic, and he might just be the best looking classic Sonic ever. Toei Animation nailed it. It just looks and feels like Sonic. I could honestly watch these FMVs over and over again. God, I love them. I've seen some of the animation cells for the cutscenes get scanned and shared online, and they look absolutely beautiful. One of my biggest goals in life is to own one of these animation cells and frame it on my wall. Seriously, I love this shit. But while the Christian Whitehead port does a lot right, if there is one big flaw I could give it, is that while the home console and Steam versions included the FMVs, they were all cropped to be 16:9 for some reason. I have no clue why they were cropped. Thankfully, the mobile versions did include a few bug fixes, and even fixed the FMVs to be back in their original 4:3 aspect ratio again. Sadly, Christian Whitehead said it doesn't seem likely that these bug fixes and FMV corrections will ever be brought to the console and Steam versions, since Sega finds it too pricey to update those platforms in comparison to the mobile versions. That sucks. Thankfully, someone did finally make a mod to fix the cropped FMV issue on the Steam version. So whatever, at least that's there. Okay, so the plot of Sonic CD involves Sonic running about until he notices a giant object in the sky above his area. This is Little Planet, and Dr. Eggman almost immediately tries to take it over. So Sonic heads up the giant rock to put a stop to the Doctor's plans and free Little Planet. During this adventure, Sonic comes across two new characters. Amy Rose, a pink hedgehog who has a huge obsession with Sonic to a point where she follows him almost everywhere. But this leads to her getting captured by the second new character in Sonic CD, Metal Sonic, Sonic's perfect rival, and the coolest fucking character ever. So Sonic's also gotta defeat Metal Sonic and rescue Amy, all while stopping Dr. Eggman as well. Both Amy Rose and Metal Sonic were created by Sonic CD's visual designer, Kazuyuki Hashino. But Amy was also partially designed by Naoto Oshima himself too. Amy was actually based on the character of the same name in the Sonic the Hedgehog manga, which was released sometime before Sonic CD. Oshima created Amy as a way of countering the damsel in distress trope. So he made Amy's personality about being infatuated with Sonic, even though Sonic doesn't really show any interest in her. I've heard a lot of people criticize Amy's original design as just being a pink Sonic, but I think that was kind of the point of her look. I honestly love the way she looks in Sonic CD. She just looks super adorable. I do prefer her modern design from Adventure onwards since it gave her a more unique look, but I still love Amy's classic design. I love her cute little blouse. Her headband looks neat, and come on. This artwork of Sonic holding Amy looks sweet. Interestingly enough, Sonic the Fighters dubbed Amy as Rosie the Rascal, and I love referring to Amy's classic design by that name, mainly to help differentiate it with her modern design. I love little Rosie, she's such a sweetheart. Then there's Metal Sonic, who just looks awesome. I love everything about Metal Sonic's design. It's basically the same concept as Robo Sonic from Sonic 2, but both Oshima and Hashino wanted this version of a robotic Sonic to have a much sleeker look to him. As a result, he looks absolutely badass, and would gain a huge fan following after Sonic CD. I just love how his torso is designed to be a jet turbine, which perfectly explains why he's able to go just as fast as Sonic. It is genius. Absolutely brilliant. Oh yeah, it should also be noted that in Sonic CD, Dr. Eggman switched from powering his Batniks with woodland animals to powering them with plants. Interesting. I'm not too sure why Eggman decided to go green for just this game alone, but I can roll with it. Alright, gameplay. Oh boy. Okay, so the gameplay of the original Sega CD version played just about the same as Sonic 1 and 2, mainly since they built the game off Yuji Naka's Sonic 1 code. Makes sense. Same deal happened with Sonic 2. So CD played just fine, despite some issues. But focusing on the Christian Whitehead port, well, if you've played Sonic Mania or even the mobile ports of Sonic 1 and 2, then you know exactly how this port of Sonic CD plays. It is a perfect replication of the original Genesis Sonic gameplay. The controls and physics are spot on. I'd even say it controls way better than the original Sega CD version, plus the 96 PC and Gems Collection ports. Sonic has all his usual moves from Sonic 1 and 2. However, this port fixes one important move: the spin dash. In the original versions of Sonic CD, while Sonic did have the spin dash, it barely functioned like it did in Sonic 2. Mainly, you can't instantly take off from a spin dash. You had to come to a full stop and then let the spin dash charge up for a bit, which is pretty tedious. But in Christian Whitehead's port, he included the option to use the Sonic 2 spin dash, which is obviously way better. Though just for the Sonic CD purists, there is an option to use the original Sonic CD spin dash, but who the fuck would want to use the original GIMP spin dash? Like, seriously. There is one new move that Sonic can perform that's weirdly only in Sonic CD and a couple Game Gear titles: the Super Peel Out. To use it, it's similar to how the spin dash works, but you have to hold up instead of down. This'll cause Sonic to rev up in a figure 8, and letting go of up will make Sonic shoot forward at a great speed. This is a really cool move, though it does leave you open to getting hit by enemies. One move I like doing is revving up the Super Peel Out, then once Sonic shoots forward, I press down so he'll go into ball mode. I really like the Super Peel Out, but we won't really see it be used in a home console Sonic game until it came back as an unlockable feature in Mania, and I guess it was technically in Sonic Lost World, kind of, not really. I honestly wouldn't mind if this became a regular part of the classic Sonic moveset. It looks pretty sick. Alright, that's how Sonic controls and whatnot. But how do Sonic's abilities apply to the levels in Sonic CD? Well, this is where Sonic CD becomes totally split between most people who have played it. Since Naoto Oshima had free range to do whatever he wanted with this game, he also wanted to make some changes to the level design and whatnot. As a result, Sonic CD's level design is pretty interesting. I wouldn't necessarily call it bad, it's just radically different in comparison to the first two games. The level layouts are much bigger and often expansive to run around in. Sonic CD has a big focus on exploration. Not only that, but nearly every level in Sonic CD has 4 different versions. This leads me to Sonic CD's central gimmick: time travel. In the first 2 acts of zones, you start them in present time. As you run around, you'll come across these 2 different signposts that read future and past. After passing either post, if you run long enough, Sonic will get all sparkly. Running long enough will make Sonic warp to the future or past, based off which signpost he last activated. Most levels have 4 different iterations: past, present, good future, and bad future. So, what exactly is the point of time traveling, aside from changing the level's looks and layouts? Well, when you first play the game, and if you head to the future, you'll see that it looks bleak and depressing. This is the bad future. You have to actually go back to the past version of the levels, and find an old robot generator that Eggman placed there. Simply destroy it, and when you head back to the future, you'll see that it's become more lively and pretty. This is, of course, the good future. So making good futures is what your goal should be. Oh yeah, also in the past, there's these metal Sonic projectors which I don't think you need to destroy in order to make a good future. I think destroying them will just get you an achievement / trophy in the Christian Whitehead port, which involves destroying both the generators and projectors in every past version of the zones, which is time consuming to say the least. As complicated as this idea of time traveling is, I really love this idea. I remember being blown away by this concept when I first played this game about a decade ago, mainly because the only other Genesis games I played at the time were Sonic 2, 3, and Spinball. I had no idea that a classic Sonic game was fully capable of pulling off a concept as grand as time travel. It's fucking sick, bro. Also, if you're not too big on the idea of time traveling in every level just to create good futures, well, I'll bring up an easier option later. However, with there being 4 different versions of almost every zone, this can lead to some slight oddities with the level design. Not only are the levels way bigger, but they are way more insane to run around in. I kind of like the scope of every level. It just feels sweet getting to run around in these grandiose worlds. And not to mention, this port playing in widescreen really helps in a lot of areas. But that's not to say I fully love the level design in this game, because it can be whack sometimes. This game really loves placing springs everywhere. Like, seriously. And don't even get me started with the spikes. The color palette is also explosively dynamic. At the time, this game really did an excellent job showing off the power of the Sega CD, though that claim can't fully apply here since I'm using the Christian Whitehead remaster. One important thing worth noting about this port is that unlike the previous versions of Genesis Sonic games, this port isn't running off of emulation and it's not even a port of the original version of Sonic CD. Instead, Christian Whitehead remade the game from the ground up on his custom-built engine, the Retro Engine, which explains why the game runs a whole lot smoother and plays way better. I don't mean to knock the original versions of Sonic CD, but I can't really stand to play this game when it's not the Christian Whitehead version. The original CD did control just fine, but it did suffer some weird issues, like odd collision detection, and a bunch of slowdown due to it being an early CD-based game. But since the 2011 port was rebuilt from the ground up, both those issues were completely eradicated. Plus, the widescreen support alone makes me greatly prefer Christian's version. Now, I'm not some purist out there who thinks widescreen Classic Sonic is the only proper way of playing these games, but it still helps greatly. However, the smoother gameplay and widescreen support doesn't mean Christian Whitehead altered anything else in this port. So this port still retains the messy, zany, massively scoped levels of Sonic CD. And I'll dive into how crazy these levels can get during the zone breakdown. For now, I'll say that while these are far from my ideal way of doing classic Sonic level designs, I can't help but have fun with how crazy these levels can be. There's not a single zone in this game that ever comes off as just dull to me. Each level has their own interesting personalities to them, which I think makes them all the more memorable. It also helps give this little planet location a lot of life to it. It's such a unique concept that every zone in this game takes place on this little planet. Haha. What also helps every level is this game's soundtrack. Yes, plural. This game has 2 different soundtracks, one for the Japanese and European versions, and one for the American version. Why? Well, it's a bit complicated. Sonic CD was developed in Japan, and even though Masato Nakamura was out of the picture at this point, Sega instead turned to their internal sound team to create the game's music. The original Japanese soundtrack of Sonic CD was composed by Nafumi Hateya and Masafumi Ogata. However, during Sonic CD's westernization, Sega of America delayed the game for 2 whole months, and specifically requested that the soundtrack be completely reworked. They felt that the bouncier and more electronic Japanese soundtrack wouldn't sit too well with American audiences. So Spencer Nilsson, David Young, and Mark Crew were all brought in to rescore most of Sonic CD's soundtrack in the US. What was great about Sonic CD's soundtracks for both teams is that since the game was being made on, well, a CD, that meant the audio could seriously benefit from the format and not have to rely on the Sega Genesis sound chips. Interestingly enough, while the American soundtrack changed a lot of songs, the only level music that remained the same on both the Japanese and US soundtracks were the past versions of the levels. This was mainly because, unlike the other songs, the past music tracks were actually programmed into the game internally, so they couldn't be removed as easily. Huh. So, how are both soundtracks to Sonic CD? Well, I like them a lot. One more than the other, but I still think both have their strengths and weaknesses. Okay, maybe not the Japanese soundtrack. The original Japanese soundtrack is just about perfect. Honestly, it's one of the greatest Sonic soundtracks ever made. Period. There's not a single song in the soundtrack that I dislike. At all. I'd say that the Japanese soundtrack is probably my second favorite in the whole series, right behind Sonic Adventure 1. But while I do prefer the Japanese soundtrack overall, I do think the American soundtrack has some good songs too. Honestly, the fact that this game has two different soundtracks just makes it more fascinating to listen to. The more the merrier, you know? And no, that was not a reference to Shadow the Hedgehog. The fact that the American soundtrack only had 2 months to be worked on is really impressive in my book. I think the American soundtrack deserves more love these days, and shouldn't just be swept under the rug just because the Japanese soundtrack is superior. So, to Spencer, Young, and crew, you guys did an excellent job. I like what you made. Plus, another big reason why I recommend the Christian Whitehead port so much is that it was the first ever version of Sonic CD to include an option to switch between both soundtracks, which is awesome. Though this does lead to one minor issue with Christian's port. The Japanese opening and closing themes had to remove their vocals. Why? Well, apparently, it had to do with licensing issues with the original lyrics for both songs, which were written by Casey Rankin, who sadly passed away 2 years before Christian made his port of Sonic CD. Thankfully, since the port is on Steam, you can just install a mod to put the original songs back in. Okay, focusing on the songs themselves, both the Japanese and American soundtracks have amazing vocal themes. I probably prefer the Japan themes, You Can Do Anything and Cosmic Eternity, but on the American soundtrack, both the opening and closing versions of Sonic Boom are phenomenal tracks too. Not to mention, Sonic Boom didn't have its vocals removed in the 2011 port, so that's good. For some of the first vocal themes ever put into a Sonic game, all 4 of them are fantastic. Before I move on, I want to bring up the 2 official soundtrack releases for Sonic CD. Sonic the Hedgehog Boom in 1994, and the 20th anniversary album in 2011. So far, this Sonic Boom album from 1994 remains the only officially released soundtrack for the American OST. And it didn't even include the full soundtrack either. But it is a solid release and I recommend tracking it down. Or maybe just look up the songs online. It's a pretty sick-ass album. Plus, some of the tracks have extended intros and different mixes compared to the final versions in the game, which is pretty sweet. The Boom album also contained 4 bonus arrangements from, of all games, Sonic Spinball. All 4 were made by Spinball's composer, Howard Drawson, which is cool. They're a pretty interesting inclusion, though that was probably because both CD and Spinball released in the same year so close to each other. But I'll save talking about the Spinball tracks for another time. Well, during Sega's 20th Anniversary Edition soundtrack releases, one of these albums was for Sonic CD. This album contained just about every song from the Japanese soundtrack, which also made this album the first ever time the Japanese soundtrack was officially distributed outside of Japan and Europe, since it predates the 2011 port by about a month. This soundtrack album is pretty sweet, but I'm not too big on it. A part of me kinda wishes it was a 2-disc soundtrack, like one for the Japanese soundtrack and the other for the American soundtrack. Aside from the opening version of Sonic Boom and like 2 remixes, this album was purely for the Japanese soundtrack. That's totally fine, but I'm not too big on how short the mixes are for some of the level themes. If you didn't know, specific level themes had short little intros to them, which sounded sick. But the 20th anniversary soundtrack doesn't include any of them, which is a little disappointing. Being perfectly honest, you want a definitive way of acquiring Sonic CD's full soundtrack? Then I recommend tracking down the fan-made compilation, Sonic CD, The Complete Soundtrack 2.0. This is an amazing fan effort by Cyber Kai, which compiles both the American and Japanese soundtracks, along with a few bonuses, like the Japanese tracks including their intros, some of the differently mixed tracks from the Sonic Boom album, plus some additional remixes, and an extended mix of Cosmic Eternity that I absolutely adore. Once again, you can always rely on Sonic fans to do a way better fucking job at releasing Sonic material better than Sega ever could. Shit, a fan even made the best version of Sonic CD too! One last soundtrack release I'll mention is the 2019 vinyl release by Data Discs. It looks neat. I'm not too sure if it just uses the same mixes from the 20th anniversary album, but it's still neat that Double D did a release like this in the same way they did one for Mania. Though that name for the album is pretty odd when you think about it. The Sonic CD Vinyl. What? Okay, I think I'm gonna finally move on from talking about the soundtracks. And also, Jesus fucking Christ, look at how long this damn review is already! And I haven't even started talking about the levels yet! When it comes to the levels in Sonic CD, well, we've got 7 zones to run around in. All of them are separated by 3 acts, with Act 3 usually being the boss act. I'm gonna say this now, the boss fights in Sonic CD are insanely easy. I'm not kidding, some of these bosses are a complete joke, but I'll delve more into them as I look at the levels. Another thing, every third act takes place in either a good or bad future. No third act has a past or present. It's only the first 2 acts of zones that have 4 different versions you can travel to in one go. You know, depending on how good you are at time traveling. Naoto Oshima once described Sonic CD as being more of a reimagining of Sonic 1, instead of being just an ordinary sequel. And that becomes very apparent with the first zone, Palm Tree Panic. Palm Tree Panic is a very pretty level. It's like a really cool mixture of Green Hill and Emerald Hill, with a bunch of Triforce looking objects on the level graphics. I guess you could say in this game, Sonic is the true hero of time. I love the way both the present and good future looks. They're absolutely elegant to be in, though most of the good futures have little to no enemies or obstacles, especially in Palm Tree Panic. The past version also looks really cool. I really like the prehistoric setting, and Palm Tree Panic's past music is one of my absolute favorites. And of course the bad future looks bleak and depressing, as it should. I kinda like it. Also, in present time, at the end of Act 1, we can bump into Little Rosie. Amy doesn't really do anything besides follow Sonic to give him a hug. I like the little heart trails going above their head. How sweet. Wait a minute. How exactly did Amy get on Little Planet? Did she just follow Sonic onto there? Or was she already just strolling in Palm Tree Panic before Sonic arrived? Well, considering how determined Amy becomes at chasing Sonic down in the future games, we can probably make a conclusive guess on how she got here. Fun fact, by the way, in earlier versions of Sonic CD, Palm Tree Panic was originally called Salad Plain, which is pretty interesting, and it's also pretty obvious why they changed it. If you didn't know, every zone name in Sonic CD uses alliteration, meaning both the words in the name start with the same letter. You know, like Palm Tree Panic, Collision Chaos, Metallic Madness, etc, etc. There is another interesting thing about this level, but it mainly has to do with the music. There's almost no early version of Sonic CD's soundtrack anywhere, but in a version 0.02 alpha for Sonic CD, which is also the game's earliest known prototype, dated December 1992, it features an earlier version of past Palm Tree Panic's music, which has way different sounding mixing. This earlier version of the game was never dumped online until October 2019. That's pretty interesting that this early version of the level music was never made public until 2 years ago. I don't have that many interesting fun facts about early versions of every other level, but I felt like sharing this because I found it pretty interesting. Getting back to the final game, the Act 3 boss is pretty pathetic. Eggman just falls down in a walker, and you can just cheese through it by keeping to the far right of the screen before he falls in the frame. This first boss is pretty lame, but I do like how he's pink in the good future and red in the bad future. The game actually slightly alters the look of the bosses depending on which future you get, which I really like. Next is Collision Chaos, and god damn, this level sure is pink. It's also the zone where we get to see Metal Sonic for the first time, who kidnaps Rosie at the start of Act 1. I should also note that in early prototypes of Sonic CD, when Metal Sonic grabs Amy, he shocks the fucking crap out of her. God damn, how violent. I can see why this got removed from the final game. Collision Chaos is also the level where near the end of the first 2 acts, you end up in a yard of springs. Kinda like a spring yard. Can you guess which zone from Sonic 1 this level's paying homage to? Okay, I'll be honest, I had to use the level select to even look at most of the good futures, because trying to get to them by traveling back to the past, smashing the robot generator, then finally traveling back to the future, is pretty fucking tedious. But I'm glad I did use the level select because these good future renditions of all the levels are pretty goddamn cool, and the music in every good future sounds really peaceful and nice. For both soundtracks, really. But the Japanese good future music pieces are most definitely some of the best songs in the game. Collision Chaos is also home to these look-alike slicers, the Robot Mantis. That's his official translated name, apparently. Thankfully, they're way less annoying than their nephew from Sonic 2, so I don't hate them as much. Though the boss fight in this zone can be super irritating, at least when I first played it. A lot of the bosses in Sonic CD aren't necessarily about hitting Eggman a bunch of times, but more so about even trying to hit him at least once. The Collision Chaos boss has you bouncing around a compact pinball-like area, trying to reach the top of the zone to pwn Eggman. I can get through it just fine, but it's still one of the more irritating boss fights. Also, I've only ever played this boss in the 2011 port, so I can't imagine how much of a headache this boss fight must be with the original CD's piss-poor collision detection. No thank you. Alright, the next zone is Tidal Tempest, which is basically a much grander version of Labyrinth Zone. But unlike Labyrinth Zone, I actually really like Tidal Tempest. The larger spacing makes it less annoying to venture through, though the underwater sections can make it pretty tricky to time travel in. The past version also has these weird rotating block platforms that kinda remind me of Tetris. Very strange. I also really like the abundance of pink in the good future. It looks really nice. The boss fight here is about chasing Eggman down and hitting him a few times. Then he goes underwater and surrounds himself with air bubbles, which you gotta pop in order to hit him one more time. Oh yeah, Sonic CD doesn't use the traditional drowning music. It's quite odd. Also, the Bad Future music is probably my favorite Bad Future track in the game. It sounds awesome. After Tidal Tempest is Quartz Quadrant, which is probably my favorite zone in the game. The art style here is fucking amazing. I can't get enough of it. It has all my favorite shades of green in the present, the past looks funky as hell, the bad future looks bleak and sad, but the good future is so beautiful. This level's also a major contender for having some of the best music in the game, especially the present and good future. The present version of Quartz Quadrant is probably my most favorite music track in the game, but the future rendition of the zone is a great second best choice too. Seriously, how the hell were humans able to make such a beautiful piece of music? I don't want to praise just the Japanese soundtrack so much, because the American present music is one of the best songs on that soundtrack too. I love the electric guitar. So present Quartz Quadrant in the US soundtrack did not disappoint. Honestly, I feel the Japanese soundtrack uses the piano brilliantly, while the American soundtrack utilizes the electric guitar excellently, and both are damn good. The Quartz Quadrant boss is weird. You only hit Eggman once, then the rest of the boss fight is just about wearing off Eggman's device using a treadmill, while also avoiding a spike attack coming down on Sonic. I remember when I first got to this boss fight, I had no clue what I was even supposed to do. I got so stuck that I needed to look up a walkthrough on how to get past the boss. And since CD was the game that made me become a Sonic fan, that means this was probably the first time I ever had to look up a guide on how to beat a Sonic game. Jesus. Alright, Wacky Workbench. Yup. That name is totally accurate. About 90% of this zone consists of Sonic being bounced straight up in the air, because most of the floor is bouncy material. It's a little disorienting, but I kinda love how crazy this level can get. One fascinating thing about this zone is that in the past version of Act 1, you can find a secret area containing this angel statue of sorts. I have no clue what this statue is supposed to be, but I only know about it because there's an achievement for finding it in the 2011 port, and if you jump at the statue, it starts shooting out a whole bunch of rings. Not only that, but if you keep exiting and re-entering this small room, the statue will keep giving you more rings. You can actually use this method to get another achievement, King of the Rings, which you can unlock by getting 200 rings. Also, what the fuck is going on with the good future? I think I just found the contender for the gayest looking Sonic level. This shit looks like a toddler's bedroom. Welcome to Gayland, where love always wins. This also makes the boss fight way less threatening, and I actually think this boss is alright. I really like the idea of being sent up by the bouncy floor to get to Eggman. It's cool and creative. Speaking of cool and creative, Stardust fucking Speedway. Jesus Christ, this zone is nauseating to play through. This level is essentially Starlight Zone on crack, and because of that fact, it's one of my favorite zones in the game. It can also be one of the shortest levels if you know the best routes. The music in both the past and present versions are insanely good, but really odd, especially the Japanese soundtrack's bizarre vocal samples in the past. I get the feeling the composers for the Japanese soundtrack had a fucking blast making Stardust Speedway's level music. One detail I'd like to point out is how in the Sega CD version, these spotlights in the foreground had some very jittery animation, but in the Christian Whitehead port, the animation is way smoother. I like that. I always really liked the greenery in past Stardust Speedway. They're a great attention to detail. I also love the look of the future versions, though I'm not too big on how similar the good and bad futures can look, but I do love the red clouds in the bad future. It can help it look more creepy. And no, that's not because of Sonic.exe. Fuck off. Of course, both the past and present versions of Stardust Speedway would make a return in Sonic Mania, which is cool and all, but I'm not too big on how the time travel mechanic had to be removed, not counting the level transition. It would have been nice to see the good or bad futures again, but thankfully, the bad future version of Stardust Speedway did make an appearance in Sonic Generations in the Metal Sonic boss fight. It also did make a brief appearance in Sonic 4 Episode Metal, but who gives a shit, it's Sonic 4. Speaking of Metal Sonic, we finally encounter him again in Act 3 of Stardust Speedway, and we don't really fight him. It's more of a race that you gotta win by running up and down slopes, while also dodging a few annoyingly laid out spikes. I actually really love this idea of both Sonic and Metal Sonic just racing instead of fighting, but I don't feel CD did an amazing job with it. I mean, on its own, it's fine for what it is, but I feel like it could have been pulled off a little better. My biggest gripe with this boss fight are all these annoying spikes placed everywhere. Seriously, why are there just random spikes? It feels like they realized any good player could just run and jump at the perfect times to cheese this race, so they just added spikes everywhere as a bunch of roadblocks. Though, one thing I really like doing here is activating one of Metal Sonic's 2 attacks. If you're behind Metal, he'll just charge up, but if you're in front of him, he'll charge at you, which also destroys spikes on the track. I like taking advantage of that attack. It can help clear the way a whole lot easier. One audio detail I really like is that no matter which future you go up against Metal Sonic in, it always plays the bad future music during the race. I love that. Mainly since the bad future music fits for this boss way better than the good future music. And this applies for both soundtracks, by the way. The Japanese bad future music already sounds phenomenal, but the American rendition is also really great. I highly recommend listening to both these songs if you haven't. They're excellent. Plus, before the race starts, Metal Sonic can do this little finger wag if you jump in front of him, or just taunt him in some way. It's really cute. I like that little detail. I also really want to say that I love how the remake of this boss fight in Generations turned it into more of an actual fight instead of just a race. It really made this boss fight live up to its fullest potential. So upon defeating Metal Sonic, Sonic rescues Amy. Yay! Okay, next is the big one. Metallic Madness. This last zone is pretty much Scrap Brain on steroids. There are enemies and obstacles everywhere in this zone, but it's thankfully way more spaced out compared to Scrap Brain. Act 2 is very much the longest level in the game, and it's for two big reasons. First off, there's this one walker platform that you gotta activate in order to get past an area. When I first played this game, I had no clue what to do until I accidentally jumped on this walker. Seriously, why does this look so hidden? I thought it was a background element, for crying out loud. Second, and probably the most memorable part of Act 2, is the section where you run around as Tiny Sonic. Look at this adorable motherfucker. He's so cute. You use him pretty briefly, about a minute tops, but I still really like this gimmick. And Sonic Mania would bring it back and use it way more than once, which I also really liked. Obviously, Act 3 is where we face the final boss. But right before the final boss, there's a mini section where we have to fight these stupid fucking spotlight Batniks. These Batniks were actually in Stardust Speedway, but they reappear in Act 3 of Metallic Madness. God, I hated these guys when I was younger. I can get past them just fine nowadays, but I just remember dying in this section over and over again. I was not very good at video games back then. To make it worse, these stupid assholes came back in Sonic Mania, and was even made into the mini-boss for Stardust Speedway Act 1. Okay, did Whitehead watch my old review or something? Because I swear this had to be done on purpose. So, after the Spotlight section, we get to the final boss with Dr. Eggman. And it's about as pathetic as every other boss fight. It is one of the better boss fights in the game, but it's not really that difficult. Just 4 hits to kill, and that's really it. Then Eggman's base starts falling apart, and Sonic escapes Little Planet with Rosie in hand. However, just like the first two games, there's both a good and bad ending. To get the good ending, you have to create good futures for every zone, which can be extremely tedious to do through constant time traveling. But thankfully there is a second option. Sonic CD has special stages. How do you get to them? Well, just like Sonic 1, simply collect 50 rings, and jump into a big ring at the end of the level. The special stages in Sonic CD involve Sonic running around these F-Zero-like courses to chase down various UFOs. Destroying all of them will reward Sonic with a Time Stone. Yes, Time Stone, not Chaos Emerald. The Chaos Emeralds aren't in this game. So collecting all 7 Time Stones doesn't let Sonic become Super Sonic, but it does create good futures for every zone, thus granting you the good ending. I'm gonna be honest, the original version of these special stages were terrible. They were still doable, but they just play so jaggedly and are nowhere near as fun to beat. But in the Christian Whitehead port, since the whole game was rebuilt from the ground up, so were the special stages, and they are a hell of a lot better here. They're in proper 3D now and have a much stabler frame rate. With that said, I really like the remade versions of these special stages. They're some of my favorite special stages in a classic Sonic game. I really love the way they look too. They all have such unique looking backgrounds, which can sometimes reflect certain zones in the actual game. Except for Special Stage 6. That stage looks like it just dropped a shitload of PCP. Oh yeah, and be sure to avoid the water because it actually decreases your time a lot faster. But if you are running low on time, you can smash a certain UFO that spawns, which grants you some more time. But if you ever find yourself running dangerously low on time, well, at least in the Christian Whitehead port, if you pause and exit the special stage, go back to your save file and it'll give you a second chance at beating the special stage, which is pretty cool. Okay, so what are the endings like? Well, they're fully animated FMVs. So yay! More animations by Toei. In the good ending, we see Sonic with Amy escaping Eggman's collapsing base, and they land safely back on Earth. I always liked how Sonic gently places Amy down and then just takes off. It's cute. Then Sonic watches as Little Planet, now completely unchained by the controls of Eggman, takes off back to space after bidding Sonic farewell, to which Sonic gets back to doing what he does best, runs off to another adventure. The end credits show off some more animations, which is always a treat to see. After the credits for the good ending, we see plant life getting restored, to which the game tells the player, "You're too cool." You know what? That's super fucking corny, but I honestly love it. You know how good this made me feel when I managed to get this ending for the first time? This shit can save a person's life. Now, as good as the good ending is, I do kinda like the bad ending too. Mainly because it shows Eggman flying off with another time stone, to which Sonic picks up a rock, revs up, and throws that shit right at Eggman, who explodes in an Eggman cloud. That is fucking rad. I love Toei Sonic, what a badass. Though, after the credits, we do see Little Planet appear back on Earth, which pretty much lets us know full well that we need to try again. Damn. Hey, remember the Sonic OVA? Well, I recommend watching it. It's pretty sick. It also appears to be based on the FMVs from Sonic CD. The OVA wasn't handled by Toei Animation, but it was very clearly influenced by their work. It also shares a couple elements from Sonic CD since Metal Sonic is also in it. Figured I'd give the OVA a quick shout out since I can't help but think of it every time I watch Sonic CD's cutscenes. What a gem. Also, I really miss Knuckles' hat. And that was pretty much all the main game stuff in Sonic CD. And seeing how long this video already is, I'll proceed to make it even longer by talking about some obscure shit that no one cares about. Did you know that there's a famous cut level from Sonic CD referred to as R2? Haha, no. In the level select for Sonic CD, which you can also check out in the 2011 port, you'll probably notice that it jumps from level 1 to level 3. In the original PC version of Sonic CD, all the levels were placed in their own folders organized like R1, R3, R4, R5, and etc. But an R2 was completely missing. So yeah, the second level for Sonic CD was completely scrapped. This was a level that was planned pretty early in development, and we don't really have that much info on it. There is one old piece of concept art showing off that the level was gonna have some kind of rainbow waterfalls, which probably would have looked super pretty. It kinda reminds me of the rainbow effect that can happen in Sonic 1 when played on a Genesis with composite cables. Even though this R2 was cut from the game, it actually still appears in Toei Animation's FMVs. The end credits show sort of a montage of each zone in Sonic CD. The second zone we see is for a level that's not in the final game, which turns out to be R2. It's been speculated by fans that this made it into the FMVs, most likely because Toei Animation would have begun working on these cutscenes very early on in development, and R2 most likely wasn't scrapped from the game yet when Toei started making the cutscenes, which is pretty interesting. Apart from this short cutscene, we didn't get any more info on R2 until the 2011 port, when Christian Whitehead was given access to a few cut assets from Sonic CD, which included this unused sprite sheet from R2. This included a few Batniks, one of which was featured in the cutscene, and the boss fight. It looks like Eggman was going to be driving some kind of motorcycle of sorts. While this boss fight went unused, I kind of have a theory that the core idea of this boss fight was reworked into Sonic Mania for Lava Refact 2. Though instead of Eggman's motorbike mobile, it's one of the heavies driving a big motobug. I wouldn't be shocked if Christian and the rest of the team reused this boss fight, considering all the other cut Sonic material that they also incorporated into Mania. It's pretty fascinating. Now, R2 was the only known cut level from Sonic CD, but there are actually 2 more cut zones, but not from the original version of CD. These were 2 brand new zones that were originally planned to be added to the 2011 port by Christian Whitehead himself. If you go to the sound test, which I'll be getting to later, put in 32 and 8, then press start, and you'll see a screenshot for a level called Desert Dazzle, a zone based on the cut level from Sonic 2, Sand Shower aka Dust Hill. Christian also released a screenshot of a new second level, Final Fever. seemingly named after the final boss music. The original plan for Final Fever was that it was going to be a level that could only be accessed by collecting all 7 time stones, kind of like what the original plans for Hidden Palace in Sonic 2 were. And it was basically going to be the true final level, with a new final boss and everything. It sounds pretty cool. Unfortunately, Sega didn't let Christian put either level in his port of Sonic CD, mainly because they wanted a more faithful port, which is totally fair. And being honest, with Mirage Saloon and Sonic Mania being based off Desert Dazzle to begin with, I'm not too upset that these new zones got scrapped. Plus, I feel like Titanic Monarch most likely incorporated some of the ideas Christian wanted to do with Final Fever, and Titanic Monarch is my favorite level in Sonic Mania too, so I'm cool with this. In the end, I'm happy Christian still got a chance to make these 2 zones happen in some way. A part of me also feels like Whitehead only made these 2 zones for the 2011 port because he probably didn't expect Sega to hire him again after he finished remastering Sonic CD. I doubt that he thought they would let him remaster Sonic 1 and 2 as well. Not to mention, at the time, there was no way in hell Christian thought Sega would ever let him make a game like Sonic Mania. It's kind of amazing how far Christian Whitehead and everyone else's careers have come since making these ports. It's a bit of a miracle. One last piece of cut content isn't actually a full level, but a bonus stage. Yes, Sonic CD was originally planned to have bonus stages, but they were cut out pretty quickly, with only one picture of them known to exist. By the looks of it, it kinda looks like the Sonic 1 special stages. I'm not too sure how you were supposed to access them, but if I had to make a guess, I think maybe it was gonna be in the same way the bonus stages would go on to work in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which also had a bonus stage that was a callback to Sonic 1. I'm happy to see the bonus stage gimmick was pretty much reused in Sonic 3. It's definitely one of my favorite extras in that game, but it still would be pretty cool to see what Sonic CD's original bonus stages were like. Also, there's a prototype of Sonic CD, dated on May 12, 1993, 4 months before the final game was released. What's so special about this prototype? Nothing at all. I just like that there's a Sonic CD prototype tied to my birthday. It does have an unfinished special stage, with a funny message on it saying, "The programmer has a nap. Hold out, programmer." It also has a pretty early looking sprite for Amy in Palm Tree Panic. Speaking of Amy, in the final game, she has a few unused sprites. They look cute, so I felt like mentioning them. Going back to Christian Whitehead's port, after you beat the game once, you'll unlock the ability to play as Tails, who controls just as good as Sonic and can even fly. It's pretty sweet. They even made new sprites for Tails in the special stages. Sick. Unfortunately, Tails is the only other playable character. Remember, this port came out 2 years before Christian did the Sonic 1 and 2 remasters, so you can't really play as Knuckles unless you install a mod. But hey, playing as Tails is still really cool. Quick heads up, if you're gonna go after the achievements, you can only get them as Sonic. You can't unlock them as Tails. I made that mistake when I tried using Tails to unlock the Savior of the Planet achievement, only to find that I completely wasted my time. Oi. There's a time attack mode, which speaks for itself, but I recommend playing through this mode because it can help you unlock some sweet extras in this port. The extras include a DA garden, which is pretty much an interactive jukebox. This can be a very peaceful area, plus it even comes with its own theme music, which also sounds nice. There's a visual mode where you can watch the opening cinematic, both the good and bad endings, and this neat little pencil test. There's the level select, which speaks for itself. You can use this to not only travel to any zone, but also any time period too. A is present, B is past, C is good future, and D is bad future, in case you wanted to know. Of course, there's the most obvious extra, the sound test, which not only lets you listen to certain sound effects and music, but it also has secret images. I already mentioned the Desert Dazzle image, but the original Sonic CD had about 5 secret images you can find, so let's look at them. First, putting in 12 and 11 shows you Tails next to a car. This image is signed by Judy Totoya, which is actually the nickname of the artist who originally designed Tails, Yasushi Yamaguchi. This image was also Tails' only appearance in the original version of Sonic CD, and the code for seeing this image also activated debug mode. And in the 2011 port, you see a pretty similar image when you unlock Tails. Next, entering in 4 and 21, and you'll see this Batman Sonic of sorts, drawn by Takumi Miyake, the landscape and visual designer for Sonic CD. It looks pretty badass, if kinda creepy. Putting in 3 and 1 shows this goofy ass image. MC Sonic, the fastest DJ alive. Drawn by the man himself, Kazuyuki Hashino, character designer and illustrator for Sonic CD. If you can remember, he's the same guy who designed Amy and Metal Sonic. I have no words for this image. It's a masterpiece. What a hilarious Easter egg. Enter 11 and 9. This will show you a cutesy looking drawing of Sonic with gray eyes? What the fuck? This was drawn by Masahiro Senpai, landscape designer and animation visual director for Sonic CD. It's a pretty cute image, and it has some Japanese text above it that apparently reads, "You are cool." Aww. Now, I just showed you the cutest extra in the game, but next is the exact fucking opposite. Put in 12 and 25, then you'll be greeted with this. What in the fuck am I looking at? It appears to be some kind of creepy wallpaper of Sonic with a realistic humanoid face. It kind of reminds me of the original movie Sonic. Well, there's some text on it that reads, "Infinite Fun, Sega Enterprises, Majin Picture." And it's signed by Majin. What is this hell? Why is this in the game? Okay, so apparently Majin is the nickname of the artist of this piece of work. Masato Nishimura, a landscape designer for Sonic CD. I have no clue why they put this extra image in the game, but like Cybershell pointed out in his Sonic CD Secrets video, this image has a completely different tone based off which soundtrack you're playing the game with. The clip I played you was using the American soundtrack, which already sounds terrifying enough, but here's how it plays out using the original Japanese boss music. Yeah, not as scary anymore, huh? God, huge apologies to any kids who grew up playing this game with the American soundtrack, and probably got curious to look up some Sonic CD extras. Good lord. Alright, enough about the hidden images. You can also use the sound test to activate debug mode. Debug mode was also in the first two games, and it's pretty interesting how it works. You can cycle through and place random objects from the levels anywhere you want. I'm not too creative when it comes to debug mode, but it's still pretty alright. It plays great using the Genesis controller, so I think maybe Christian Whitehead designed the game to use the Mayflash adapter, or maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know. There is one last extra you can find in the sound test. By entering in 7 and 7, this'll give you access to a secret special stage, and it's probably the hardest one. Beating it just gives you a new end credits screen, which is pretty cool. Okay, so what the fuck else is there to mention about Sonic CD? Well, there is one final thing. Sonic CD was actually the first Sonic game to feature voice clips for Sonic. Yes, Sonic talks in the game, which technically makes CD the first time Sonic ever spoke in the games. Now, it's not full-on sentences or anything like that, but he does have some audible voice lines, provided by the landscape designer, Masato Nishimura. Yes, the same man who made that creepy fucking extra image also voices Sonic in this game. Sonic has 4 voice clips, 2 that go unused, and 2 that you could still hear in the final game. The first one you can hear in the game is whenever you get an extra life. Instead of the usual 1-up sound effect, you'll hear Sonic say,
"Yes!
Here are the 2 unused voice clips.
Yeah! Alright!"
I fucking love the "alright" voice clip. It's probably my favorite one. I wish it got used somewhere. So anyways, what exactly is the 4th voice clip? Well, you can still hear it in the final game, and it's kind of cruel to hear it just go in any level in the game, then without pausing the game, just don't do anything for approximately 3 minutes. If you leave Sonic tapping his foot for long enough, then suddenly Sonic will say,
"I'm out of here!"
and then he'll just jump off the screen, and it's an instant game over. This is actually in the fucking game. It's wild. Can you just imagine being the poor kid growing up playing this game? You leave to go to the bathroom or something, then you come back to play just to see that you got a game over, and for simply forgetting to pause the game? Absolutely hysterical. I guess one final thing I could bring up about the Christian Whitehead port is that Christian actually put in an animation effect for Sonic and Tails' sprites to have accurate sprite rotations when they go up and down slopes or run through loops. While the rotation files are in the final game, they went unused, but someone did make a mod to restore them. They look a bit rough, but it's still pretty cool. It kinda reminds me of the sprite rotations they would end up doing in Sonic Mania. Huh. And that's really all I've got to say about Sonic CD and Christian Whitehead's remaster. Huh, I guess I must really like this game or something. Even with how outlandish and weird Sonic CD's level design can be at points, this is still one of my personal favorite Sonic games of all time. I think it's better than Sonic 1 and even Sonic 2. I don't think it's better than Sonic 3 and Knuckles or anything like that, but I would probably rank it slightly higher than Sonic Mania. Now, I know a few people who don't like Sonic CD are probably going to watch this whole video and be like, Cooper, how could you like this game so much that you talked about it for over an hour? The level design's really annoying. The time travel mechanic's super gimmicky. Past Stardust Speedway has really weird music. And all are good points. It's just that without this excellent port, I don't think I would care anywhere near as much as I do about not just Sonic CD, but Sonic in general. This port was released at just the right time for me personally. It was just what I needed back in December 2011. I needed that extra push to just keep going and just find something that clicked with me. 2021 marks the 10th anniversary of Christian Whitehead's Sonic CD port, which also means I've been a dedicated Sonic fan for that long too. If not for this port, I probably would not have been able to find such content creators like Some Call Me Johnny, The Great Clement, Brain Scratch Commentary, Cybershow, and so much more. Not to mention all the great people and the amount of friends I've gotten to meet just through our shared interest of this stupid blue rat. So, would I not care about Sonic CD if it wasn't for this great port? Probably not. In fact, I very likely would have been in the same bank of people who say, yes, the level design is bad, the time travel mechanic is stupid, that humanoid Sonic wallpaper is fucking terrifying. But would I have become a Sonic fan if Christian Whitehead didn't make this port? Most likely not. Would I have become a fan some other time with a different game? I'm really not too sure, and that's kind of why I hold this 2011 port of Sonic CD so close to my heart. It had to be this port, it had to be this game, and it had to be that moment on Christmas Eve 2011. So, with all that said, to Christian Whitehead, if he's somehow watching and also managed to sit through this whole review, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the opportunities and friendships you've helped open me up to. And I'm really proud of where your career went not too long after this port. Seriously, when that reveal trailer for Sonic Mania dropped at the 25th anniversary party, I was so fucking happy when I first saw it. Not only because it was a new classic Sonic game, but it was being made by Christian Whitehead and his crew. Like, he made it! He finally got to make his own classic Sonic game! Even with the game bringing back older levels and only having 4 new zones, I didn't care. I was just really proud of Whitehead and everyone else. But going back to this port, Christian, thank you so much for this excellent port of Sonic CD. Because honestly, without this port, I probably wouldn't be here right now. And I mean that in every sense of the word. So how exactly can you guys play this port of Sonic CD? Well, it's still on Steam, PS3, Xbox 360, and mobile devices for just $5. But is it available on current gen hardware? Obviously, Steam has it covered forever. But for Xbox users, thankfully, just about every Sonic game is backwards compatible with both the Xbox One and Series X. So if you're an Xbox user, you can still play the port just fine, which is great. But when it comes to PlayStation users, well, unless you have a PS3, your only option for PS4 and PS5 for now is streaming that port through PS Now. Yuck. Honestly, this game needs a proper port on PS4 and PS5, but that very likely won't happen. Ever. For some weird reason, Sega seems really afraid of porting Christian Whitehead's port of Sonic CD, along with the remasters of Sonic 1 and 2 that he did with Stealth. Unfortunately, Christian's Sonic CD port never made it to a Nintendo platform, most likely due to the WiiWare's space limitation, and the Wii U being the Wii U. I think this port could really thrive being on the Nintendo Switch. Why isn't it on there? I have no clue. You'd think that someone like maybe Sega Ages could port Christian Whitehead's version, since they were in charge of the Sonic 1 and 2 ports, though those were made using emulation, instead of Christian and Stealth's remasters. Apparently, sometime after Sonic 1 and 2's Ages ports, Sega Ages claimed that they are not planning on doing a port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I wonder why, but I'll save that for another video. However, I've heard that Sega Ages did want to look into porting Sonic CD, but they were apparently having difficulties emulating Sega CD games. Okay, if any of this is true, then all I've got to say about that is... what the fuck are you trying to emulate the Sega CD version for? Just port Christian's remaster already! Jesus Christ! What is with Sega? I can kind of understand why they wouldn't want to port Sonic 1 or 2 because those remasters were made specifically for mobile phones. But the Sonic CD remaster is already on older consoles and Steam! Just port it again! Holy shit! Well, until Sega does something with this 2011 port, I'd recommend getting this great version of Sonic CD in any way you can. If you're on Steam or Xbox, then you're good to go. If you're a PlayStation user without a PS3, well, best of luck using PS Now, I guess. If you're a Nintendo user, well, you're fucked. I'm not too sure what else to really do. Though there is the Sonic CD decompilation project. So if you're a good tech person, then I'd recommend tracking down this decompilation of the 2011 port and just make your own port of Sonic CD on Switch. If you're one of those more knowledgeable people who can do that, then best of luck to you. I think the same fans who did this decompile project for Sonic CD also just recently did the Sonic 1 and 2 decompilations, which gets the mobile remasters of Sonic 1 and 2 running on native PC hardware, no emulation required. Sonic fans who have the insane technical knowledge can be pretty fucking cool. Keep up the great work, boys. Alright, I think this video has gone on for long enough. So thank you so much for watching my re-review of Sonic CD. I'll see all of you in the next review. And until then...
I'm out of here!
Why does it sound like the Japanese game over screen says, "You suck, whore"? Sonic Spinball. Yes, this game does exist. Sonic Spinball was a game that was released in November 1993. Not only was this game released 2 whole months after Sonic CD, but also 3 months before Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Spinball was made by Sega Technical Institute, who at the same time was also working on Sonic 3. So, how exactly did they release Spinball in November, then have Sonic 3 released just 3 months later? Well, it's quite simple. After Sonic 2 was released, work on Sonic 3 began almost immediately. However, a decision was made that Sonic 3 would be handled entirely by the Japanese side of STI, while the American side of the team went on to experiment with other Sonic games they could make. Sonic 3 was originally meant to be released for Christmas time in 1993, but the game was suffering a lot of delays and other issues during development. So, with Sonic 3 being pushed to February 1994, Sega decided to commission the American side of STI to put out a Sonic game in time for the holiday season that year. Around January 1993, STI made a demonstration video for a game called Sonic Pinball. The video is available online, though it's just a minute long and in pretty low quality. This demo video was pretty much the basis for what ended up becoming Sonic Spinball. Shortly after seeing this demonstration, Sega greenlit the game. Sonic Spinball would end up becoming the first ever Sonic game to be fully developed by an American team. And you'll see how that turned out as I delve into the game. I first got to play Sonic Spinball a little over a decade ago on an actual Sega Genesis, along with Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Toy Story. So not counting a brief encounter with 3D Blast on PC, and renting Shadow the Hedgehog on Xbox, Spinball was technically one of the first actual Sonic games I ever got to play. The most I could remember about playing it back then was how I couldn't beat the first level, which doesn't surprise me if I'm being honest. Well, I guess I'll start talking about the game. So the plot of Sonic Spinball is that Dr. Eggman has taken over a volcanic mountain called Mount Mobius, and has constructed a new base called the Vigo Fortress. So Sonic heads over with Tails to put a stop to the Doctor's Vigo Fortress. That's pretty much it. Also, yes, the mountain is apparently called Mount Mobius, at least according to the instruction manual. Also in the manual, it calls the planet Sonic and Company live on Planet Mobius. I should probably mention that when the first few Sonic games went through early westernization, they changed the lore of the games to be different from the Japanese versions. In Japan, the characters just lived on Earth, but in America, they made up their own planet called Mobius. To my knowledge, it remained that way for years, until Sonic Adventure released in 1998/1999, which pretty much made the original Japan lore the true canon. I bring this up because this'll further show how American Spinball is compared to every other Sonic game. Though another thing I really want to bring up is the box art. The American box art has the usual American designs of Sonic and Eggman by the late Greg Martin, which is expected. However, just take a gander at the Japanese box art. Wow, that looks rad as shit. I also like how the back of the Japanese box needed to state how this game was from USA. I guess it was to help clarify to Japanese audiences why this game is so different compared to other Sonic games, which were all made in Japan at that point. Okay, so the gameplay of Sonic Spinball is very different when compared to the first two games and CD. Sonic Spinball is about guiding Sonic through these pinball-like areas to get to a boss fight with Dr. Eggman. There are some bits where you get to walk around on the ground and spin dash, but Sonic's ground control and physics are complete ass. But these short areas aren't really the point of the game. There's only 4 levels in Sonic Spinball, which probably makes this the shortest Sonic game in the Genesis library. The 4 levels are Toxic Caves, Lava Powerhouse, The Machine, and The Showdown. Spinball apparently only had 9 months of development put into it, so I'm honestly not shocked at how little levels we have in this game. So how are the actual levels? Well, if you don't like pinball, then this game is really not for you. For me, I like pinball a decent amount, so I can get some enjoyment out of playing this game. The levels are basically uniquely designed pinball tables where you can control the ball itself, that being Sonic. Pretty much every level in the game is super luck-based and takes a lot of practice to overcome. I'm guessing with the game only having 4 levels, STI figured they should just make every level difficult to beat, especially for first-time players. I do think the game can be okay and pretty fun to play. I do love that idea of actually being able to control the pinball, but there are many times where Spinball can be hard as hell to beat, especially the Showdown. Throughout the levels, not only are you trying to beat Eggman, you also have to collect a certain number of Chaos Emeralds. No special stages, you just gotta get to them in the actual levels. And for some reason, all the emeralds are blue in this game. Not only that, but there is a stupid amount of them. In Sonic 1, there were 6 emeralds. In Sonic 2, and pretty much every game since, there's been 7. But how many are in Spinball? Well, Toxic Caves and Lava Powerhouse both have 3 to collect. Then the Machine and the Showdown both have 5. So if you add all that up, that's 16! Yes, there are 16 emeralds in Sonic Spinball. What the fuck? I mean, to be fair, Sonic the Fighters did have 8 emeralds, but holy shit. I'm guessing the lore for how many emeralds there were supposed to be just wasn't too important at the time. Graphically, Spinball looks alright. I don't think it looks as good as the games before it, but it still has a pretty unique feel to it. Continuing on how American Spinball can be, Sonic's in-game sprite is definitely one of the biggest ones. Sonic's sprite can already look unique for most of the main games, but Spinball's sprite definitely sticks out. For starters, he has the fucking Greg Martin mohawk that most of the American box arts and cartoons were using at the time. This isn't one of my favorite Genesis Sonic sprites. It looks too rough for my liking, but he does have some charm to him. It's interesting that Mohawk Sonic got a chance to shine in at least one game. What's also unique about Spinball is the soundtrack. The music and sound were created by Howard Drawson, Barry Bloom, and Brian Coburn. Brian and Barry were from Sega Multimedia Studio, while Howard Drawson was actually from the STI team. Sonic Spinball's music really utilizes that Genesis twang, as many people call it. A twang that, oddly enough, no other Sonic game used. Apparently, the reason why Spinball sounds more Genesis-y than, say, Sonic 1, 2, or 3 is because most of the main games were developed in Japan, where Japanese teams had access to the better SMPS sound driver for the Mega Drive. However, since Spinball was wholly developed in America, that meant STI only had access to the GEM sound driver, which gave a lot of American Genesis games that twang sound to it. By the way, I have no clue how any of this technical shit works. I'm just going off a comment that my friend Omar left on a previous review. Despite using a technically worse sound driver, I think Drawson and crew did a solid job with Spinball's music, especially Toxic Cave's music. It sounds great, and a synthesized version of it would appear in Sonic Generations. The only track I would say sounds horrifically awful is the options/results screen music. If you played this game, you should know how fucking awful that track sounds. So if you're ever in the options, then mute the fucking TV. Interestingly enough, the 1994 soundtrack album, Sonic the Hedgehog Boom, included 4 bonus tracks that were arranged versions of Sonic Spinball songs, all composed by Howard Drawson himself. The songs included were the Spinball theme music, an extended rendition of the opening cutscene music, Toxic Caves, and Lava Powerhouse. I kinda wish we got arranged versions of the Machine and the Showdown too, but oh well. I wonder if Howard Drawson would have been open to doing that. Would have been neat. Not only did the 1994 Boom album contain Spinball tracks, but the 1996 album, Sega Tunes Virtual Sonic, also contained slightly different arrangements of the Spinball theme and Toxic Caves. Both were once again handled by Spinball's composer, Howard Drawson, and both sounded really good. Fun fact, by the way, I think the arrangement of the Spinball theme included in Sega Tunes was actually used in TV broadcast for the 1993 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, where Sonic was included as a balloon for the first time. Sonic ended up being the first ever video game character to be put in the parade, which is pretty sick. Oh yeah, this was also the same parade where Sonic crashed into a lamppost and caused it to fall down and hit a police officer. So Sonic has assaulted a police officer in real life. This really makes the plot of the Sonic movie hit different. Getting back to the game itself, I've never actually beaten Spinball. That might sound really pathetic when you realize there's only 4 levels, but holy shit, this game's difficulty can be super fucking obnoxious. Toxic Caves is like the only level I can easily beat, but only on better days. This is easily the most memorable level in the game, and that's probably because most newcomers can't even finish the damn stage. It's all about luck, so these levels can take a while to complete. First you gotta press these 2 buttons at the top to open these lids, then you gotta travel up both these pipes to 2 different sections, then you gotta flip these 2 switches to clear a railway. Afterwards you gotta launch yourself up and fall into a minecart, then roll your way to one of the emeralds. I gotta say, the sound effect that plays when you acquire a Chaos Emerald is super Genesis-y, but it's also severely loud. Again, why are all the emeralds blue? The boss fight in Toxic Caves is apparently called Scorpius, a scorpion robot with Eggman's face on it. It's pretty easy, though it is the first boss, but it's kind of funny how the levels are far more difficult to beat than the actual boss fights. Every time you beat a level, you get to play a bonus round. Bonus rounds can help you earn some extra points, which can also help earn a few extra lives. There's two interesting things about these bonus stages. For starters, we can clearly see Sonic has his mohawk in the reflection. He looks pretty similar to how he looked in AOSTH and SatAM. Speaking of SatAM, these bonus rounds also feature cameos from Tails and a few of the Freedom Fighters from the SatAM cartoon. So this may just be the only Sonic game where Sally Acorn, Bunny Rabbit, and Rotor make an appearance. Huh, maybe now the Ralph or Sal movement can shut the hell up. Alright, next up is Lava Powerhouse, which is usually the last actual level I can beat legitimately. This level is a tad more difficult than Toxic Caves. It's most definitely more annoying. You can die almost instantly if you fall into the lava pit at the beginning of the level. And I always hate the parts where you gotta use smoke to shoot Sonic up in the air. Plus you have to bounce off a Batnik at just the right angle. Otherwise you're just not going up. This level can be super irritating. Good music though, especially the arranged version on Sonic the Hedgehog Boom. The boss fight here involves jumping into a container filled with Eggman heads. Just destroy all of them and you win. As simple as that. Now, Lava Powerhouse is about as far as I can make it into Spinball without getting a game over. So the next level, the machine, I have yet to legitimately beat. Quick heads up that I'm playing this on an actual Sega Genesis, so I don't have access to using save states. There is apparently a level select code, but I haven't gotten it to work properly, so I'm gonna have to use the Game Genie. Since I've never been able to beat the machine, I'll use a code that gives me infinite lives. And I still can't beat this level. The machine is a fucking puzzle. I have no clue how to acquire all the emeralds. And there's 5 of them in this level instead of the regular 3. Even though there should really just be 1 left since there's only supposed to be 7 emeralds. Fun fact, the look for the machine was inspired by the cut Sonic 2 level, Genocide City, aka Cyber City. So there's that, I guess. The machine is just so fucking confusing. It's probably because I've never beaten this level, but I just don't know what to do here. I played this level for like 22 minutes until I gave up. The amount of times you have to angle Sonic properly to make these jumps is beyond annoying. So whatever, I give up. Call me a quitter, but yeah, just call me a quitter. I'm moving on. Alright, the last level, the Showdown, is not any better. Case in point, this level is literal hell. It has some of the most bullshit design possible. Just one wrong move, and you will die almost instantly. If you somehow didn't get a game over from playing the first 3 levels, then this level will make sure you get at least 16. The Showdown is impossible. It's like the perfect inoculation of how absolutely fuck you hard this game can get. Unless you're a kid in the 90s with a strong enough determination to want to complete this fucking game, there is no way in hell you'll be able to beat this level without save states. Despite that, I pushed on. I played this level for about 25 minutes straight, and even with infinite lives, I just couldn't do it. I'm not strong enough. If anything, I do really like the Showdown's atmosphere. It definitely feels like the grand finale. You know, if you didn't already get that impression from looking at all of this. The Dr. Seuss looking socks are a bit of an interesting inclusion? I guess while we're on that topic, just like Sonic, the Cat in the Hat was also a balloon float in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. And in 1997, it also crashed into a lamppost and injured a few people. Also in the same year, a Barney balloon got ripped apart by another lamppost. Remind me to never go to this parade. Oh yeah, and the Showdown fucking sucks ass. So make fun of me all you want, but I can't beat this stupid game. So you win this round today, Sonic Spinball. With that said, that's pretty much all there is to mention about Sonic Spinball. There is an option for 4 players, but it's mainly for alternating between turns. So, I guess play this with friends if you want to. Sonic Spinball is okay. It's a very short game. It's also the cheapest Genesis Sonic game you can find on the market, at least to my knowledge. But if you want to get Sonic Spinball on more current hardware, well, the ROM is on Steam for dirt cheap. The game's also available on most Sega Genesis collections, so looking there wouldn't be a bad choice either. Interestingly enough, there's an 8-bit version of Spinball on the Game Gear and Master System. I did play the Game Gear version briefly on Sonic Adventure DX, but it wasn't all that interesting. Actually, the most intriguing part of this version is probably the box art. Not only is 8-bit Spinball using the AOSTH Robotnik design, but it's also using that unique classic Sonic design. You know, the one that's featured in Sonic the Screensaver? Why is 8-bit Spinball one of the only games in the series to use this rad classic Sonic design? I think Triple Trouble also used it too, apparently. Good lord. In terms of other ports of Spinball, did anyone else play the iOS version? I did. In fact, the iOS version was where I was first able to beat Toxic Caves and Lava Powerhouse legitimately. Sadly, this iOS port got delisted a few years back, which kind of stinks. It wasn't a great version, but it was still a pretty decent port of the game to play on the go. It was probably the best handheld version of Sonic Spinball to exist, mainly because it wasn't the Game Gear version. Well, there actually was another handheld version of Sonic Spinball. First, remember the Sega Smash Pack on the Dreamcast? That shoddy collection of Sega games that had piss-poor emulation? Well, there was actually another version of the Sega Smash Pack, released for the Game Boy Advance in September 2002. This version of the Smash Pack included Echo the Dolphin, Golden Axe, and Sonic Spinball. Yup, ports of the 16-bit Genesis games on the 32-bit GBA. And just going off of how Sonic Spinball plays in this collection, it's actually kind of okay. I mean, there is screen crunch, and the audio can be a bit rough, but apart from that, it looks and plays decently. If I had this collection growing up, I probably would have liked it just fine. But while the gameplay is decent, the graphics can have some sprite layering issues, and the audio itself is a bit mixed. I didn't play too far into this port, but apparently most of the game's soundtrack got removed, so Toxic Caves music just plays in every level. Meanwhile, the bonus rounds also had their music removed, so there's almost no audio when you're playing them, which is a bit whack. But hey, the options/result screen music was completely removed, so that's a plus. Honestly, I'm not too shocked that not a whole lot of people really talk about this port. Like, don't get me wrong, this is the furthest from being the best version of Spinball to play, but it's also not the worst thing ever. For a handheld port of a 16-bit Sega game released in 2002, it gets the job done decently. And hey, at least it plays better than another GBA port I know. And that was pretty much all I've got to say about Sonic Spinball. It's super short and difficult to play, but for what it is, it's alright. We never did get a follow-up to this game, though a whole 10 years later in 2003, we did get Sonic Pinball Party on the GBA. However, that played more like a traditional pinball game with Sonic-themed tables, rather than playing like what Sonic Spinball was trying to do. Maybe I'll give Pinball Party a look in a future video. Who knows? For now, go check out Sonic Spinball if any of you were interested. And until the next review, thank you all for watching. So right after the smash hit success of Sonic 2, plans for another sequel were started almost immediately. Work on Sonic 3 was to be handled by, once again, Sega Technical Institute. Both Yuji Naka, lead programmer for the first two games, and Hirokazu Yasuhira, the game planner for Sonic 1, were both put into the same positions for Sonic 3. However, Yuji Naka told Sega that for Sonic 3, he wanted to work exclusively with the Japanese side of STI, following all the previous drama that happened while working with the American side for Sonic 2. Sega agreed to Yuji Naka's demands, and not only was Yuji Naka the lead programmer for Sonic 3, but for the first time ever in the series, he was promoted to being a producer of the games. I'm so proud of him! What should also be public knowledge by this point is that Sonic Team was in Japan working on Sonic CD, the American side of STI was eventually put in charge of making Sonic Spinball, and another company called Compile would work on Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. All three of these games came out just a few months apart from each other in late 1993. What the fuck? But while all this shit was going on, the Japanese side of STI would continue to work on Sonic 3. Yuji Naka and Yasuhiro wanted this sequel to be bigger and grander in comparison to Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, resulting in tons of ideas and other concepts. Eventually realizing that the amount of content they wanted to put in Sonic 3 would most likely need to be split in 2 games. Sonic 3 was initially set for Christmas 1993, but it was pretty obvious that by that point in time, this game was barely gonna be halfway done. After getting delayed for 2 more months, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 would get released on February 2nd, 1994. Yup, Groundhog Day. Or as Sega referred to it at the time of the game's release, Hedgehog Day. This part isn't connected to anything, but there's this really cool North American Lifesavers promo art of Sonic holding a Model 2 Genesis and a copy of Sonic 3. Figured I'd mention it because it looks a lot like the unique classic Sonic design from Sonic the Screensaver. I love it! Sonic the Hedgehog 3 was released to solid reviews and sold a decent amount of copies. However, it must have came off as pretty underwhelming for those who played it for the first time. For starters, people were most likely expecting this game to be way more packed than what Sonic 1 or 2 had. But in comparison with those games, Sonic 3 on its own just didn't include a whole lot. While it did have a multiplayer mode, the game only had 6 zones and a rather anticlimactic ending, ultimately making it way shorter than Sonic 2. And with the stages being a lot more speed focused by this point, it was probably also shorter than Sonic 1 as well.
What a great finale to the trilogy.
Just generally, while Sonic 3 had a lot of good aspects to it like better graphics, great music, and a save feature of all things, the game itself just felt unfinished. Mainly because it was. You see, if you do the level select code for Sonic 3,
which, by the way, is really fucking hard to do!
Okay, so to do this, once the Sega logo starts fading away and before Sonic appears on screen in full, quickly press up, up, down, down, up, 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 up. Your timing has to be just right, and it only seems to work when it feels like it, especially since there's a really obnoxious amount of lag frames that won't count your input. So be ready to keep hitting that reset button, but if you can get it to work, you'll hear a ring chime. Then scroll down and you'll be able to enter the sound test. Upon checking out the sound test, you'll immediately see why they made it really hard to get to, because you'll almost immediately notice a few oddities. Most notably, there are 3 extra, unaccessible levels that you never go to in the actual game. Flying Battery, Mushroom Valley, and Sandopolis. Not only that, but the sound test itself has some complete level music in it that goes unused in the final game. Why is that? Well, these are actually leftovers from levels that were cut out the game, and people wouldn't figure out what the purpose of these leftovers were for until 8 months later when another Sonic game came out. October 1994 saw the release of Sonic and Knuckles. The first thing to note about this release is that 1994 was the year that Sega switched from using the better and way more practical plastic cases to disposable cardboard boxes. Jesus, just look at how rough this box looks. Don't worry, little guy, you're in a better home now. So, let's take the game out and... what the fuck? What the hell kind of Genesis cartridge is this? I know some third-party releases use different cartridges, but I never thought Sega would use something so... bulky. Well, the game's box says that it uses new lock-on technology, meaning you can connect it with other Sonic games. Sonic & Knuckles on its own contains about 6 more zones, all of them sharing similar graphics and design philosophies as Sonic 3. That's all good, but Sonic & Knuckles didn't include Sonic 3's save feature. How come? Well, let's actually see what happens when we connect Sonic 3 to the cartridge. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what Sonic the Hedgehog 3 was always meant to be. Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Initially, Sonic 3 was meant to be one game, but due to constant delays and other issues, Yuji Naka and company decided to cut the game in half. So they polished the first 6 levels for Sonic 3 to get released in February 94, then spent the next 8 months finishing up the rest of the game as Sonic and Knuckles. It must have been a pretty unique concept of connecting one game to another game to get the full experience of a huge game. Mind you, Genesis games were pretty pricey back then, and maybe forcing people to buy 2 games at full price just to play one game was probably a bit pricey. You gotta feel bad for the parents back in the early 90s trying to buy their kids every single Sonic game. But whatever, this shit's still pretty cool. I first got to play Sonic 3 back around summer 2007 on an actual Sega Genesis. This was the same summer where I also first got to play Sonic 2 and Sonic Spinball as well. I remember enjoying Sonic 3 over Sonic 2 at the time. I just liked the way 3 looked better, and I also really liked Knuckles. I remember wishing I could play as him, but I didn't have access to Sonic and Knuckles at the time, and I didn't play Sonic 3 and Knuckles in its entirety until early 2012 when I was trying to track down and beat every classic Sonic game. I remember recording me beating the game via an emulator, and I uploaded the full playthrough to my now defunct gaming channel Cooper Plays Games. Sadly, I deleted the playthrough and didn't hold a copy of the video files. I really would have liked to keep copies of my first time playing through this game, mainly because Sonic 3 and Knuckles might just be my #1 favorite Sonic game in the whole series.
Wow, someone saying Sonic 3 and Knuckles is their favorite game in the series? What a hot take! Bet you never heard that one before!
I guess I'll jump right into it. I have a lot to talk about concerning Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I'll also mention earlier concepts and whatnot as I delve into the game, so let's get this started. First off, there's a save feature. Yep, Sonic 3 and Knuckles was one of the first games in the series to have a save feature. I think Sonic CD might have technically had one too, but the save feature in Sonic 3 and Knuckles gives you 6 slots, and also a no save option. And you can also choose which character you want to play as when you start a save file. The save feature's really cool, and I like it. Now, the story for Sonic 3 and Knuckles is actually a bit more in-depth than Sonic 1, 2, or even CD. The game opens with Sonic and Tails heading over to a new location called Angel Island. Normally, Angel Island is supposed to be floating in the sky. However, it ended up falling into the ocean. So Sonic and Tails fly over to investigate. Sonic even turns super almost immediately. This is when we're introduced to one of the greatest Sonic characters ever, Knuckles the Echidna, who straight up punches the super right out of Sonic. He then steals all the Chaos Emeralds, chuckles, and runs off. Probably the coolest introduction to any character ever. Knuckles was designed by Takashi Yuda, whose design was chosen in a similar fashion to how Sonic and Tails were made, with Yuji Naka and company wanting to introduce another major character for the Sonic universe. Knuckles was originally going to be green, but was changed to red after a few focus groups, mainly consisting of children, thought the red look was more appealing. Takashi Yuda initially meant for Knuckles to be nothing more than a supporting character for the series, but his popularity from Sonic 3 alone eventually led to Knuckles getting a bigger role in Sonic and Knuckles, which pretty much signified that Knuckles was now a major character. I love Knuckles. His design is rad, the boxing gloves are sick, the Lego shoes are dope, and he's just a chill dude I could hang with. He's got that godlike energy to him. He also has a pretty interesting arc in Sonic 3's story. Getting back to that, it's made clear that Knuckles is working in cahoots with Dr. Eggman, who's also back and has reconstructed the Death Egg once again. So it's up to Sonic to get the Chaos Emeralds back, foil Eggman's Death Egg plans for a second time, and not to mention, deal with Knuckles' shenanigans. Throughout the adventure, Sonic bumps into Knuckles on numerous occasions, usually sending Sonic to a different part of the zone, or just getting in the way to annoy him. But this leads to a big twist. After a pretty underwhelming boss encounter with Knuckles, Dr. Eggman suddenly tries taking a hold of the Master Emerald. What's the Master Emerald? Well, in short, it's a super powerful emerald that's also Knuckles' most prized possession, and it'll become way more relevant in the future games. Kind of.
This is the Master Emerald, your pride and joy, and so is me.
Upon realizing he was tricked by Eggman, Knuckles switches sides and teams up with Sonic and Tails, leading to the pair boarding the newly constructed Death Egg to defeat Eggman and get the Master Emerald back to Knuckles. That's pretty much the whole story in a nutshell. It sounds about as basic as the previous games, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles' story is a whole lot more involving than it appears to be. For starters, this game has a pretty huge focus on using silent cutscenes to tell its story. Mainly because that's all they were really capable of doing back in 1994. As a result, we get these pretty brief cutscenes in the game, mostly of Knuckles and whatnot. While yes, Sonic CD technically had actual opening and closing cutscenes first, they weren't entirely tied to the story like how Sonic 3's in-game cutscenes are. This game is the master at silent cutscenes. What's always impressed me about Sonic 3 and Knuckles is how grander it feels in comparison to the previous games. Sonic 1, 2, and CD, even when going for the Chaos Emerald / Time Stones, were all about 1 hour in length. For Sonic 3 and Knuckles, when going for 100%, a single playthrough can last between 2 to 3 hours. Which is insane to see from a Genesis Sonic game in 1994 no less. And that near 3 hours ain't just for show. This game and its levels are packed. The gameplay in Sonic 3 and Knuckles is just about the same as Sonic 2. Mainly because Sonic 3 was built off Yuji Naka's original code, with some obvious enhancements. There are 3 characters you can play as in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Sonic, duh, Tails, and Knuckles. Sonic and Tails control almost the exact same, except both of them have at least one new ability. Sonic has a new move called the Insta Shield. Pressing the jump button twice can cause a quick shield to pop up around Sonic. It basically extends Sonic's hit radius to be slightly longer, which can also be used to cheese through a few bosses and enemies because it makes Sonic invincible for the brief second that you use it. I love the Insta Shield. It's a very basic move, but I like using it whenever I can. Staying a bit on topic, a very early prototype for Sonic 3 alone was released for the first time back in November 2019. The ROM was dumped by a user called DRX, who's also been responsible for dumping a ton of old Sonic prototypes back in the past, some of which I've mentioned in previous videos. So thank you for all your contributions, DRX. While this prototype is called the November 3rd, 1993 build, ROM header data claims the build is actually from October 1993, making it the earliest version of Sonic 3 we have available. This version of the game includes a few strange differences, like Sonic is still using his Sonic 2 sprite and all. However, Sonic also had a drop dash-esque kind of move. Yeah, Sonic 3 was originally gonna have a drop dash, nearly 23 years before Sonic Mania had it. This move is obviously not in the final game, but you could use it in the prototype by holding up when jumping, which is a bit different to how it works in Mania. It's pretty fucking wild that Sonic 3 almost introduced this iconic move, and according to Christian Whitehead, it was just an uncanny coincidence that they made the same move in Sonic Mania. That's so crazy. Anyways, getting back to the final game, when it comes to Tails, he controls almost the exact same as Sonic, except now he can actually fly if you keep mashing the jump button. It doesn't last forever, otherwise it would be super broken, but it's still pretty neat. He can also swim, which is dope. The 2-player co-op also returns, and the second player can actually carry Sonic in the air if you time it properly, which can be pretty tricky to set up. Okay, third character time. Knuckles plays just about the same as Sonic and Tails, except his jump is slightly gimped. So he can't jump as high, but he can spin dash, and break through certain level set pieces thanks to his strong boxing gloves, it seems. Knuckles also has the ability to glide in the air. How the fuck? He can also glide into walls to climb them, which is sick. Though, one weird thing about Knuckles is that his sprite when he looks up is weirdly off-center. I have no clue why, but great. First the Sonic 1 title screen is off-center, and now Knuckles can't even look up properly. Oh well. So yeah, Knuckles is a pretty badass character, but he's only playable in Sonic 3 whenever you lock it on with Sonic and Knuckles. He wasn't playable in the original Sonic 3, even though there were a few hints that he was originally going to be. I remember the person who let me play Sonic 3 and the other games on his Sega Genesis would watch me play Sonic 3 sometimes, and every time Knuckles appeared, he would always make a comment like, "Man, I wish Knuckles was playable in this game." So I'm gonna guess his parents couldn't afford to get Sonic and Knuckles back in the 90s. How sad. All the same item boxes returned from the previous games. However, the standard blue shield has received 3 different upgrades. There are now 3 different shield types you can get. The water shield, the flame shield, and the electric shield. Apart from giving Sonic an extra hit from enemies, all three can give Sonic extra moves. The water shield allows Sonic to bounce around in an air bubble, while also letting him breathe underwater. The flame shield can protect Sonic from fire type attacks, while also giving him an air dash. Then there's my favorite shield, the electric shield, which can protect Sonic from some pretty rare electric attacks, but it can also attract rings and give Sonic a double jump, which is awesome. I love the elemental shields. They're excellent additions to Sonic's gameplay, and I wish they were in every 2D game. Notice how I specifically said Sonic's gameplay. While Tails and Knuckles can also have these shields, they can't use the bounce, dash, or double jump due to them already having specific jump moves, which kind of stinks. Seriously, there's 3 buttons on the damn Genesis controller. Why not dedicate one button for all the shield abilities so all 3 characters can use them? Dang. Also, one neat detail that I feel kinda mixed on is that if you try going underwater with both the electric or flame shields, you immediately lose them. Remember this detail because I'm gonna be bitching about it in a future game. One of my absolute favorite parts of Sonic 3 and Knuckles are the bonus stages. First off, remember how you got to the special stages in Sonic 2 by collecting 50 rings and passing a checkpoint post? Well, that mechanic returns in Sonic 3, but you don't need 50 rings. It's more somewhere between 20 and 50. And when you jump into the sparkles, you'll go to one of the 3 bonus stages. There's a gumball machine, there's a slot machine, and there's one with glowing spears. The bonus stages can be used for collecting more rings, elemental shields, and even some extra lives. I think the glowing spears one might be my favorite. I found it a little odd to control at first, but I got the hang of it pretty quickly. The gumball machine is so dope. I love the idea for this one. But the slot machine is probably my least favorite, mainly because you can actually lose rings here thanks to the returning deadly 3 Eggmen. Apart from that, I do like how this bonus stage is a neat little callback to Sonic 1's special stages. The bonus stages are super rad and I recommend going to them whenever you can. You can actually tell which bonus stage you'll be going to by closely looking at the sparkles. They can appear white, red, or orange. When it comes to the level design in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, hold on guys, I'm gonna go look up the definition for perfection and... oh shit, that adds up. Since Sonic 3 and Knuckles was handled almost entirely by a bunch of perfectionist Japanese devs, who also had the experience of working on Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 under their belts, well, they did it. They fucking did it. The level design in Sonic 3 and Knuckles is pretty freaking excellent. Every level has a perfect balance. There's solid portions where you can run super fast, they all have a great sense of platforming, and they feel much wider in scope. Now, this isn't Sonic CD levels of scope, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles has a ton of layers to its level design. So much so that almost every level has major highlights to them that I can remember, which I'll delve more into when I get to the level breakdown. A great thing about all the levels is that each zone has its own level layouts designed around Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles' abilities. Sonic has a pretty standard run through the levels, Tails has his own areas that he can fly up to, and Knuckles has alternate routes that Sonic and Tails can't get to. In fact, Knuckles' campaign actually takes place after the events of Sonic 3, but instead of fighting off Eggman, Knuckles is going after a batnik called Egg Robo. This is a pretty neat idea, and some levels are slightly altered to reflect that Knuckles' story is set after the main game. However, Knuckles' campaign is also slightly harder than a regular Sonic or Tails playthrough, so he's personally my least favorite character to play as, but I do still have fun playing his story. Basically, try to look at it like this. Tails is easy mode, Sonic is normal, and Knuckles is hard mode. Pretty simple to understand. If anything, it just adds more to this game's amazing replay value. In fact, I've played through Sonic 3 and Knuckles so many goddamn times in the course of over a decade that I don't think I have a favorite level. They're all good. For the levels in the other games, I could easily pick a favorite. Sonic 1, Starlight Zone. Sonic 2, maybe Metropolis Zone. Sonic CD, Quartz Quadrant, no doubt. Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Do I have to pick one? Honestly, picking a favorite level in Sonic 3 and Knuckles is like asking me to pick a favorite child. Like, sure, some of them have serious issues, but in the end, I love them all. Actually, I have played through Sonic 3 and Knuckles so many times that if there are legitimate issues with the level designs,
they're almost not a problem for me at all. Most likely because with all my experience and intense knowledge of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I have mastered the levels to a point where I remember where all the annoying parts of the levels are so I can embrace myself for them whenever they happen, or I could just find ways of convincing myself that they're not actually that big a deal. Now I know what you're thinking. Yeah, I probably could have done way more productive things with my time on this planet. Like maybe instead of mastering the credentials of a Sega Genesis game split in two back in 1994, I probably could have done things that are way more helpful, like learn a second language or get laid. But, you know, fuck you.
When it comes to the graphics, I really think this is where the Sonic games peaked on the Genesis in terms of looks. Every zone looks insanely well detailed and is super pretty. I always loved the concept of how this game takes place almost entirely in one location, that being Angel Island. Not only do the levels look great, but they also help add to the story with certain hints and other elements placed in backgrounds and whatnot. The flow and general progression of every level is spectacular. One of the most notable changes in Sonic 3's graphics is Sonic's sprite. He looks way edgier than his Sonic 1, CD, or 2 sprites, and I honestly love it. This is easily my favorite classic Sonic sprite. I just love seeing the evolution of Sonic's designs in these games. It's so cool. Even though Sonic Mania going back to the Sonic 1 and 2 sprites felt like a bit of a step backwards. What also greatly enhances the look of this game, what's probably the most interesting and important aspect of Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, the music. Now, the topic of Sonic 3 and Knuckles' soundtrack could seriously take up a full video on its own. In fact, a few people have made videos on the topic, and to put it in a bigger perspective, Sonic Retro has two totally different and separate development pages for just Sonic 3 alone. One for the actual game development, and another one just for the music. To try to paraphrase it as best as I could, right after the release of Sonic 2, the composer of the first two games, Masato Nakamura, was originally brought in to do the soundtrack for Sonic 3. He unfortunately left early on in development after financial disputes with Sega, along with the company apparently wanting to outsource the game's music to a different composer. Who? Michael fucking Jackson, the king of pop himself. This is where the story gets a bit lost in translation. It's not entirely confirmed, but Michael supposedly visited Sega Technical Institute to congratulate them on Sonic 2, since he was a big fan of the games at the time. This apparently led to an anonymous employee asking Michael if he wanted to work on the music for Sonic 3. Michael agreed to work on the music, and brought in his own sound team to help. This team apparently consisted of Bobby Brooks, Daryl Ross, Geoff Grace, Doug Gribsby III, C. Sirocco Jones, who's credited as Sirocco in the final game, and probably one of the biggest contributors to this game's soundtrack, Brad Buxer. Remember that name. Michael and his crew worked on the game's soundtrack in secrecy for a pretty big portion of Sonic 3's development. According to Brad Buxer, Michael and the crew came up with up to 41 music cues for the game. That is pretty crazy, right? However, some of you may notice that while most of Michael's crew is credited in the final game, Michael himself wasn't. Why not? Well, this is another tricky topic that's still up for debate. Michael and his team were working on the game in 1993, which was also when certain allegations were being thrown at Michael at the time. These allegations were assumed to be the main reason Sega stopped working with Michael on Sonic 3's music, with a few SDI employees stating that this was the reason Michael was dropped from the game. This explanation can be seen as legitimate, however, it has been said by other employees, including Brad Buxer himself, that the real reason Michael actually left the project was because he wasn't satisfied with how his music sounded on the Genesis sound chip. And I kinda lean more to this being the actual reason he left. Though, it's also a bit strange, considering Michael did work with Sega on the Genesis port of Moonwalker back in 1989, so I'm not too sure what would have made Michael change his mind about 4 to 5 years after the fact. Okay, so with Michael apparently leaving Sonic 3 at some point in 1993, Sega recruited Howard Drawson and the rest of SCI's sound team to replace the majority of Michael Jackson's music, along with completely handling the soundtrack for the second half of Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles. This team consisted of Drawson, Takahiko Uwabo, credited as Bo, Sachio Ogawa, Tashiaki Kashima, credited as Milpo, Masaru Sesumaru, Tatsuyuki Maeda, Tamanori Sawada, Masaru Masayuki Nijayo, and Jun freaking Sonoi. Apologies if I kept butchering all those Japanese names. Some of you might recognize that a few of the composers on this team would later go on to compose future Sonic games. Oh yeah, there's also the sound special thanks credits, which included Drawson again, along with a few others. Okay, in total, how many fucking composers does Sonic 3 and Knuckles have? Jesus Christ. So, with all that shit said, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has one of the greatest soundtracks that ever graced the series. With so many people working on the damn music, while also having a variety of talents, every piece of level music fits their environment and are insanely catchy. Even if you don't like Sonic 3 and Knuckles that much, you can't deny, this game has a tremendous soundtrack, which is also a major factor as to why the game won't get a new re-release. Just a quick footnote, this review was written and recorded before Sonic Origins got announced, but I'll talk about it much later on. I kinda hope this isn't an issue forever, but it's been alleged that Sonic 3 and Knuckles has been giving Sega a lot of legal issues concerning the soundtrack. You're probably thinking, wait, is it the fact that having Michael Jackson originally work on the music causing the issues? The answer to that is yes and no. In fact, it mostly concerns Sonic 3's soundtrack alone. Sonic and Knuckles' music appears to be just fine, mainly because Michael and his crew were long gone after Sonic 3's release. Like I said, it's a bit complicated, but these legal issues also have to deal with Brad Buxer's involvement too. While most of Michael's music cues were removed from the game, a few songs still made it in. Which songs? Well, that's another topic up for debate, but we can make a pretty damn good guess on which music tracks are causing problems. The top 3 that most people point to are the level music for Carnival Night, Ice Cap, and Launch Base. How do we know that these are the tracks that are causing problems? Well, in early 1997, Sonic 3 and Knuckles was released on PC as the Sonic and Knuckles collection. This was just a standard port of the game that played just about the same. But the biggest change this port had was the music. Not only was the music remade using MIDI sound fonts instead of using the original Genesis tracks, but Carnival Night, Ice Cap, and Launch Base all had their level music completely changed. Here's a few comparisons. Pretty interesting, huh? I sure wonder for what reason at all Sega decided to change the level music for these 3 zones specifically, when all the other level music is just fine. You know what's also weirder? A little later in 1997, we got Sonic Jam on the Sega Saturn, which compiled Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles together on one disc. Not only that, they didn't change the level music in this port, even though they did that for the Sonic and Knuckles collection, which came out a few months before Sonic Jam in the same year. And it's not like the games were being emulated, all of them had to be reworked to play on the Sega Saturn hardware, so they could have easily replaced Sonic 3's music here if it was such a huge issue at the time, and they didn't. Not only that, you know the different music they changed the levels to in the Sonic and Knuckles collection? You still think those songs were made just for that collection? Well, Do you also remember that October 1993 prototype I mentioned earlier? In this prototype, the level music for Carnival Night, Ice Cap, and Launch Base all use the same songs that are in the Sonic and Knuckles collection. What the fuck is going on? So you're telling me the level music they changed it to in the Sonic and Knuckles collection wasn't specifically made for the Sonic and Knuckles collection, but it was actually just using the original prototype music all along to avoid possible legal issues, even though the Sonic Jam port came out the same damn year and it was just fine? Hold on, if this prototype was dated as October 1993, 4 months before the final game release in 1994, does that mean that between this time period was when Michael Jackson, Brad Buxer, and everyone else worked on the game? If they worked on the game early on in development, then why does the prototype from October 1993 use earlier music when the final game still allegedly uses some of Michael and Brad Buxer's songs? Oh my god, my head hurts! So yeah, we can debate forever if Michael Jackson was involved or not with Sonic 3's music, but it's all but confirmed that he was pretty much part of the project at some point. To add more fuel to this fire, Naoto Oshima claims that Michael apparently sent in an audio tape of him doing a cappella for a few level tunes. I can't find any confirmation on this, especially since I don't think Oshima was even involved with Sonic 3 at all, mainly because he was supposed to be working on Sonic CD at the time. But if this audio tape does exist somewhere, I really hope we'll get to hear it someday. And if it could also clarify which level tracks Michael apparently worked on, that would be great. One theory I have about Michael's involvement is that there's mini-boss music in Sonic 3 that uses vocal samples, which you can only hear in Sonic 3 alone. They changed the music in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Now, I don't give a fuck if this was confirmed to be untrue or not, but the voice clips we hear in this mini-boss music, along with the samples we hear in Launch Base's music, that's Michael. Again, I don't care if this isn't true, it has to be Michael. I just get the feeling it is him. Plus, you know Knuckles' short drum beat theme in Sonic 3 alone? Well, if you're able to listen to that song for about 34 seconds in the actual game, which is kinda rare to hear, for some reason, this version of Knuckles' theme has a vocal sample in it. Now, I know a lot of you skeptics out there are gonna be like, Cooper, that's all in your head. That's not Michael Jackson's voice. But to further back up my claims, if you play Sonic 3 locked on with Sonic and Knuckles, just like the mini-boss music, they also changed Knuckles' theme. The voice clips are Michael Jackson. Also, apart from Brad Buxer's ongoing testimony that he did work with Michael Jackson on Sonic 3's soundtrack, the 2009 Ultimate Genesis Collection also claims that Michael was originally going to be brought in at some point. Plus, Jun Sonoy claims that he knows a lot about Michael Jackson's involvement with Sonic 3, but he's not going to tell anybody. So there you go.
Okay, here's one last thing I'll mention about Sonic 3's music. To further add to how Sega's having legal issues with Brad Buxer, you remember Ice Cap? I played a sample of it earlier in the review, so you're very likely familiar with it. Well, in the 1980s, Brad Buxer made a song called Hard Times when he was in a band called the Jetsons. But while the song was made back in the 1980s, it didn't actually get released until 2006, a whole 12 years after Sonic 3. And upon hearing the song for the first time and also being aware of Brad Buxer's involvement with Sonic 3, many Sonic fans, including myself, made a very crazy discovery. Now, if you've never heard this song before, well, I can't really play a sample of it to demonstrate this because I don't want to risk a copyright claim, so I recommend pausing the video for a bit, opening a new tab, and looking up Hard Times by the Jetsons. Seriously, pause the video and go look up the song. I'll give you a moment. You're back? Okay. Isn't that shit so fucking crazy? To make it even funnier, in 2020, Hard Times was released on a special vinyl that featured Ice Cap on the front and back covers. The back cover even uses the official Sonic the Hedgehog font, with little to no legal threats from Sega since they're pretty fair with most people who use their IPs. And you know what specific color they made the vinyl itself? I shit you not. The color of the vinyl is literally Sonic Blue. Way to go, Brad. You absolute fucking Chad.
The Jetsons might be a pun on the Jetsons by Hanna-Barbera, parentheses, now part of Warner Brothers, IMO. No shit, really? Okay, enough about the damn music. Let's talk about the levels. Sonic 3 and Knuckles has about 13 zones that each character can go to, slightly more than Sonic 2's 11 zones. And Sonic 3 is off to an amazing start with Angel Island. I adore this zone, possibly my favorite starting level in a Sonic game. It's excellently designed and the jungle aesthetic looks really nice. Obviously, as Sonic, the level starts out with Knuckles punching the Super Sonic right out of him. Then about halfway through Act 1, the whole jungle catches on fire, which still looks aesthetically nice in a kind of morbid way. Another thing you'll notice in Sonic 3 is that the first acts now have a mini-boss. A super cool idea, and this first mini-boss is pathetic, especially with the fire shield. After you beat a mini-boss, the signpost falls out the sky, but you can actually jump at the signpost and make it fly around for a bit. And if you make it land in the right spots, you can get an extra ring box or even a new shield. These motherfuckers made the signpost fun to play with. Instead of Act 1 fading away, it actually seamlessly transitions into Act 2, which I really like. Angel Island Act 2 is one of my personal favorite levels in the game just for the music alone. Because one really fucking cool thing about Sonic 3 and Knuckles is that each act has two different arrangements of the level music. Seriously, if I could marry a level tune from a Sonic game, it would be Angel Island Act 2. Moving on, we still get an Eggman boss encounter in second acts, and this boss can be super pathetic if you time your jump right with the fire shield equipped. Then at the end, you bump into Knuckles again, who knocks you straight down to Hydro City. I love Hydro City. If you couldn't tell from reading the fucking name correctly, this is the game's water level. What's interesting about Hydro City is that for a water level, you can actually speed through almost every underwater section. Not to mention, the bubble shield makes traversing in this zone way less anxiety-inducing. This level is just fast and fun. I love the ancient ruins aesthetic. And the name for this level makes perfect sense. Because it's surrounded in water, it's hydro, and there's an ancient civilization here. So it's a city. Hydro City. It is kinda weird how there's no gap in the level title. I'm gonna guess the Japanese devs didn't realize they had to space out both words. But imagine calling this level Hydrocity Zone. That sure would be really fucking stupid. You have to be a fucking moron to call it that. Of course, Hydro City came back in Sonic Mania, and it was a bit worse in my opinion. I do like some of the additions like the boat rides and the 8-bit Sonic references, but I just didn't have too much fun playing this version of the level as I did with the original Hydro City. Aesthetically, it still looks good, though I'm not too big a fan of how these cylinders were changed to be blue. In the original game, they were purple, mainly because they were matching the background. Yeah, they also changed the background in Mania too. I don't know, I always preferred the purple look more. But I do like how Mania's Hydro City reverses the mini-boss and Eggman boss fights. I thought that was pretty clever. Also, to any of you Hydrocity defenders, if Hydrocity is really how you're supposed to pronounce it, then how come in Sonic Mania Christian and company put a gap between the level names? Christian, no! Anyways, next up is Marble Garden. I really like this level, but I can also understand why a lot of people don't like it. Marble Garden is way more dynamic with its level layouts. You can build an insane amount of speed by running down this level's slopes. Plus, there are a shit ton of rings to be had in this zone. Marble Garden is just the ultimate example of Sonic 3 trying its hardest to be massive in scope for most of its levels. Seriously, just look at the level maps for this zone alone. It's fucking wild. I like these little things you can spin into to activate a few level structures. I like spin dashing on top of them so Sonic can bounce off them. It's pretty amusing. There's also these spin tops that you can use to traverse in the air, and to spin on the ground to gain even more speed, and break away a few level structures. I like to look at Marble Garden as sort of a successor to Marble Zone from Sonic 1. The ruins in the background of both levels also add to this idea. It's pretty neat. While I do think Marble Garden is an okay level, it is home to the most irritating badnik in Sonic 3. Bubbles. This annoying enemy can cause you to fall off your spin top, and when its spikes are out, he's basically invulnerable. Not even the insta-shield can kill him when his spikes are out. What the shit? But in Sonic 4, they pretty much turned him into a little homing attack bitch. So that was kind of funny. And before the one guy comments that Sonic 4 improved Bubbles. Act 2 leads to Eggman causing the entirety of Marble Garden to fall apart, leading to a segment where you have to avoid getting crushed. And the boss itself consists of Tails carrying Sonic to fight Eggman. This boss fight is alright as Sonic, but it's annoying as fuck when you're Tails. The hitbox on Eggman is so precise, and you can get hit and lose rings so easily as Tails. But for Knuckles, he does get his own unique boss fight for Act 2, which is pretty cool. Next up is one of my all-time favorite levels, Carnival Night. A pretty neat take of Casino Night, Carnival Night is awesome and looks terrific. I love all the balloons and all the intensely fast speed sections. Another one of my favorite aspects about Carnival Night are these 3D rotating barrels. As a kid, I used to just hop on these barrels just to watch Sonic's sprite rotate. It was so cool to look at. I also like how on some barrels, you can press up and down to make them move up and down, which I also really liked doing as a kid. And just for the record, no, I am not mentioning these specific set pieces to complain about the infamous Barrel of Doom in Act 2. Why? Because I never had an issue with this barrel in Act 2. How? Because like I said earlier, I was already messing around with the barrels when I first played this zone and knew that they can move up and down. So when I first got to this infamous barrel, I knew almost immediately how to get past it. I was really shocked to hear that so many people who first played this game got stuck at this stupid barrel. Do people really not like to mess around in Sonic levels to find cool shit? Good lord. Again, I just love how colorful Carnival Night is. One of my most favorite parts is how in Act 2, Knuckles shuts off the lights. The darker color palettes look really cool. Though, if you're playing the game in a dark room, god damn does your TV glow up when the power turns back on. One detail I like about the differences between the main story and Knuckles' story is that for Sonic and Tails, there are areas in Carnival Night that are submerged underwater, since Angel Island crashed into the ocean. But these same areas in Knuckles' story have no water in them since they raised Angel Island back into the sky in the main game. And again, Knuckles' story takes place after the main campaign. Also, going back to the October 93 prototype, obviously the music is different. However, the color palette for the underwater areas are also incorrect. But I kinda like the way they look. I know they're technically wrong, but I do like the purple tint when you're underwater. It looks kinda nice. Back to the final game. Interestingly enough, Knuckles doesn't even get a second act boss in Carnival Night. He just reaches the animal capsule and that's it. Meanwhile, Sonic and Tails have a regular boss fight. I guess I should also point out that Carnival Night is one of the most obvious music tracks that were handled by Michael Jackson. How do we know this? Well, apart from the prototype and Sonic and Knuckles collection using different songs, you remember that one song off Michael's Dangerous album, Jam? Well, get a load of this. God damn it, Michael! You're not even trying to be subtle with this one! Also, here's another cursed thing about Sonic 3. Someone on Twitter pointed out that there's apparently a spring in Carnival Night that's 1 pixel off the wall. Good god, this game is ruined. What am I gonna do now that my favorite Sonic game forgot to make sure that this one fucking spring wasn't 1 pixel off the wall?! Okay, next up is Ice Cap. A definite fan favorite, and it's pretty obvious why. Act 1 starts off with a cool snowboarding cutscene. You can't really do much besides jump, but it's still cool. That was not a pun. Ice Cap is easily one of the most beautiful and memorable levels from Sonic 3, in terms of graphics and music. Though, like Carnival Night, Ice Cap's music is most likely one of the tracks made by Michael Jackson and his team. If not by Michael, then most definitely by Brad Buxer. Need I bring up the hard time similarities again? My favorite version of Ice Cap's music is most definitely the second act. It sounds really pretty. Figured I'd add this in, but it's a real damn shame that Ice Cap is causing legal issues with the music. Like, in my opinion, it's one of the best tracks ever composed for a Sonic game, and they could pretty much never reuse it in any fashion. Like, remember the amazing Sonic 30th Anniversary Symphony? Sonic 3 and Knuckles got its own medley, and Ice Cap easily could have fit into that. It would have sounded beautiful, but unfortunately, Sega couldn't use it. Though I think it would have been funny if they decided to orchestrate the prototype music instead. That would have been hilarious. Next up is Launch Base, which was also the final zone in Sonic 3 alone, meaning we're at the midpoint of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This is the level where we see the Death Egg has been rebuilt and is about to launch back into space, hence the name of the level. My headcanon for Launch Base is that this entire zone was never originally on Angel Island, so I like to assume that Eggman built it here just for constructing the Death Egg again. But Carnival Night? That was Knuckles' idea, for sure. That shit was here way before Eggman showed up. I love how all throughout Act 1, we just see the Death Egg in the background. It's such a cool detail. Then at the end of Act 2, the Death Egg begins taking off, leading to Sonic and Tails having to stop it from heading back to space. One interesting difference about Launch Base Act 2 between Sonic 3 alone and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, upon beating Eggman, Sonic and Tails have to fight another boss, Big Arms. Big Arms served as the final boss for Sonic 3 alone since Launch Base ended up being the last level in that game. So I guess they included this boss as sort of a compromise, like, this is totally the final boss, we swear. It's a pretty cool boss fight. But if you play Sonic 3 connected with Sonic and Knuckles, you don't get to fight Big Arms as Sonic or Tails, but you do get to fight him as Knuckles. Probably because Knuckles' story is meant to be harder. But I do wish Sonic and Tails had the option to fight Big Arms as well. So after Sonic and Tails defeat Eggman, they stare as the massive Death Egg falls back to Angel Island. Good lord, imagine the earthquake. One super interesting piece of unused sprites in Sonic 3 is that there was actually a fleeing Eggman animation of him flying towards the falling Death Egg. I kinda wish this animation was still in the final game. It looks super cool. I should also mention that after beating Big Arms in Sonic 3 alone, you see the Death Egg kind of explode, and you also get to see the end credits. And to further add to the Michael Jackson conspiracy theories, take a gander at the end credits theme for Sonic 3 alone. That is literally Stranger in Moscow. And Sonic 3 came out a year before Michael debuted the song on his History album. Stranger in Moscow was apparently recorded around February to March of 1994, which was shortly after Sonic 3 debuted. What the shit? Also, take a wild guess who helped Michael create Stranger in Moscow.
Michael worked out a deal with Sega where Michael was going to do the music for Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Then he calls me and he says, Brad, get to work on doing the music for Sonic the Hedgehog 3. And he really wasn't up for doing a whole lot. Me and Matt Forger at Record One for a solid month did cues. And I delegated other people to help me, like Doug Grigsby and Daryl Ross and different people. But at the end of the day, we had about 41 cues, and they sounded really good. And so now we're in Moscow playing concerts there. And I come there and he's really, really sad. And there's a piano there, an upright piano. And he goes, just start playing something. And so one of the cues, like the very first cue I did for Sonic, was the verse for Stranger in Moscow, only played in a very cartoon-like way. But it's the exact notes, the exact key, the exact voicings, everything, right? So I played a bunch of stuff, and then I played that cue, but I played it in a much different way. I didn't play in a cartoonish way. I played it, just started playing. But it was the exact same chords, the exact same voicings, everything. I played that, and he really liked it. And that's basically the song, that's Stranger in Moscow. And he wrote beautiful lyrics to it, and basically the melody, for the most part, is just the top notes of the chords I'm playing. And the verse was born from one of the very first cues I did for Sega, for Sonic the Hedgehog. And the song came together in that hour and a half that morning in Moscow.
God bless you, Brad Buxer. So, since the title screen for Sonic and Knuckles shows the Death Egg falling into Angel Island, that means the next zone is the first part of Sonic and Knuckles, which leads us to Mushroom Hill. This level's pretty neat. I love the funky music, the bouncy mushrooms, and I really adore how Act 2 goes through a seasonal change. It kinda reminds me of Super Mario World. I don't have too much to say about Mushroom Hill. However, in the Sonic 3 prototype, there's no actual level for Mushroom Hill, or I guess Mushroom Valley as it was being called at that point in development, but fans were able to find an earlier color palette for the level in the prototype's code. Someone even made a reimagining of what the level might have looked like. It's pretty neat. The next level is Flying Battery. This zone is really cool, and it's obvious why they brought it back in Sonic Mania. I like the one bit where Sonic can be guided through these speed sections by using these gravity-defying spears. It looks sick. And while I did enjoy Mania's reimagining, I still prefer the original level. Mania's version made it to where the electric shield can cause Sonic to stick to electric ceilings, which looks neat, but I'm not too big a fan of it, even though it is a nice attention to detail. I think either version of the level has their strengths and weaknesses, really. Flying Battery is also technically the first level in the game to not take place on Angel Island, mainly since you're on a flying fortress that belongs to Eggman, which was always a really neat idea to me. And a part of me feels like Egg Fleet in Sonic Heroes was paying homage to Flying Battery, since it was using the same basic concepts, except somehow on an even bigger scope. Fun fact, while Flying Battery is the second level in Sonic and Knuckles, and the 8th level overall in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the original plan for this level was that it was initially going to take place between Carnival Night and Ice Cap, and you could still see that this was going to be the case in the Sonic 3 sound test. The original plan was that you were going to be shot to Flying Battery from Carnival Night, then after crashing through the door at the end of Flying Battery, you would have used the door to snowboard in Ice Cap. Obviously, they scrapped the zone in Sonic 3 and moved it to a different spot in Sonic and Knuckles. Fascinating. Even though it's really simple to beat, I do like how the mini-boss in Act 1 is a literal animal capsule. That was an interesting twist. The Eggman boss is pretty average stuff too. But when you first encounter Eggman in Act 2, he shows off probably the stupidest invention he's made so far. It's just the Wing Fortress boss from Sonic 2, except you can't jump up to hit it. Instead, you just have to avoid the laser and then wait for it to slowly destroy Flying Battery. Why the fuck did Eggman build this? It literally took down this entire level. Good God. Anyways, next up is Sandopolis. I like this level. In fact, it's one of my favorites in the whole game. I like the visuals, I like the music, the heatwave effect in the background looks cool, though if you have a headache while playing this game, it might hurt your eyes. But fuck this Scorpion Batnik and its stupid attack. He's like the shellcracker of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. A lot of people's biggest complaint with this level is that it could take forever to complete. While I personally don't have an issue with longer Sonic levels, especially for classic Sonic games, Sandopolis is easily the longest level in the game. Act 2 most definitely gets a lot of hate, but I still really like this act. I love the focus on the lighting here since the level gets progressively dark, so you have to keep lighting up the level with these switches. The way this act switches between color palettes looks pretty impressive. The biggest gimmick in this act is the ghosts. Basically, Sonic releases these ghosts from a capsule, and they slowly start to form and get angrier the darker the level gets. So you have to keep relighting up the level to keep them from attacking you. This can be a bit obnoxious, but it doesn't bother me personally. I still really like the idea of how Knuckles' version of the level takes place after the main story, so whenever he gets to Sandopolis, the ghosts are already out and running about. Great attention to detail, even though you might get killed quickly since you don't have rings at the start. Going back to Act 1, the mini-boss is this rock enemy that you can either knock into the quicksand yourself, or you could just lead it to jump right into the quicksand. Your choice. In Act 2, we fight another statue, being controlled by Eggman this time. However, you know what the name of this boss just so happens to be? The Egg Golem. What? After beating Sandopolis, we fall right down into Lava Reef. Lava Reef, obviously, is surrounded by tons of lava and fire hazards, so this zone can be super irritating unless you get the flame shield. Actually, Act 1 is where most of the lava elements are located. In Act 2, the level turns blue and has fewer fire elements to look for. Lava Reef is one of my favorite zones in the game. I love the aesthetic and I adore the music in both acts. Of course, Lava Reef was brought back in Sonic Mania, and I really liked a lot of the additions that Mania incorporated, mainly the backgrounds with those sick-ass looking volcanoes. However, one thing about Mania that I'm still perplexed about is that this level takes place after Oil Ocean, which, unlike Lava Reef, is not on Angel Island. Seriously, can someone please explain this to me? Did the submarine in Oil Ocean really jump all the way to Angel Island to reach Lava Reef? Look at the amount of distance this damn sub would have had to jump in order to do this. Holy fuck. One thing I like that Mania did was that in the original Lava Reef, you bump into this random machine just drilling into the ground, only to land in lava and fall apart. Well, that machine was made into a mini-boss for Lava Reef in Sonic Mania. I thought that was pretty cool. There wasn't too much info on earlier versions of Lava Reef. Most beta versions of Sonic and Knuckles didn't have a huge amount of differences, but we would actually end up finding some interesting beta stuff from, of all places, the October 93 prototype. There's leftover data in the ROM for Lava Reef. A fan went out of their way to restore some of the level's earlier assets, and it looks pretty interesting. The color palette is much different to how it looks in the final game, but I do prefer the final look for Lava Reef. Still, this was really cool to find in that Sonic 3 prototype. This will probably be the last time I'll bring it up for now. Going back to the final game, I love that one little detail in Act 2 where the Death Egg ignites the entirety of Lava Reef again. I always thought that looked pretty badass. Well, after beating Lava Reef, it leads us to our first one-act zone, which is Hidden Palace. What? That cut level from Sonic 2? Nah, besides the name, it's nothing at all like that level. It's really brief, and it's mainly for the big boss encounter with Knuckles himself, who is unbelievably easy to beat. Afterwards, this is also the zone where we get to see Knuckles realize that Eggman was using him just to get to the Master Emerald, to which Eggman steals it while also shocking the crap out of Knuckles. With Knuckles defeated and realizing Eggman tricked him, the Red Boy decides to team up with Sonic and Tails. So Knuckles leads them to this teleporter that takes the boys up to Sky Sanctuary. Sky Sanctuary is a one-act zone that consists of egg robos flying about, and you just gotta climb to the top to reach the escaping Death Egg. I love the image of the Death Egg taking off in the background. It really makes it feel like we're reaching the grand finale of the game. Plus, there's that weird fucking Easter egg that Cybershell made a video about, where near the start of the level, if you duck in the right spot near Knuckles, it'll trigger this shooing animation by him. It's such an odd detail that they didn't need to put in the game, but they did it anyway, and I really like it. Also, I really love the way that Sonic Generations handled Sky Sanctuary for both classic and modern Sonics. Both their levels were really fun and great. Yeah, that's all I've got to say about the Generations remake. The visuals look nice, the remixes sounded awesome, and I really like it. Plus, seeing a proper 3D Death Egg model in the actual games for the first time was really fucking cool. But if there was one thing missing from the Generations remake, it was the most obvious enemy from Sky Sanctuary, Mecha Sonic, who is one of the most underrated versions of Metal Sonic ever, and he's also greatly underused too. In this zone, you fight him 3 times. The first 2 times are callbacks to Sonic 1's Green Hill boss and Sonic 2's Metropolis boss, and the final encounter is you fighting him on his own, which is piss easy. Hilariously enough, the first time I technically saw Mecha Sonic was in the original version of the Super Mario Bros. Z fan series. As a kid, I remember being absolutely terrified of this character. So when I first played through Sonic 3 and Knuckles and saw Mecha Sonic for the first time, I was like, holy shit, it's the antagonist of SMBZ! Only to find out that his boss fights were unbelievably easy. Interestingly, Sky Sanctuary is where Knuckles' story ends, which also means that Mecha Sonic is the final boss. Knuckles' Mecha Sonic fight is a bit more difficult, but it could still be pretty easy once you master Mecha Sonic's patterns. But since Knuckles' story ends at Sky Sanctuary, that means he doesn't gain access to the final major zone in the game, which both Sonic and Tails get to go to. This is, of course, the Death Egg. Unlike Sonic 2, where the Death Egg was just a hallway that led to the original Robo-Sonic and Death Egg Robo boss fights, in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the Death Egg has been made into a full-fledged zone with 2 acts. The Death Egg is understandably difficult, and for a final zone, it's honestly pretty brilliant. Act 1 is solid enough, with some fun set pieces like the disappearing floors, the amount of electric shields you can find. This is one of the only levels with electric attacks that the shields can protect you from. And of course, there's the loop-de-loos. Really pointless set pieces that don't add anything to the level design, but it still looks cool. I really like the background in Act 1. It always reminded me of Return of the Jedi. Death Egg Act 2 is where things get a bit annoying, but I still really like it. This act introduces these anti-gravity mechanics, so you'll find yourself running on ceilings and whatnot. This zone is just crazy as hell, and while it's a great final level, I'd probably say this is my least favorite one in the game. Yes, I think Sandopolis is better than Death Egg. Despite this, I still think it's super cool that they made Death Egg into an actual zone. Oh yeah, Sonic Forces brought the Death Egg back, and gave one of its levels to Classic Sonic, which ended up being one of the most soulless and underwhelming recreations of Sonic and Knuckles' Death Egg ever. Seriously, I almost forgot to mention that Forces even brought this zone back at all. That's how boring I thought this version of the level was. In comparison with how amazingly well Sky Sanctuary was handled in Sonic Generations, which came out 6 whole years before Sonic Forces, was pretty pathetic. Which is kind of a shame because this was technically the first modern Sonic game to have a proper Death Egg level. What a waste. And to make it worse, they didn't even do remixes of the Death Egg music. Why not? The Death Egg is not the zone that's causing legal issues. What was the point? Moving on, with the Death Egg being the last zone, this clearly means we also encounter the final boss. After beating the normal Act 2 boss, we end up facing off another massive Eggman Robo, this time dubbed the Great Eggman Robo. But some of you may recognize him as Malicious Fingers, which was the name of the OC remix from the Project Chaos album. Great fucking album, by the way. If you love Sonic 3 and Knuckles soundtrack, and you also love overclocked remixes, then go listen to this album if you haven't. It's wild that Project Chaos turns 15 this year. The Great Eggman Robo has Sonic smashing its fingers at first, which leads to a second phase where it's using a massive laser weapon powered by the Master Emerald. This final boss is incredible. It's probably my favorite final boss in any classic Sonic game. I get the feeling that Sonic 3 and Knuckles was made with the mindset of, this is gonna be the final Sonic game. It feels like a great end to the trilogy plus CD. Not to mention, the final boss music is one of the best songs in the game. It just sounds so grand and epic. I absolutely love it. Upon defeating the Great Eggman Robo, Eggman tries to take off with the Master Emerald, so Sonic has to chase him down and destroy his Eggmobile for the last time. But guess what? That's not where it ends. Obviously, if you're not a stupid fucking clod, you may have realized that we need to recollect the Chaos Emeralds again. The game literally started out with Knuckles stealing them. Of course, you have to get the Chaos Emeralds by beating special stages, but unlike the first game in CD where you need to collect 50 rings, then jump at a big ring at the end, or Sonic 2 where you need to get 50 rings, run past a signpost, and jump into the sparkles, the way Sonic 3 and Knuckles handles getting to the special stages is honestly one of my favorite aspects about the game and its level designs. You have to actually go out of your way to find these massive, rotating special rings that are hidden in certain parts of the levels. This greatly encourages the player to explore the levels more, which I really love. These special rings are so well hidden that I still have yet to find all of them. So every time I come across a new one that I didn't find in a previous playthrough, it feels really neat. The special stages in Sonic 3 and Knuckles are these 3D rotating stages where you have to collect a certain number of blue spears. Collecting all the blue spears will grant you a Chaos Emerald. Plus, if you get a perfect square of blue spears, it'll turn every spear into a ring. Collecting every ring in a special stage will give you a perfect bonus, which gives you enough points to earn a continue. Which is kind of fucking pointless because this game has a save feature, but whatever. Obviously, you have to avoid the red spears, because touching one will boot you out the special stage, causing you to have to find another special ring in the level. This special stage, obviously referred to as Blue Spear by everyone, is pretty cool. I've heard the 3D rotations can be a bit much for some people. In comparison with the Sonic 1, 2, and CD special stages, Blue Spear is probably my favorite special stage from the original Genesis games. But I do still like the 2011 recreations of Sonic CD special stages, and I think Sonic Mania special stages are probably my all-time favorite, but Blue Spear is still super dope. And collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds will, once again, grant you access to becoming Super Sonic. Not only that, but Knuckles also has a super form too. Meanwhile, Tails gets Jack All. Both Super Sonic and Super Knuckles are really fun to play as, but both of them still have the same issues that Super Sonic did in Sonic 2, mainly where you can't change back to normal until you run out of rings. But there are 2 improvements with the super forms in Sonic 3. To become Super, instead of collecting 50 rings and simply jumping, you have to actually press the jump button again to transform. This is really convenient since it no longer means that you have to avoid jumping after getting 50 rings now. You do still have to wait for your rings to run out to change back to normal, but there is a second option. Enter a bonus stage as a super form, then when you exit the bonus stage, you'll be back to your normal form. Yep, the bonus stages can turn off the super form. I still would have preferred a dedicated button for turning on and off the super form, but this option is still good. However, upon getting all the Chaos Emeralds and reaching Mushroom Hill Zone, as Sonic and Tails, you'll get a cutscene of Knuckles exiting a small room. You can enter the room for yourself to see, whoa, a rainbow special ring? Jumping into it will take you to the Master Emerald Shrine in Hidden Palace Zone. You then see the Chaos Emeralds leave Sonic, and cause these massive colorless emeralds to appear. Jumping onto them will lead you to more Blue Spear special stages. Yep, we have 7 more Blue Spear stages to complete, and these are way tougher than the Sonic 3 portion of the game. Some of these stages are claustrophobic as fuck, and require the right button input, otherwise you're getting a red spear and losing a special stage. Best of freaking luck if you try to go for all the special stages. Anyways, beating these special stages will actually reward you with a Super Emerald? What the fuck is a Super Emerald? Well, they're a gimmick that, at this point in time, has only appeared in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Not even Sonic and Knuckles alone included them. It's only Sonic 3 and Knuckles that really utilize the Super Emeralds. So what happens when you collect all 7 Super Emeralds? You'll gain access to Hyper Sonic and Hyper Knuckles. Case in point, these two are literal gods. Hypersonic is glowing every color of the rainbow, has an air dash move that can also act as a double jump, and he can breathe underwater. Plus, using an air dash causes the screen to flash white, which kills every Batnik that's on screen. It looks rad as hell, but I wouldn't be shocked if I heard that this flash effect hurts people's eyes. Also, defeating Knuckles as Hypersonic is still one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But seriously, how could a god expect to beat another god?
Do I look like I need your power?
Yeah, probably. When it comes to Hyper Knuckles, he's glowing pink, can glide and climb walls much faster, and gliding into a wall can cause a mini earthquake, which can kill any Batnik on screen too. The Hyper forms are insane, and I'm really sad that they never made a comeback in a future game. Thanks a lot, Azuka. You know, it's funny that I make that joke, because Sonic 3 and Knuckles was actually one of the first Sonic games that Takashi Azuka ever worked on. Interesting. Oh yeah, Tails can also go after the Super Emeralds. Collecting all of them doesn't give him a Hyper form, but he does finally get a Super form. Yes, Super Tails is finally a reality, and he is insanely overpowered. He can fly for a really long time, and most notably, he's being followed by his Flicky Army of Death, as 2010 Some Call Me Johnny labeled them. And that name is stupid accurate. These Flickies can fly at Batniks and kill them, along with taking care of bosses just fine too. Seriously, you don't even need to move in most boss fights as Super Tails. Both Hyperforms and Super Tails are incredible rewards for getting all 14 emeralds. But do they do anything else aside from giving the player the good ending for all 3 characters? Well, Knuckles' story ends with Sky Sanctuary, and Tails ends with the final boss in the Death Egg. For Sonic though, collecting either set of emeralds will give him access to the true final zone, Doomsday Zone. Doomsday Zone involves Sonic transforming and chasing down Eggman, who's still trying to make one last effort to escape with the Master Emerald. You can still get to this zone as Super Sonic, but I still recommend getting Hypersonic because it'll give you a better ending. The first part of Doomsday Zone involves avoiding a bunch of asteroids and missiles, leading Sonic needing to direct Eggman's homing missiles back at him to take him down. Then, in the brief second phase, you dodge more asteroids and just ram into Eggman until he starts blowing up. While Doomsday Zone sounds like a pretty basic level, for the finale, it's pretty epic. The fact that only Sonic has proper access to it also makes playing through the game as Sonic all the more special. I guess Doomsday Zone is also the first technical Supersonic finale the series ever did. After defeating Eggman, Sonic flies back down to Earth with the Master Emerald, with Tails catching both of them. Then they fly back to Angel Island to return the Master Emerald. After doing so, the floating island heads back into the sky. In the good ending, we get an extra shot of Sonic and Tails flying off in the distance, with Knuckles walking on screen. He smiles and pretty much gives his respect to Sonic and Tails for returning his Master Emerald. This ending is GOAT. It's my favorite ending to any classic Sonic game. I honestly don't care to mention what the bad endings are like, because the good ending is just so perfect and absolutely worth it. Knuckles' good ending is about the same, though during the credits, Angel Island floats up for a really long time. It nearly reaches space too. Good lord. Also, I don't mean to ruin this game more, but I'm pretty sure the end credits are misaligned too. Well. When it comes to the extra content in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, well, there's competition mode. This is pretty much the main multiplayer mode, but you could also play it as one player too. Unlike Sonic 2's multiplayer where you had access to 3 full stages and the half-pipe special stages, instead, Sonic 3's competition mode includes 6 original zones. The zones are Azure Lake, Balloon Park, Chrome Gadget, Desert Palace, and Endless Mine. These are just mini levels that are mainly about just running 5 laps around the level. There's also a few items and stuff that can be used to throw off the other player. It's not an amazing multiplayer mode, but with how packed Sonic 3's single player mode is, I still like that they added this in. Plus, each of these levels have their own original music, which all sound great. The music in Balloon Park would make a comeback in Sonic Heroes, plus Jun Sonoe made an awesome remix of the song in Sonic Generations. While we're on that topic, Endless Mine's music is literally just an early version of Escape from the City from SA2. I'm not joking, look it up. And that's pretty much all that Sonic 3 and Knuckles has to offer. But I guess focusing on the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge, well, if you put Sonic 2 on the cart, it'll let you play as Knuckles in Sonic 2. I already briefly mentioned this in my Sonic 2 re-review, so I'll just say, this option is super dope and I really love it. However, what happens when you put Sonic 1 or any other Genesis game on the cartridge? Well, you'll be given access to what fans call Blue Spear. This is a version of the game that is entirely dedicated to the Blue Spear special stages, and locking into Sonic 1 will grant you access to literal millions of Blue Spear stages that are all generated at random. I personally don't want to sit down for several hours of my life just playing Blue Spear over and over again, but if you really love these special stages, then, well, go nuts. Also, quick shout out to Blue Spear Guy, wherever you are. And that's pretty much all of Sonic 3 and Knuckles that I have to talk about. Basically, this is my favorite Sonic game of all time. Even after nearly 10 years of playing through it again and again, I still love this game. Hell, just for this review alone, I've had to play through this game about 12 to 13 times, and across 3 different versions too, 2 of which I'll get to in just a moment. And after all that, I still can't get enough of this game. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is just jam-packed with so much content. It's insanely replayable, it looks fantastic, it controls brilliantly, the soundtrack is incredible, the scope is outstanding, it perfects so much about the level design, and it's just a perfectly crafted game. How could I not recommend this game? It's probably the biggest classic Sonic game we'll ever get. No, not even Sonic Mania could top its scope and ambition. I love all the levels, I love all the music, I love the story, I love the competition mode, I love Blue Spear, I love Knuckles, I love this game. I've talked about how much I love this game for over an hour now, so you probably get it by this point. I'd say go out and get this game, but that's where it gets kinda complicated. Currently, you can only buy this game on Xbox Live Arcade and Steam. But why?
Oh boy.
Well, since January 2011, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has not really been ported. Initially, Sonic 3 along with Sonic and Knuckles were always included on Sonic game collections. You know, like Sonic Jam and the Mega collections. But when it comes to Genesis game collections, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has almost always been left out, even though Sonic 1 and 2 are there just fine. Both Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles were released on the Wii Virtual Console in September 2007 and February 2010 respectively. The Sonic and Knuckles port even had lock-on abilities with Sonic 1, 2, and 3. Obviously, if they're gonna sell this game, they should always include the lock-on features. Sonic Jam even had the ability to do that, plus the lock-on games were unlockable in Mega Collection. But when it comes to, say, other 7th gen game consoles, well, the Xbox 360 got ports of both Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles on the Xbox Live Arcade, which you can still get today, even if you have an Xbox One or a Series X. However, this port isn't that great, mainly since it was handled by Backbone Entertainment. Backbone's ports are usually okay, but the way they handled Sonic 3 and Knuckles is just, ugh. First off, they're both $5, so you need $10 to get the full game. Not only that, but you have to go into Sonic and Knuckles and check the bonus content section. This'll give you access to the lock-on games. That's good, right? No. My biggest complaint about this port is because of one simple thing. Sonic 3's save function was completely butchered. Remember how you had 6 save slots? Well, in the Xbox Live ports, you don't get to choose a save slot. Instead, you start the game without a choice, and the only save functionality that you have is the save states, which are in every other Backbone port. They literally took away a useful feature from the original game. Why? I mean, if you don't mind using save states, then I guess this port gets the job done alright. But this really is one of the weakest ways of playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Weirdly enough, the PS3 never got these ports of Sonic 3 or Sonic and Knuckles. It did get Backbone Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 ports, but that was about it. However, there was another option for those with a PS3, which was somehow worse than the Xbox Live ports. This is Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection, released for the PS3 and the Xbox 360 in February 2009. This collection included 49 games, including 9 unlockable games that were arcade and Master System games. This would also end up being the last major Genesis collection to feature Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. So what exactly is so bad about this collection? Well, it's perfectly fine for just about every other game, except the 2 big ones. For some stupid asinine reason, this collection doesn't give you an option to use the Sonic and Knuckles lock-on features. Are you fucking kidding me? You know, this collection has these fun facts sections for each game, and in Sonic and Knuckles fun facts, it actually talks about the game's lock-on features. So you included a fun fact about the game's lock-on capabilities, and proceeded to not include them in this port? Really? This exclusion was an obvious major complaint that this collection received when it first released. According to this collection's producer, the reason why the lock-on functionality was excluded was apparently because of tight development times, and including them would have meant dropping certain titles from the collection altogether, because 9 of the unlockable games were non-Genesis, and required unique emulation solutions. What the fuck are you talking about? You're really trying to tell me you couldn't fit more than one emulator on a multi-gigabyte Blu-ray disc? How big were the damn ROM files? You really couldn't fit these teeny tiny megabyte Genesis ROMs on a 25 gigabyte Blu-ray disc? Plus the Xbox 360 disc also held up to nearly 8 gigabytes. What kind of emulators were you using? You fucked me again, Backbone Entertainment. Fun fact, the title of this collection in other countries just plainly called it the Sega Mega Drive Ultimate Collection. but when they released it in the States, they felt the need to title it Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection. Like Americans were too fucking stupid to remember what a Sega Genesis was, so they had to slap Sonic on it just to sell copies. Fuck this broke-ass collection. You know what the worst offense with this collection is? Looking on the back, it clearly shows a screenshot from Sonic 3, but it mislabeled the game as Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Boy, sure hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Hell, even though this other collection doesn't even have Sonic 3 and Knuckles on it, you'd be much better off getting the Sega Genesis Classics collection. It's the one collection available for PS4 and PS5 users, which also means that those users don't have access to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which sucks. And if you're a Nintendo user, well, time to crank out that Wii or Wii U, then homebrew it so you can install Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles on it, because the Wii Virtual Console is long dead, and Sega Genesis games are not on the Wii U Virtual Console, mainly because Sega of America didn't want to support the Wii U, so ha ha. Also, remember Sega M2? The people who did the Nintendo Switch ports of Sonic 1 and 2? Well, they've apparently said that there are no plans for a Sonic 3 and Knuckles port. Not to mention, remember those excellent mobile remasters of Sonic 1 and 2 by Christian Whitehead and Simon Tomley? Well, at the end of their Sonic 2 port, the good ending shows the Death Egg crashing into Angel Island. Then the end screen basically teased that a Sonic 3 and Knuckles remaster was also on the way. Actually, Christian and Simon both created this proof of concept video showing Sonic 3 and Knuckles running on mobile devices, and it looked like it was going to be just as good as their Sonic 1 and 2 ports, and not to mention Christian's Sonic CD port in 2011. Unfortunately, even though Sega was offered this great port, they ultimately declined Christian and Simon's offer to remaster Sonic 3. Why?
Well, if you thought this review has already gone on for long enough, you're probably right, but tough shit, I still got more stuff I want to bring up.
This leads us to the Steam port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Yes, Sega put the game on Steam as one game, which is ideal. This Steam port, to my knowledge, remains the last time Sonic 3 and Knuckles was ever ported. But why? So, remember Brad Buxer? Well, apparently, after the Steam port was released, I think him or someone else must have realized, wait a minute, why aren't I getting royalties for this game? Okay, I do want to clarify, I don't know if this is 100% true, but pretty much, this Steam port has essentially led to Sega not wanting to port Sonic 3 and Knuckles again, or even include it in recent Genesis collections. Mainly because it's very likely they're trying to avoid ongoing legal issues that still persist with the game's soundtrack. Now, this hasn't been confirmed by Sega or even by Brad Buxer, at least not to my knowledge, but it's become pretty obvious. As of right now, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has not received a port in 10 years, which is insane. Especially when you compare it to the crazy amount of times that Sonic 1 and 2 have been ported. Now, some of you might say, well, maybe Sonic 3 and Knuckles isn't ported as often because maybe it's not as popular as Sonic 1 and 2. To that I'd like to reply with,
What the fuck are you talking about? Who cares?
yeah, I'm pretty sure Sega would not be against porting this game alongside Sonic 1, 2, Spinball, 3D Blast, Mean Bean Machine, you get my point. So I'm pretty certain that Sonic 3 hasn't been ported due to these alleged legal issues and not because it's not as popular as Sonic 1 or 2. Especially with the large amount of fans who have been begging for another port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. What's funny is that it's just Sonic 3 that's causing problems. Sonic and Knuckles is totally fine. This was mainly since Michael Jackson, Brad Buxer, and everyone else worked on the music during Sonic 3's development, and were pretty much long gone when Sonic and Knuckles was being worked on. I'm also very positive that Sega would not be against porting Sonic and Knuckles on its own, but since the whole purpose of Sonic and Knuckles was that it was designed to be connected with Sonic 3, since it's literally the second half of the game, I assume Sega doesn't include Sonic and Knuckles in collections since they know for certain that people will complain at them for excluding Sonic 3, which would add more to the speculation that Sonic 3's music is causing problems. You're also probably thinking, well, if Sonic 3 is causing this many problems, then why don't they just remove the ports on Steam and Xbox Live? Well, if they were to be removed by Sega, this could potentially be used in court as admission of guilt. So, they're kinda stuck there for now. Again, I just want to clarify, these legal issues have not been confirmed, and Sega clearly can't comment on this. It's a shame, but that's just how it is at this point in time. So please, stop asking the social media team about Sonic 3's legal issues. They can't comment on it. Leave them alone. And please don't go harass Brad Buxer either. Okay? Are we clear? Okay. However, despite these ongoing problems, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is on Steam for a measly $5. So you know what that means, right? Fans have access to an officially distributed ROM file of the game, which means mods can roam free. There are two best ways of playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles, so I'll discuss both for a bit. First off, a little backstory. Back in the mid-90s, there were actually plans to put out a special edition version of Sonic the Hedgehog 3, which would have included Sonic and Knuckles on the same cart. So effectively, this meant you wouldn't have to buy both games to get the full experience. However, this special release of Sonic 3 never saw the light of day, but some betas for it did leak online, and there was also a listing for the game where it was referred to as Sonic 3 Plus. Where have I heard that before? While this version of Sonic 3 was never released, the core idea of this version of the game would be incorporated and perfected in the excellent 2013 ROM hack, Sonic 3 Complete. This, for a long time, was the best way to play Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This ROM hack also included options to play Sonic 3 alone, Sonic and Knuckles alone, along with Blue Spear, obviously. This ROM hack included a shitload of bug fixes and some amazing customization options. I can't even begin to mention every little thing this great ROM hack brought to the table, so I'll just say go watch Cybershell's best way to play Sonic 3 video that he made about the ROM hack, since he basically covers all the best aspects about it. Plus, you can even get the ROM hack built into a proper Genesis cartridge, so you can get it running on real hardware if you want. It's pretty sick. But what if you don't want to play Sonic 3 and Knuckles with all the limitations and other issues with playing on Genesis hardware? Well, there is a second option, and honestly, it's probably the best option you can choose. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sonic 3 Air, a fan project that initially began as a demonstration showing Sonic 3 running in widescreen, and eventually turned into a full-fledged HD port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The way it works is that you have to own the game on Steam. It could work with any ROM of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but the creator of Air heavily recommends buying the ROM on Steam. That way it could be the most legal way of playing it. Sonic 3 Air runs on a self-made engine that rips all the assets and everything from the Sonic 3 and Knuckles ROM, and basically reverse engineers the game to run on PC hardware instead of emulation. This project was created by a Sonic fan known as Eukaryote, who has essentially made the HD widescreen port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles that Christian Whitehead and Simon Tomley wanted to make about a decade ago. Not only will I shout out Eukaryote, but I also want to give one to DJ Spindash, who remastered all of Sonic 3 and Knuckles' sound and music, just so Air could both look and sound good. Great fucking job, boys. Hell, they even went out of their way to make Air compatible with Mac. Yep, it's not just exclusive to Windows. Shit, even Linux users have an option to play Sonic 3 Air as well. That is incredible. You're probably thinking, yeah, the widescreen support and other things are cool, but I kinda miss all the customization options and all the other things that Sonic 3 Complete had. I felt that way too. But guess what? Sonic 3 Air also has a majority of those options too. If you're also thinking, but Sonic 3 Air is still missing key features from Sonic 3 Complete. Well, Sonic 3 Air is mod supported, and fans have been going out of their way to port over most of Sonic 3 Complete's options to be usable in Air. Not everything from Complete is here, but there's still a lot, plus even more mods if you're browsing Game Banana and whatnot. Honestly, Sonic 3 Air was a pleasant surprise for me, and I'm really happy it exists. But I'll still commend Sonic 3 Complete for pretty much setting the foundation for Sonic 3 Air to perfect. Try to look at these two options like this. You want to play the best version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but still on Genesis hardware? Well, play Sonic 3 Complete. Or if you want a Christian Whitehead and stealth-like remaster, and with most of the same customization options from Sonic 3 Complete ported over, then get Sonic 3 Air. Both sides win. Alright, I'm gonna quickly try to add this in, because I'm sure a ton of you are gonna leave comments calling me out for this. So, yes, I am aware of the Sonic Origins collection. Though, as of right now, I really hope we get more info on it soon. Azuka said it was gonna come out before the second movie, which is in April, so hopefully we'll get something in early 2022. I guess right now I'll say that I'm happy that they're gonna most likely use the Christian Whitehead ports. I'm just really hoping that Christian and Stealth are involved in some way, because otherwise I'm kinda concerned. Especially since Sonic 3 and Knuckles is finally gonna get a remaster. Like, I'm sure it's not gonna be better than Sonic 3 Air, like that's impossible, but it's still gonna be an official remaster. That's really cool. Also, if they caved and decided to just change the music to Ice Cap, Carnival Night, and Launch Base, then whatever. Like, yeah, it sucks, but as long as Origins is coming to Steam, we could just mod the original music back in. So it'd be better than nothing. I'm gonna assume they're just gonna use the prototype music like in the Sonic and Knuckles collection, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Also, I do want to play this clip from my original Sonic 3 and Knuckles review from 2016. You'll see why in a bit. Okay, this was gonna be the part where I was gonna flip out and just tell Sega to give Christian Whitehead more money and to give him another chance and to make that Sonic 3 and Knuckles port he was gonna make. But before I could finish recording all the stuff I needed for my review, Sonic Mania got announced at that 25th anniversary party, and I can't wait to play that game since Christian Whitehead and Stealth are both part of it. And who knows, maybe if Sonic Mania sells, which it's going to, maybe he'll be able to make that port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And who knows, maybe Sega will give him the option to put his ports of Sonic 1 and 2 on Steam and other consoles. So yeah, I can't wait for Sonic Mania, and I hope Christian Whitehead can get that port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles made. So yeah, I guess my wish from 5 years ago is finally coming true. I hope we get more info on Origin soon, hope the Sonic 3 remaster's good, and yeah. Okay, I have talked enough about Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So I'll end this review by thanking everyone who was involved with making this game, while also giving shoutouts to others. Obviously, huge thanks to Yuji Naka, Hirokazu Yasuhara, Takashi Iizuka, the entirety of Sonic 3's sound team and composers ranging from Michael Jackson's crew, and the STI sound team, including Jun Sonoya, Howard Drawson and company, shout out to Brad Buxer. Also, special thanks to Naoto Oshima. He didn't work on 3 and Knuckles, but he still designed Sonic, so that's respectable. I also still would like to hear that alleged audio tape that Michael Jackson sent in. If that actually exists somewhere, then let's hope it gets leaked soon. Next, I want to give a shout out to the Sonic 3 Complete team, which are all of these people right here. Thank you all for making what was, for a long time, the best way to play Sonic 3 and Knuckles. You all did an outstandingly good job. And of course, special thanks to the creator of Sonic 3 Air, You Carry It, plus the rest of his team, including DJ Spindash and company. Thank you all for making what is hands down the best way to play Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Keep up the great work, every single one of you. I love y'all. Honestly, it's such a good ass time to be a classic Sonic fan. Not just with Sonic 3 Air existing, but also those decompilations of Christian Whitehead's Sonic 1, 2, and CD remasters, done by Rubber Ducky Cole. Also, special thanks to Sonic Retro, mainly for being just one of the best Sonic fan sites with a great amount of information and trivia on the development of these games. Just a great community all around. A weird shout out, but special thanks to Mode5.net for providing excellent, high quality recordings of Genesis soundtracks off authentic hardware. That was where I got the soundtrack for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I also got a few soundtracks for use in other videos too. This is also probably the best way to get Sonic 3 and Knuckles soundtracks, since there's no way in hell Sega will ever be able to release an actual soundtrack album for it. There actually was a soundtrack album released in 1994 called Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, which contains synthesized remixes of music mostly from Sonic and Knuckles. So I'm not really sure why Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is in the title. The arrangements are okay. There was also a remix of the Sonic and Knuckles theme by Howard Drawson, included on the 1996 album, Sega Tunes Virtual Sonic. It sounded really good. Also, quick shout out to the Brickster, who's been uploading some really cool remasters of old video game music uncompressed, including a few Sonic tracks, so go check out their channel if you have not. One last person I'll shout out is, of course, Cybershell. I feel like I've given him a shout out in most of my Sonic reviews lately. And obviously, I recommend checking out his Sonic 3 bonus video. It's pretty epic. And that just about wraps it up, I hope. I love Sonic 3 and Knuckles, go play Sonic 3 Air. I'll see you all in the next review, and thanks for watching. In the mid-90s, the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis console war was in full effect. Near the end of the 4th console generation, Nintendo was getting prepared to launch their next console, the Ultra 64, later just called the N64. Sega was also looking to release a new console, but they were almost dependent on keeping the Sega Genesis alive, especially since it was their most successful console up to that point. Earlier in the 90s, you may remember when Sega released the Sega CD attachment for the Genesis, which didn't sell very well and only had a handful of decent games, including Sonic CD. Obviously, the next step would have been for Sega to release their next game console to compete with the N64, which was exactly what they were planning to do, in Japan. You see, the communication between both Sega of Japan and America have not really been the greatest thing, especially back in the 90s. So while Sega of Japan was working on a new console to succeed the Mega Drive, Sega of America figured they should make a new attachment for the Genesis. So on November 21st, 1994, the company would release the Sega 32X. Then just one day later in Japan, the Sega Saturn came out. Well, this is pretty awkward. So while the Sega Saturn was doing well in Japan, the 32X would go on to sell miserably around the world. It would later go down as one of the biggest failures in gaming history. It's definitely one of Sega's biggest embarrassments. But you're probably wondering, were there at least any decent games on it like the Sega CD had? Maybe? I don't know. However, one thing that the Sega CD definitely had over the 32X was a Sonic game. The 32X and also technically the Saturn would both be infamous for not having a Sonic game made for the system. How come? Well, I guess the most that we got for a main title Sonic game on the 32X was Sonic 32X, aka Sonic Mars. It was being worked on by the American team in STI, but it didn't get very far into development on the 32X. So the production of Sonic Mars got moved from the 32X to the Sega Saturn, where it eventually evolved into Sonic X-Treme, which ended up getting cancelled horribly, but that's a topic for another video. However, around the time the 32X was being made, a Sonic-related game did also start production. This leads me to one of the most well-known Mega Drive demos, Sonic Crackers. This was a short pitch for a new Sonic title that had Sonic and Tails running around. However, they were both attached to each other by some rubber band-looking mechanic. This was pretty much a demonstration of how to do a multiplayer Sonic game without Sonic outrunning Tails on screen, which usually happened in Sonic 2 and 3. While the game including Sonic and Tails wasn't picked up, the rubber band gameplay from the pitch did get greenlit. So Sega CS were told to move the game's production from the Mega Drive to the 32X. Tails got removed from the game as a playable character, and Sonic would get converted into Mighty the Armadillo, who was an earlier design concept for Sonic back then, along with also being in the 1993 Sega Sonic arcade game. Not only that, but they threw in Knuckles the Echidna and created 3 more characters. SBO the Chameleon, Vector the Crocodile, who was actually included in an earlier concept for Sonic, the Sonic the Hedgehog band. He was the keyboardist. And the last character was Charmy B. These 3, along with Mighty, would be dubbed the Chaotix. And thus the title of the game ended up being Chaotix. In Japan. Yeah, for some reason in Europe and America, they called the game Knuckles Chaotix. I guess they figured that no one was gonna buy this game if they just called it Chaotix. So they put Knuckles' name on it to try to sell more copies. Did it really matter? It's not like the game was gonna sell that well to begin with, it was on the 32X for fuck's sake. And that's pretty much the development of this game as a whole. And since the game barely sold anything and the 32X was a huge flop, Knuckles Chaotix ended up being the only Sonic related title to be released for the add-on. In my previous Coop reviews, I tried to play every Genesis game on authentic hardware, but for this game, well, copies of Knuckles Chaotix can be super expensive, along with the goddamn 32X add-on too. Not only that, but I only have a Model 1 Genesis, and the 32X was clearly made for the Model 2. So even if I had the 32X, I would still have to put some weird metal prongs into my Model 1 Genesis just to play one game. Plus, I'd also need to get that stupid fucking useless video cable just so the graphics display properly, which is really fucking dumb. Why did the 32X fail again? So I'm not going to be able to play this on authentic hardware. Guess I'll just have to play a port of this game on a different console, which doesn't exist. Yep, Knuckles Chaotix has never ever been ported. It's never been included on any Sega or Sonic Genesis collections. The game's not even on Steam either. Why not? Apparently, this game was planned to be included on the Sonic Gems collection alongside CD, Fighters, and R, but it got scrapped because Sonic Team had difficulty emulating the game. Damn. So, I guess for this video, I have no choice but to play this game on the Kiga Fusion emulator, which emulates Chaotix fine enough, though I did notice there might be a few graphical errors while playing the game. So just keep in mind while watching, this game doesn't emulate perfectly. I also used some subtle scanlines filter on this old footage for some reason. Oh yeah, I originally recorded all this gameplay footage back in 2018 when I was gonna review the game back then, but I ended up scrapping it. So here we are nearly 4 years later. I am so sorry. At the very least, I did use my Mayflash Mega Drive controller adapter to play the game, so that's about as close to authentic as I'll get with this review. Before I delve into the game, I'm gonna pull a Cybershell for a moment and bring up the game's box art. Specifically, I just want to compliment the hell out of the Japanese box art. Look at how rad this cover looks. Holy shit, it's so godlike. If anyone at the Sonic social media team or whatever is watching right now, please sell posters of this box art on the Sega shop. I would buy 50 copies of it. I am in love with this box art. They even put it in the Sonic Encyclopedia. Bless up. Okay, let's talk about the actual game. The plot of Knuckles Chaotix, at least according to the original Japanese manual and the encyclopedia, a mysterious island ends up emerging out of the ocean, apparently due to the events of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Eggman decides to investigate the island and ends up discovering that the giant rings from Angel Island are also on this island. Going into them helps Eggman discover the Chaos Rings, crystallized power sources of the Master Emerald. So Eggman decides to create his own Dark Rings and immediately builds the new Tragic High Zone, the main location of the game. Knuckles shows up to investigate what's going on, but he soon discovers that he wasn't the only one that came to see what was happening, as he finds Espio the Chameleon was captured by both Eggman and Metal Sonic. He frees Espio and teams up with the rest of the Chaotix, to which the group decides to go after Eggman and stop his evil plans. Pretty simple plot. I actually really like the connection between this game and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I always enjoyed that kind of continuity. Oh, and by the way, the American manual completely changed the story, like all the other English manuals at the time. In that version, Knuckles is the guardian of Carnival Island, but Eggman shows up to steal the Power Emerald, which provides energy for the island. So Knuckles returns from patrol to find Espio, who he frees, and the two head off to stop Eggman. Interesting. Not too sure what this Power Emerald is. Maybe it's just a weird translation for the Master Emerald. So not too sure what the Power Emerald or the Chaos Rings have to do with one another. Quick fun fact. The Chaos Rings were originally called the Holy Rings early in development. Can you take a wild guess why they changed it? Sorry, I don't want any religion in my Sonic game. I don't mean to pull another Cybershell, but I really love the way the original Japanese manual looked. It was just so vibrant and colorful. It had so much character and creativity. It kind of breaks my heart to see that the American manual was the polar opposite. Not only changing the original plot, but it was just basic black and white, losing all of that creative flair. Pretty disappointing. But maybe if we ever get a port or remaster of this game, they can include a menu showing off the manuals like some of the game collections did. That would be pretty ideal. Alright, the gameplay of Knuckles Chaotix is one of the most conflicting topics in the series. Just like from the Sonic Crackers pitch, Chaotix consists of controlling two characters in levels, and they're both attached to each other. The way the rubber band mechanic works is that when you move one character, it pulls the other character alongside with you. And since Chaotix is still using the physics/momentum based gameplay from the previous games, whiplash can occur, leading to you getting shot left or right depending on the level design. When you first start off, the game tries to make sure you get a good idea on how the rubber band mechanic works. There's even a tutorial level you can do, but thankfully there is an option to skip it if you want. If you stand next to a character, there's a button dedicated to picking up said character. It's actually a pretty cool mechanic and it looks neat. It's also very useful for boss fights, which I'll get to later. There's even a button dedicated to keeping one character completely still. That way you can either solve puzzles to unlock doors, or build up some speed to shoot yourself forward. This gameplay mechanic is very interesting, but it's incredibly imperfect. Like I mentioned before, with the classic physics and both characters being stuck together for the whole game, this could lead to some weird, super fast-paced moments. I think the rubber band mechanic is the driving factor about how split this game's reception is. I do like the idea, but it's just the execution that makes it difficult to go back and play this game. Also, I wasn't sure where to mention this, but there's a button dedicated to unsticking your partner when they're stuck in an area, and every time you press that button, it takes away 10 rings. And even if you don't have 10 rings, it'll just make the rings go into the negatives. Yeah, negative rings. That's so fucking weird. The one interesting factor that I think almost saves the gameplay are the characters. There are 7 different characters you can play as. Knuckles, Espio, Vector, Charmy, Mighty, and there's also Heavy and Bomb, who both suck ass, but I'll get to that in a bit. Each of these characters have their own movesets to boot. Knuckles has both his glide and his ability to climb walls from Sonic 3, which are both extremely useful. He also has the spin dash, but it's super gimped in this game. I'm gonna guess they lessened the impact of the spin dash because they were probably trying to encourage the players to not spin dash everywhere and just depend on the rubber banding mechanic. Plus, the spin dash probably would have caused way more whiplash. Now for the new characters. First up is Espio, who not only looks way bigger in this game compared to nowadays, but he has the ability to run on walls and ceilings. It could be a bit tricky to pull off, but it's still super cool. He also has his own spin dash and it looks super rad. Vector, who is skinny as hell in this game, has a weird air boost he can do. It can prove pretty useful, though it is a bit strange. He also has the ability to climb on walls, though not as good as Knuckles. Vector can also spin dash, which I was honestly not expecting. Next is everyone's favorite character, Charmy, who's not only super tiny in this game, he looks like the size of an actual bee, but he has an extremely overpowered flying move. It's kind of like Tails' flying in Sonic 3, but if you just spam the jump button over and over again, Charmy could fucking zoom through these levels. It's no wonder they have you attached to another character. This bee is zooming. Seriously, if you're able to main Charmy in this game, it's quite a wild ride. The final new character worth playing as is Mighty, who's not only an obvious swap for Sonic who can spin dash, but he can also wall jump, which is neat. So if you've played Sonic Mania Plus and assumed that he had the same slam attack back in Chaotix, well, I've got some bad news. The last 2 characters are the worst ones you can get. Heavy and Bomb, who sucks so hard that they didn't even get names in the original Japanese manual. Heavy can take damage well, but he's slow as hell and hard to navigate levels with. Bomb is more agile, but he can explode upon getting hurt, which can also hurt you in the process. So yeah, fuck both Bomb and Heavy. Now you're probably thinking, if these 2 are so bad, then why don't you just never choose to play with them? Well, that's not how the game works. You see, when you boot up the game, it lets you choose which character you want to play as. Then you have to go to this little room and randomly choose a character to be paired with via a claw machine. And if you end up getting paired with a character you don't like, well, you're stuck with them until the level's over. Okay, I can sort of understand why they would want to design the character select like this, but it's also not very fair for the player to depend on this thing. So if you're playing this on an emulator, I heavily recommend using save states to either make sure you get a character you wanted, or to just make sure you don't end up getting paired with these two jackasses. Another thing that's randomized is how the game chooses the levels. There are, 5 levels in this game. These should be known as the 5 zones, but this game calls them attractions instead. Not only that, but since we only have 5 levels to go to, the game tries to justify that by giving us 5 acts each, and it entirely depends on how the game chooses which act or level you get to play first or next. With that said, I think it's an interesting idea to randomize which levels you get to go to next. And I greatly prefer randomizing the levels instead of the freaking character select. The 5 main attractions consist of Botanic Base, Speed Slider, Amazing Arena, Marina Madness, and Techno Tower. Lots of alliteration going on with these names. Kinda reminds me of Sonic CD. Visually speaking, this game looks bombastically colorful. Chaotix really does an amazing job showing off the graphics of the 32X. I love the way this game looks, but I do agree that the colors can be a bit too much at some points. Doesn't really help when you're zooming past these levels super fast, so you just see these large assortment of colors going past your screen. The level design in Chaotix is nowhere near in depth as Sonic 3 and Knuckles. In fact, it's a bit closer to how Sonic CD was designed. Specifically, the levels are super vertically structured, which I think kind of makes a lot of sense. Perhaps if the game was still designed like a normal Sonic game, it probably would have been way too easy to just hold right and zoom past all the zones using the rubber band mechanic, especially if you're using Charmy. So instead of just going right, you have to go up. This can lead to some massive levels. Just looking at the attraction maps, some of these stages can be huge. It's unreal. However, with all of these levels being very vertical, that also means that a lot of them are designed almost the exact same. Like, sure, some levels have specific things in them that can visually make them stand out from each other, but most of the time, you're just traveling upwards with little to no enemies or obstacles to be found, really. At most, you're gonna run into like 5 or 6 Batniks per act. I'm gonna assume that they probably realized that with this crazy whiplashing rubber band mechanic getting in the way for most of the game, this could have potentially led to the player getting smacked left and right if there were tons of enemies. As a result, there's very little Batniks, so it just feels like all the levels have tons of empty space in them. I'm not kidding, there's not a lot going on in these zones. Or attractions, sorry. Though one visually interesting element in these levels is that there's a bit of a night and day system going on. With how this game randomly selects which acts or attractions you go to, it'll make the acts look visually different depending on when you arrive in the game. That's pretty fucking cool. Not a lot of people know about this. When it comes to the power-ups, Chaotix has a few special ones you can find. There are these grow and shrink boxes, which I think speak for themselves. If you grow, both your speed and jump height are increased, but if you're shrunken, you run slower and you have a low jump. I love how these items scale the character sprites accordingly. It looks really cool. Also, Giant Charmy is hilarious. There's also the character swap boxes, which will make you switch with the character you're paired with. This is fine most of the time, just make sure you're not paired with Heavy or Bomb. There's also these character changing boxes, which will randomly change you or your partner into a different character. Again, it's fine as long as you don't end up with these two. Sadly, none of the elemental shields were brought back from Sonic 3, so we just have the standard blue shield, which has a pretty unique rotation animation now, though it can look a bit rough on emulators. There's also this combi catcher, combi, which gives you the option to choose a character yourself, but I've never been able to find it. In case you're wondering, there's also a stage select box, but you can only get that in bonus stages, which I'll mention later. So, why does Chaotix make us collect certain items just to choose which character we want to use, or which stage we want to go to next? It's a bit strange. Of course, the most fascinating item you can get is the Combine Ring. If you pick one up, then on the pretty rare occasion you get hit by a Batnik, you won't lose all your rings at once like in previous games. Instead, all of your rings are going to be gathered into this little ring that you can quickly pick up, which will give you every single one of your rings back. This is a really cool item, and I'm shocked it took them until Chaotix to make something like this. And a lot of you may remember that the Combine Ring was brought back and slightly modified in Sonic Mania, which was pretty sick. Moving on, I feel like doing a level breakdown for Chaotix would be kinda pointless seeing how similarly structured all the levels are, but I'll still take a brief look at the 5 of them. Voltonic Base is sort of a greenhouse stage. It looks visually nice. Speed Slider is basically a roller coaster stage. I'm surprised again that it took until Knuckles Chaotix of all games to finally do a roller coaster level in a Sonic game, though it ain't perfectly designed. Still better than Sonic 4's roller coaster stage. Amazing Arena is quite a weird one. Not only is the name of this stage kinda dumb, but when you first arrive here, it's almost entirely gray and void of color. You have to go activate something to enable the zone's palette. And god damn, this is one colorful ass place. Marina Madness is another one of my favorite looking zones. I really love the background. I like the oceans and docks in the distance. Weirdly enough, Chaotix doesn't have a water level, which I'm grateful for, but it's a bit weird. Then again, the rubber band mechanic probably would have made traveling in it pure hell. The final attraction, Techno Tower, is alright. Not too much to really say about it. It's super vertical and I got nothing else. I did mention earlier that this game starts you off in a level called Isolated Island. This is probably the most well-known level from Chaotix, with the music most definitely helping in that aspect. Oh yeah, when it comes to the soundtrack, well, this is an area of the game that I feel most people can agree on. The music in Knuckles Chaotix is super catchy and I just love it so much. One really cool aspect about this game's music is that in the sound test, you'll notice that each of the songs have their own name, which is such a nice detail to me. The soundtrack has such a great personality to it, and I think it fits the visuals and themes of the game very well. Like I said before, Isolated Island's music, aka Door into Summer, is easily the most recognizable song from the game. It would even get a sweet ass remix in Sonic Generations. All in all, Chaotix has a great soundtrack and I absolutely recommend listening to it. When it comes to boss fights, well, just like most of the levels, they're pretty easy. I don't know, I just don't find a lot of these boss fights too memorable. I usually just beat them in one go, and that's about it. Apart from the final boss, I'm not that into these fights. However, one super weird thing about this game is that every time you beat a boss or even die, which the latter is pretty rare to do, the game causes this weird trippy ass transition to happen. It's such a strange visual. What happened to just fading to black or something like that? What the fuck? What made them think that this would be the best transition to use?
Yay, we won! What do we do now that we beat the boss, Vector?
The same thing we do every time we beat a boss, Charmy. Lots of drugs!
But like I said, the final boss is the only actual boss fight that I kinda liked. Metal Sonic basically transforms into this precursor of his Metal Overlord form, Metal Sonic Kai, which looks pretty badass. It's the one boss fight that I actually had fun fighting against. Still a bit too easy, but it's an alright final boss. Obviously, Sonic Mania Plus would later pay homage to Metal Sonic Kai, with its own updated Metal Sonic boss fight in Stardust Speedway, which was pretty cool. Of course, there are good and bad endings you can get. To get the good ending, you gotta go to the special stages, just like the previous games. But instead of Chaos Emeralds, you're going after the game's Chaos Rings. To get to the special stages, it's the exact same as Sonic 1 and CD, where you have to at least collect 50 rings and get to the end of the level, then jump into the ring at the end. There are hidden special rings you can find in levels, but they only take you to the bonus stages. The bonus stages are interesting? You basically free fall into these 3D areas, trying to grab extra items and whatnot. It's pretty decent. When it comes to the special stages, I'm not gonna lie, I really like them. They're basically 3D areas where you have to run forward and collect a certain amount of blue spears before time runs out. Not only are you racing against time, but there's also obstacles like spikes to look after, and you gotta do a bit of platforming too. For the 32X, these graphics are really well done. This is such a really unique special stage for this series to pull off. Something you may have noticed is that in order to get more time, you gotta collect rings. Yeah, the rings give you more time, which is also an idea that Sonic Mania special stages would bring back too. Super cool callback. There's a very solid amount of challenges in these stages, and by the last few, I had to keep using save states in order to beat them. I really love these special stages, and I would kill to see what a Christian Whitehead remaster would make them look like. Or maybe we can get a Chaotix Air of some sort. Who knows? Before I mention what happens in the good ending, I should seriously talk about the bad ending first. Chaotix's bad ending is notorious for how bleak it is. If you beat the game without getting all the Chaos Rings, during the credits, you'll be subjected to this hellish visual of everything on fire, with Metal Sonic Kai hovering over the destruction. What the hell kind of ending is this? I think Cybershell summarized it best, but imagine being a kid playing this game for the first time, you finally beat the final boss, and this is your reward. That's freaking nightmare fuel. The music in the bad ending is also very haunting to listen to. It greatly enhances the mood like the rest of the game's soundtrack, but maybe a little too well. Okay, as batshit fucking crazy as the bad ending can be, when it comes to the good ending, it's kinda lame. When you beat the final boss with all the Chaos Rings, it'll just show all of them rotating on screen, with some text saying, "Cool." Then the credits roll with the Chaotix together, along with a quick cameo of Sonic and Tails. That's about it. There's not really anything else besides this. Though there is some cut content that might have hinted to a better good ending, like there's a Super Sonic sprite that you never see in the game, but whatever it was, it got scrapped. It's nice to see Sonic and Tails make an appearance, but we still don't get to play as them? Oh well. Wait a fucking minute, are Sonic's legs skin colored? What the hell? Well, that's about all the main game content to be found in Chaotix. This game does have cooperative multiplayer, meaning both players can control the characters. It sounds like complete hell, but if you guys want to give that a shot, then go nuts. There's also a very interesting Easter egg you can find in this game. If you go to this game's color test and adjust it properly, then if you go to the sound test, it'll give you a cute little cameo of Rosie. Yup, they snuck Amy Rose in this game, and now she can dance along to the music you play in the sound test. And good to see that Amy and I have the same opinions about this game's soundtrack. And that's basically all of Knuckles Chaotix that I have to talk about. As a whole, it's a weird fucking game that both looks and sounds incredible. There are aspects and ideas that I really love about this game, but the rubber band mechanic is very sloppily executed, the level designs are kinda basic and repetitive, apart from the final boss, every other boss fight is forgettable, and the game pretty much has no replay value. It's just another strange oddity in Sonic's history of games. It definitely has its fans, and I'm still debating if I'm even one of them. I really wish that there were more ports or versions of this game for me to talk about, or just add more in general, but I really can't think of anything else. Like I said at the start of this review, Chaotix has never been ported anywhere, and along with the rest of the 32X library for that matter. I'm gonna assume it's either because Sega doesn't want to acknowledge the 32X anymore, or maybe emulating 32X games really is just tricky to figure out. I remember hearing that Christian Whitehead said that he would love to remaster a ton of Sega games, in the same fashion he did for Sonic CD. One of the games he mentioned he'd love to remaster was Knuckles Chaotix. I think it'd be pretty interesting to see Chaotix revamped with 60 frames a second, in widescreen, and those special stages with proper 3D graphics. Holy crap, I would love that! It would have been pretty fitting if Christian remastered Chaotix since he remastered CD, the two obscure, weird add-on exclusive Sonic games that can be tricky to emulate. I also feel like having an HD version of Chaotix would make it way easier to port. I seriously doubt that a Chaotix remaster will happen anytime soon, but it'd still be pretty cool. You know, before Sonic Origins got announced, I was kinda hoping that rumored game collection would have included more obscure Sonic titles on it. Games like Chaotix, CD, R, Pocket Adventure, or more games like those that haven't been ported ever, or at least in a good while. But no, Origins is just Sonic 1, 2, CD, 3, and Knuckles. Which I am grateful for, but I really wish that Chaotix could have made the cut somehow. I'm sure at this point, we should probably wait for another group of dedicated fans to just make their own remaster of Chaotix. Just like what happened with Sonic 3 Air. Lord knows if or when Chaotix will ever be re-released in any way. So I guess for now, if this game intrigued you, then go track down a Sega Genesis, a 32X, and a copy of the game and play it yourself. Or if you're not a goddamn crazy person, just find the ROM and emulate it. Trust me, it's much easier that way. Before I end the review, a quick special thanks to TrevZed and my friend Michelle Taylor for voicing Vector and Charmy respectively, you know, in that little bit from earlier. Fun fact, TrevZed actually recorded that quick Vector line for me back in 2018, when Chaotix was originally gonna be the 3rd episode of Coop's reviews. I'm not sure if he'll even watch this review after like 4 years, but hey, better late than never. I also want to give yet another shout out to Cybershell. I recommend watching his Chaotix video if you haven't seen it. It's a very good watch and he mentions aspects about the game that I didn't bring up. So go check out his channel. This is like the 100th goddamn promotion I've given him on my channel. That just about wraps it up. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all in the next review. So after the success of Sonic 3 and Knuckles and the release of Knuckles Chaotix, Sega was a bit stuck on what to do next. 6 months after the failure that was the 32X, they would release the Sega Saturn in America, which also ended up being a pretty major failure. But that's a topic for a different video. With the poor US sales of the Saturn, Sega figured that they should just make another Sonic game for Genesis, since that console was still doing pretty well. So Sega commissioned a different studio, Traveler's Tales, to help make the next Sonic game. Nowadays, Traveler's Tales are very well known for their dozens of LEGO video games, but back then, the most they had on their resume were Bram Stoker's Dracula, Mickey Mania, and Toy Story on Super Nintendo.
When you pop in this game, the first thing you notice is the poor edging on Woody.
Jokes aside, 16-bit Toy Story was actually the main game that made Sega want to hire Traveler's Tales in the first place. While making a Disney licensed game must have been a pretty big deal for them, I'm sure being hired making a video game based on one of the most iconic video game characters at the time must have been a pretty huge break for John Burden and the rest of his crew. John Burden, by the way, who was the CEO of Traveler's Tales at the time, in my humble opinion, will probably go down as one of the most fascinating video game developers slash programmers to ever work in the industry. I highly recommend watching his YouTube channel, Game Hut, where he looks at and discusses how he programmed certain games he worked on back then. It's really fascinating stuff if you're into that kind of thing. Anyways, with this different company working on a new mainline entry for the Sonic franchise, Sega also had a few of the key members of Sonic Team work on the game's general design and level maps, with John Burden having to work on most of the game coding. Instead of making the game just another fast-paced side-scroller, it was decided to make this game into an isometric 3D adventure. While at first being on the Genesis, this wasn't actually the first isometric 3D Sonic game. Some of you may remember that Sega Sonic arcade game from 1993, which is also currently on a list of Sonic games titled, "When the hell are these games getting ported?" According to John Burden, the working title for the game was initially Sonic Spindrift, until it was later finalized as Sonic 3D Blast. Also, great news! This game was indeed made with Silicon graphics workstations. I'm sure George Wood will be pleased. The game got released on the Genesis in November 1996, to somewhat celebrate the series' 5-year anniversary. This would also end up making it the last mainline Sonic game to be on Genesis. However, not only was this game put on Genesis, but there was also a Sega Saturn version that was released around the same time as the Sega Genesis version. In fact, the main reason why a Saturn version was made in the first place was because of the delays that Sonic X-Treme was having at the time. So Sega wanted to have a Sonic game in time for the holidays of '96. That way they could hold over their Saturn fans until Sonic X-Treme got released, which never saw the light of day. Plus, about a year later, 3D Blast would receive a PC port that was mostly a port of the Saturn version. Yep, that's 3 different versions of this game. So I guess the question now is, which version am I going to be looking at for this re-review? Well, in my old 3D Blast review, I just looked at the Genesis version on Virtual Console since that was the only version I had access to at the time. So here I am 6 years later, and I guess I'll have to stick to the Genesis version again? Like, come on. Do I really look like the kind of loser to buy all 3 versions of a game that I don't really care that much about?
Yes.
Yep, I have all 3 versions of Sonic 3D Blast now. So for this re-review, I'll just be looking at the game overall, and talk about the version differences when I get to them. I'll also be alternating between each version throughout the review, which is gonna be hell for me to edit. But hey, I hope you all appreciate all the work I put into these videos. Please subscribe. I have a pretty big suspicion that Sonic 3D Blast might have been the first Sonic game I ever tried to play. Between early to mid 2000s, I would usually browse the internet looking for games to download. At around 6 to 7 years old, I knew who Sonic was at that point, but I never really had a single chance to play one of his games. Then one time while I was browsing a few websites, I came across a download for a Sonic game that, in retrospect, bared a striking resemblance to Sonic 3D Blast. I can remember it having the isometric 3D view, I remember the green hill zone color pattern, and again, it's a very faint memory. I can't remember how long I actually played the game, and I'm also not sure if it was the PC version or the Genesis version being emulated, but I just remember being excited to play it, and that was about it. That's probably one of the earliest experiences I've ever had with Sonic the Hedgehog. I just want to say real quick, I was way too harsh on this game in my original review, so I'm looking forward to taking a second look at this game. I mean, when you first boot the game up, the Genesis version has this really interesting looking FMV of sorts. That's impressive as hell for the Genesis to pull off. And it wasn't even supposed to be in this version. Apparently, this opening sequence was kept secret from Sega until about 2 weeks before the game would be finished. I'm gonna assume that John Burden surprised them with this, and then the heads at Sega were just like, "Holy fuck, dude, how the hell did you do this?" There's a video on GameHut about it, by the way, go check it out. The Saturn/PC version also has an opening FMV, but it's different from the Genesis version. It still looks cool though. Also, I guess I should address this too, but why did they change the Sega chant at the start of the game? You remember how it goes, right? It's this. Sega! Classic. Absolutely iconic. So why did they change it to this? Sega! What the fuck? So the plot involves Dr. Eggman tracking down the Chaos Emeralds for a 4th time, which leads to him discovering Flicky Island. Because he's Eggman, I guess, he decides to capture all the Flickies and turn them into his Batniks. As per usual, Sonic arrives and discovers what Eggman's doing, so he goes on an adventure to save all the Flickies and stop Eggman. Again. The Genesis version actually includes a little prologue of sorts before you hop into the actual game. It's pretty neat. We never really saw cutscenes like this in the previous games. The Saturn and PC versions don't even have this. Interesting. So, diving right into Sonic 3D's gameplay, and yep, this is something entirely new. While I don't consider this to be Sonic's first true 3D game, 3D Blast is clearly trying to be a 3D platformer. Sonic is the only playable character, which kinda stinks. but it probably would have been hell programming Tails and Knuckles to be playable with all their usual movesets in this 3D space. So Sonic can run and jump in 8 different directions, along with still having the spin dash, which functions a little differently in this game. In the original games, you had to hold down and mash buttons to charge it up. In 3D Blast, since holding down makes you move down, they instead dedicated the spin dash to its own button, which you gotta hold in order to charge it up. This control scheme would pretty much become the main standard for most of the 3D games in the future, so I completely welcome this upgrade. Though one weird version difference is that you can actually change the button mappings on Genesis, but the Saturn and PC version didn't include that. I wonder why. Okay, how are the actual controls? Well, for the original Genesis version, just using a D-pad to move in a 3D space is never ideal. I mean, sure, Crash Bandicoot did it just fine, but that was mainly because all his levels were designed linear to begin with, so they were made with a D-pad in mind. But the issue with 3D Blast is that it's trying to be a more explorative 3D game, while also trying to maintain the fast-paced platforming from the previous games. Ergo, there are several points where you might miss a jump, or get hit by an obstacle because the Genesis D-pad can be super unreliable for this game. But you're probably thinking, does it control better on Saturn with the standard controller? Not really. But with the 3D Knights controller, it's better. What's pretty cool about the 3D controller is that it actually has analog control for most games it's compatible with. But 3D Blast on Saturn doesn't appear to use the analog capabilities. It's mainly used as a joystick. I really think that analog controls would have made the game play a lot better, but I guess for now, it's fine. Obviously, when it comes to the PC version, don't stick to using the keyboard. You can modify the game to use any USB or Bluetooth controller you want to use to play. However, there is one controller that I'd heavily recommend across all 3 versions. The Retro Fighters Brawler Gen controller. A third-party controller that was made for the Genesis and Saturn that includes an analog stick. So you can play 3D Blast on Genesis with an actual analog stick if you'd like. Sadly, it's mainly joystick and not proper analog, so I wouldn't recommend using this controller for analog-compatible Saturn games. I mainly recommend using this controller for most Genesis games, Saturn 3D Blast, and not much else. Just by looking at the gameplay, you're probably assuming that the goal in each level is the exact same as the previous games. Just try to reach the end of X, and that's it. Nope. All the levels in this game are designed to be explored, mainly because you have to track down 5 Batniks in an area and destroy them. Doing this will cause a small flicky to pop out. Once that happens, you have to pick them up, and then proceed to take them to a big gold ring at the end of an area. Yes, this is the main gimmick of the game, saving birds. I'm not too sure why Traveler's Tales thought that this would be a good idea, instead of, just making the levels about getting to point A to point B. Aside from the individual level gimmicks, because you're given the same task in every level, this can really make the game become super repetitive. One attention to detail that's actually really annoying is that all the flickies you can pick up end up following Sonic in a line. It looks cool at first, but then you'll run into the issue where certain level obstacles can actually harm the flickies and cause them to scatter around, which means you have to stop and recollect all of them before you can continue the level. What makes it more irritating is that the AI with all the flickies are all different. Blue flickies try to fly towards Sonic, purple flickies also kinda try to look for Sonic, but they just look a bit drunk. Red flickies bounce all over the place, but still kinda try heading back to Sonic. And green flickies make a conscious effort to avoid Sonic. You asshole! I'm trying to save you guys, don't run away! And basically, that's the whole game. You just save birds over and over and over and over and over again. What kind of power-ups are there, at least? Well, we got a lot of the usual power-ups returning like the speed shoes and invincibility, but sadly, not all the elemental shields from Sonic 3 were brought back for this game. The only one that got brought back was the fire shield, but it doesn't even have the air dash. It just mainly protects you from fire elements. So we have that shield and the standard blue shield, which I guess is alright. However, there is another shield you can get, the gold shield, also known as the homing shield. What does it do? Well, it gives Sonic the ability to home into enemies by pressing the jump button twice. Sound familiar? Yeah, this is pretty much the first game to include the homing attack. Though if I'm gonna be honest, they really should have let this be a default move instead of a power-up, because trying to jump into enemies in this game can be really difficult. I mainly just roll around instead, which you can do pretty easily by tapping the spin dash button while moving. Though I will say, I do find it kind of funny how John Burton basically set the standard for how the spin dash and the homing attack were gonna work in future games. It's kinda crazy when you think about it. Graphically speaking, this game looks decent. I'll admit, I was way too harsh on this game's look in my initial review, but this honestly looks pretty solid on the Genesis, though I do think the detail can be a bit flat on 16-bit. Yeah, this isn't gonna be a huge shocker, but I prefer the way the game looks on the Saturn and PC port. The 32-bit upgrade really benefits the game, and it just makes me prefer the Saturn version in general, along with a few other things that I'll mention later. I guess while we're on the topic of art direction in general, this game aesthetically looks solid all around. But the promotional artwork made for this game is really well done, mainly in Japan. The American box art looks alright. The 3D Sonic model looks pretty cute, but the Japanese box art looks phenomenal. The Genesis version wasn't actually released in Japan. They only got the Saturn version there, and even then it didn't happen until about 1999. That's pretty weird. The Japanese artwork was handled by Yuji Yukawa, the same artist that would go on to make the Sonic Adventure artwork that we all know and love. A lot of the character renders just look borderline adventure era. It just screams Yukawa-san, it's so cool. All around, the Japanese artwork made for this game is just incredible stuff. If only I could say the same for the PAL box art. This is horrifying. Apparently, this cover art was made by a London-based art firm called Me Company. They actually sculpted this crazy-ass Sonic head out of clay, then it was digitized, and we got this. Not an amazing cover art, but it's very fascinating. I mean, at least the PAL box art can make a discussion happen. Just look at the Korean box art. Jesus, that shit just looks depressing and empty. Holy crap. Back to the actual game. There are 7 zones in total, so I guess I'll look at each one. First up is Green Grove Zone, a level that visually looks a lot like Green Hill Zone with its identical color schemes and checkerboard patterns. Though just about every level in this game has its own checkerboard, along with having their own sets of loop-de-loops, which are now made to be these big spectacles that you get shot through, which actually look pretty cool. Of course, all the levels on Genesis and Saturn look visually different, with the Saturn version having a few added details to them. Like in Green Grove, the puddles in the Saturn version are always rippling even if you're not stepping in them. Plus, the waterfall in Act 1 is a whole lot more transparent. Honestly, the Saturn version doesn't really get a lot of credit for the number of upgrades it brought to 3D Blast graphically, but music-wise is a bit of a different story. Yeah, I guess I'll talk about that now. In a pretty weird scenario, both the Genesis and the Saturn versions have different soundtracks. The Genesis version was composed by Jun Sonoi, Tatsuyuki Maeda, Masaru Setsumaru, and Siri Akamoto. Like a lot of people, I prefer the Genesis soundtrack. It's a lot catchier, and it just overall fits the previous Sonic soundtracks we got before. That's not really a shocker, especially seeing how Jun Sonoi was involved with Sonic 3, and would later go on to compose future Sonic games. 3D Blast was actually the first time Jun was ever put in charge of handling the entire soundtrack for the series. So much so that he made his own demo tape for the game, which he handed off to John Burton so he could convert them to the Genesis. Yes, I'm talking about this now. But John Burton made it known on his YouTube channel that he still had an old demo tape from Sonic 3D Blast. This is one of the only known copies of this tape. Hell, it's probably the only copy. And eventually he did record and upload all the songs that were from the tape, which can all be found on the Game Hut YouTube channel. I mean, it was so awesome to finally see this piece of gaming history be preserved. Jumping forward for a bit, but Sonic Adventure 1 is my favorite video game soundtrack of all time, and one of the many reasons I prefer the Genesis soundtrack of 3D Blast over Saturn is partially because select songs from the game would later reappear in Sonic Adventure. It's super resourceful and really cool. Plus, some of the demo tracks that were on the tape included some early adventure tracks. Seriously, have a listen. so cool witnessing the evolution of these songs. However, like some discovered, not every song that was on the demo tape would end up being used in 3D Blast, mostly due to cartridge restraints. I also want to mention that we don't have a lossless copy of the demo tape anywhere online, and I really doubt that John Burton is ever going to share it with us. But The Brickster, a YouTube channel that specializes in uploading restored video game soundtracks, just recently started uploading these cool recreations of the demo tape. So I recommend checking those out and subscribing to their channel so you'll know when they post more. Anyways, while I agree that the Genesis soundtrack is superior, I actually do think that the Saturn soundtrack doesn't get a lot of credit. June and the rest of the Genesis crew had nothing to do with this soundtrack. Instead, it was handled entirely by Richard Jacques, the same composer who would go on to make the soundtrack for Sonic R, and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, but that's beside the point. While I'll admit that the Saturn soundtrack isn't anywhere near as catchy or memorable as the Genesis soundtrack, on its own, it's still really well made. It's super atmospheric, and it really sets the mood of each level incredibly well. Though I will admit, I do kind of wish the Saturn soundtrack could have taken advantage of the CD format and just used the original Genesis compositions just uncompressed by the Genesis sound font. I think that would have been pretty neat, but I'll still commend Richard for creating his own soundtrack instead. It just gives us more to listen to. One cool thing about the CD for Sonic 3D Blast is that if you put it into any CD player, you can listen to the soundtrack on its own. This is due to the audio tracks being Red Book audio, meaning you can listen to them and rip them easily. So it basically counts as an official soundtrack CD too. It's pretty cool. Overall, the Genesis and Saturn soundtracks are solid, and I recommend listening to both of them. I'll delve a bit more into the soundtracks as I get further in the game. Going back to Green Grove, I think Act 2 on the Genesis version is one of my all-time favorite level tracks in a Sonic game. It's so catchy and cool. The next zone is Rusty Ruin. This level's alright. It's also one of those levels where I easily prefer the look of the Saturn version. The Saturn version also has a neat fog effect that can appear, along with rain. They're really cool details. The level also has a pretty fun gimmick where Sonic can go on these little pads, which will make him spin around and then you'll be moving like a ballerina, which you can actually use to kill Batniks, smash item boxes, or break away parts of the level, creating shortcuts and finding secrets. It's pretty cool. Next is Spring Stadium Zone, and Jesus Christ, this level's a fucking eyesore on Genesis. The Saturn version is a bit easier on the eyes, but still, this level is just a mess to look at and play. The music's still solid. The Saturn version can sound really cartoonish here, almost like real carnival music. But I do like how subdued the Genesis music is, especially on the original demo tape. It's also pretty funny how the song on the tape is called Casino Night, basically confirming that this is the colorful fun casino level, except it's a carnival, I guess. Diamond Dust Zone. This is such a pretty level. I'm a sucker for these snow-themed levels, and this is actually one of the rare occasions where I prefer the way the Genesis version looks, though the Saturn version still looks really nice. The ice details on the floor are actually a bit more pronounced on the Genesis version compared to Saturn, which I think is super cool. The music is also spectacular across both versions. Genesis is super catchy, while Saturn is really soft and nice sounding. Though, this is the part of the review where I mentioned how the music for Diamond Dust and several other Sonic tracks were included in Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood, but they were very hastily put together using unfinished MIDI compositions, and they all sounded like shit. what did they do to my boy? Seeing how we later got solid remixes of Diamond Dust and Sonic Generations, along with that 2014 Mario and Sonic game, you think maybe they made those remixes as an apology for what happened in Sonic Chronicles? I sure hope so. Well, after the ice level comes the lava level, Volcano Valley. This level is literally hell to travel in unless you get the fire shield, which I would recommend getting ahead of time and holding on to it as long as you can. With all the lava floors, fire projectiles, and even flame jump ropes, this level can seriously be a bitch to get all the flickies in. I gotta say, the Genesis version looks noticeably flat in this level. It's just another standard checkerboard pattern, and it looks almost the exact same as the one that was in Rusty Ruin. So the Saturn version does a really solid job at making the pattern look more magnified? Is that a word? Gene Gadget. This zone is kind of a pain in the ass. I'll admit, the isometric 3D perspective ain't perfect, but it seriously becomes an issue in some of the later zones, especially here. There are platforming sections where you swear you'll make a jump properly, only to phase through the platform because your point of view was off. Personally, it is easy for me to adjust to, but it could still be really obnoxious. Once again, I greatly prefer the way the Saturn version of Gene Gadget looks. I especially really like the choice of colors they chose for this zone. So despite the frustration, it still looks really pretty. Panic Puppet Zone. The final zone of the game, and it really feels like it. There are batniks and obstacles everywhere you go. Interestingly enough, the flickies have to be rescued from glass tubes instead of destroying batniks. But then in Act 2, you don't have to go after any flickies, you just gotta reach the end of the act. Which sounds simple enough, besides the fact that there's a shitload of batniks to look after. The music for Act 1 was actually briefly used for the introduction cutscene on Genesis. Plus, Act 1 would later go on to be used in the first section of Twinkle Park in Sonic Adventure. In fact, I'd probably say that the version used in Sonic Adventure sounds almost identical to the demo version. It sounds almost like June just took the song and cleaned it up a bit. It's pretty neat. I also really want to re-clarify this from my original 3D Blast review, but the music for Panic Puppet Act 2 on Saturn is severely underrated. I love how intense it sounds. It kicks a serious amount of ass. When it comes to the boss fights, they could range from stupidly easy to this goddamn camera angle is fucking me over, I swear to God. Most, if not all, the boss fights involve smashing Eggman's glass shield once you see an opening. Again, they're relatively easy. It's just the camera angle can sometimes fuck you over. My absolute least favorite boss fight has to be in Volcano Valley. The isometric view does no favors for you in this fight, so you can easily find yourself jumping into lava when you meant to jump on the platform. I do have a pretty high tolerance for bullshit in video games, and I've grown a lot softer to 3D Blast over the years, but this boss fight is still one of the most annoying things I've ever played. One thing about the boss fights that can be really irritating, along with just being a major issue with the game in general, is that the rings vanish way too fast after you get hit. Seriously, if you collected a shit ton of rings and you get hit, only about 5 of them are gonna remain while the rest just disappear as soon as they touch the ground. Even then, those very few remaining rings only bounce on the ground for a short time. It's really bullshit and unfair. Was there any way that John Burden could have made the rings not function like this? Why are they disappearing way faster than they did in the previous games? That's so annoying. Going back to the demo tape, it actually includes 2 versions of a boss theme that ultimately went unused in the final game. While this version of the boss fight music was in a few prototypes of Sonic 3D Blast, it was scrapped because John Burden just didn't like the way it sounded. However, Jun Sonoi would later go on to repurpose this boss fight music for yet another future Sonic game. Which game was it? Sonic 4 Episode 1. Wow, really glad you brought that song back, June. Of course, there is a true final boss, but it's only accessible after you gather all 7 Chaos Emeralds. This means you have to go through special stages to get them, just like the previous games. To get to the special stages, it's pretty different. If you explore a lot in any act, you'll come across secret areas that have either Tails or Knuckles in them. Yep, they're not playable, but they did get cameos. You see, what you need to do is gather 50 or more rings, then when you walk up to Tails or Knuckles, they'll just take all your rings and then teleport you to the special stage. Somehow. I should note, they don't just take 50 rings, they take all your rings. Though, one cool thing is that you can actually stack up the rings with these two. So if you go to them with less than 50 rings, they'll collect what you have, then you could go look for more rings in the level, then go back to them and keep building it up until you hit 50. However, losing all your rings just to get to a special stage also means that you'll exit the special stages with 0 rings. Why is that a bad thing? Well, this is the part where I play a clip from my original 3D Blast review, because I still think it's pretty funny. Alright, I got a Chaos Emerald. Tight. Now let's get back to the game. What the fuck? So how are the special stages? Well, in the Genesis version, they're honestly kind of lame. You're just running forward collecting rings. You can move left and right, along with needing to jump over spikes. You just gotta collect the right amount of rings, and you'll be awarded with a Chaos Emerald. This is the easiest special stage I've ever played, and it gets a bit dull after a while. I will admit, the 3D background is a really neat effect for the Genesis to pull off, but that's about it. This special stage is kind of lame. Well, if that's how the Genesis special stages are, then I sure wonder how lame they must look on Saturn. Well, let's check it out and whoa, whoa, whoa! What the hell is this? Yeah, it's the fucking half pipe from Sonic 2, and probably the first time it was ever reused in the games, and this is honestly really cool. It's not just the half pipe made in proper 3D graphics, but this version implements all kinds of things like the springs, cool tunnel areas, dash pads, these circles that can give you a bunch of rings. It's just a whole lot of fun. It's also a pretty decent challenge as well, along with looking graphically spectacular for the Saturn. Like, don't get me wrong, I can get sick of seeing the half pipe, and when I say I can get sick of the half pipe, I mean that I can get sick of this half pipe. However, I would consider this to be the best fucking version of the Sonic 2 special stage ever. It's absolutely glorious. I also just love how the final special stage takes place in outer space. That just looks sick. This version of the special stage was not actually handled by John Burton. Instead, it was designed by Takashi Iizuka and Daisuke Mori, exclusively for this port. Yes, exclusively. The Saturn version is the only version with this cool rendition of the special stage. So while the PC version was mostly a port of the Saturn version, it unfortunately couldn't port over the Saturn special stages. So instead we got this. I mean, it's something. By the looks of it, it seems like they were trying to do a weird mixture of the Genesis and Saturn special stages. It's fine. I do really like the 3D graphics on this version, though after coming off the Saturn stages, this is pretty lackluster in comparison. Also, the special stage music in the PC and Saturn version is one of my all-time favorite special stage themes ever. I highly recommend listening to it if you have not. However, there is one big issue with this method of getting the emeralds. First off, there's one really weird difference between the Genesis and Saturn versions. You can still look for Tails and Knuckles in both acts, but in the Genesis version, this means you can get 2 different emeralds in the same act. But in the Saturn port, they limited it to just 1 emerald per act. Yeah, you can't use both Tails and Knuckles to get 2 different emeralds. I really don't know why they changed that. It's pretty pointless. There's also a major problem that's not really the special stage's fault, but more so the game's fault. Sonic 3D Blast does not have a save feature. So even if you get all 7 Chaos Emeralds, once you get a game over, guess what? You gotta recollect all 7 emeralds again. This can be extremely tedious, and as much as I adore the Saturn special stages, being forced to play through them again just because I got a game over is not fun. There are continues, but it's extremely monotonous how they were implemented. There are these 3D rotating Sonic heads you can pick up, but you have to pick up at least 10 of these heads to get one continue. Really? Also, collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds does get you access to the true final boss and the game's good ending. However, you will not be given the ability to turn into Super Sonic. Yep, 3D Blast was the first mainline entry in the series to not have Super Sonic unlockable when you get all the emeralds. I'm not sure if a Super Sonic was planned at all, but it does kinda stink that he's not in the game. Not to mention, the lack of a save feature not only means that you have to recollect all the emeralds, but you also have to play through all the levels again. This stinks, and as much as it hurts me to say this, but Sonic 3D Blast is just not a fun game to replay. So I really think that a simple save select would have subdued this problem just a bit. Thankfully, there is a stage select that you can get to by using 2 different methods on Genesis. The first method is going to the title screen and inputting B, A, right, A, C, up, down, A. Also known as the Barracuda cheat, since it spells Barracuda. Get it? However, there is another method you can do, and it's one of the most fascinating gaming secrets ever? There is a secret stage select that you can get to by, get this, smacking the game cartridge. I'm not joking. John Burton actually programmed this as a way to get past beta testing easier, so that if the game ever crashed while testing, it would have just triggered the secret stage select. There's a video on GameHut explaining how he did it, and I recommend watching it because it's really cool. Now, you're probably thinking that smacking the cartridge to generate this stage select must be pretty easy to do, right? Nope. Or maybe I'm just a really weak fool or something, but for some reason, I had the hardest fucking time getting this secret screen to boot up. I flicked the cartridge, didn't work. I karate chopped it, slapped it repeatedly. I even used the freaking hammer to smack it, which I do not recommend doing. Take good care of your video games. But neither method seemed to be working for me, though I did eventually get it to boot up, after like 20 or so minutes of trying. So here are some highlights of me struggling.
3, 2, 1. Fuck you. It's actually hurting me. What else do I have to fucking do? I'm literally hitting this shit with a hammer, it's not working. Did I get like a version that was like updated or some shit? Like, why isn't it working? Jesus. This is a prank Oscar statue I got like 2 years ago. Didn't work. I fucking hate you, John. I feel like even more of a moron because I didn't have this connected to my Elgato to record it. Fuck. So I have to do it again. Alright, let's see if I can do it a second time. But now I'm actually recording with the Elgato this time. And also, similar statue except it says best son, the other one said best boyfriend, which I've never had a girlfriend, I don't know why I got that one. Oh, come on, you piece of shit.
This cartridge has probably been beat up a lot, I noticed. Yes! Holy shit! John, you're a genius, but this is fucking bullshit. Congratulations, you have found the secret level select screen by smacking the shit out of your Genesis cartridge. What the fuck? In case you're wondering, the Saturn version doesn't have a regular stage select cheat in the US. And no, slapping the CD ain't gonna generate it. So instead, at the title screen, hold C and press start. Then while in the game, press pause, and pressing one of the buttons on the controller can activate a cheat. This could be either getting all the emeralds, skipping an act or zone, getting an extra life, the works. However, the Japanese version of 3D Blast apparently has a regular stage select cheat. I don't have access to a Japanese copy of the game, and with the current prices that it's at, it doesn't look like I'll get it soon. I guess they decided to program this in because 3D Blast didn't get released in Japan until like 1999. It's pretty interesting. Also, the PC version does actually have a continue option, which is pretty much the closest thing we'll get to a save feature for this game. Okay, so after you get all the Chaos Emeralds, you can fight the true final boss. This consists of Eggman inside of a bunch of Death Egg looking robots, and you have to hit him 4 different times, and the level makes you loop around to hit him 4 more times, making it 8 hits in total. The standard. In my original review, I couldn't beat this boss at all because it was way too difficult for me. But 6 years later, I finally beat this boss, and it's unbelievably easy. Was I just bad at video games or something back then? Like, I beat the game across multiple versions, so I have no clue what was up in 2016. The final boss, in general, is alright. Probably the best boss fight in the game, but like all the others, it can be pretty easy, unless the camera angle screws up your jump again. The final boss music, known as the final fight, sounds incredible on the Genesis. The Saturn final boss music is pretty serviceable stuff, but something about the Genesis version just sounds more epic and incredible. I seriously think it's one of the best final boss themes in any Sonic game. It's super underrated. So the bad ending on the Genesis is fine. It shows Sonic escaping with the Flickies from Panic Puppet Zone, with Eggman's massive egg robot sort of just chilling, threatening Sonic that he's still gonna try to take over the world. The Genesis good ending shows Sonic destroying the Death Egg robot thingy, leading to Sonic and the Flickies taking off, and having a happy ending now that Eggman was defeated. Again. When it comes to the good and bad endings on the Saturn and PC versions, they're a bit similar. The bad ending shows Sonic and the Flickies exiting the ring all happy, but then the camera goes into the special ring and shows that Eggman still has the Chaos Emeralds. It looks pretty ominous and creepy. The good ending shows Sonic and the Flickies flying out the ring again, and the birds decide to fly away, ending with Sonic doing his iconic finger point, which leads to the end credits. I think the endings on the Saturn and PC versions are decent, but I do kinda prefer the Genesis endings if I'm being honest. The credits music is obviously different on both Genesis and Saturn, and I'm pretty even on how I feel about both versions. The Genesis version is very nice sounding. It can make for some great catchy background noise. The Saturn version, however, has a vocal track. Yep, the first game since Sonic CD to have a vocal song in it, and it's a really beautiful song. It's called You're My Hero, composed by Richard Jocks and sung by Debbie Morris, who has a really nice voice. Again, it's just a really pretty song to listen to, and it's actually a pretty neat precursor to the soundtrack that Richard would later do for Sonic R. It's a very underrated music track for a Sonic game, but it would get an instrumental remix by Richard Jocks in Sonic Generations. It's pretty cool. It's just a great song.
My knight in shining armor came. My life would never be the same. 'Cause you're my hero. You came to rescue me. Now you set me free. There's so much that I want you to see.
fun fact, You're My Hero never saw an official release on a soundtrack album, at least until the 2021 Life in Sonic's World compilation CD. That was really cool to finally see the song get officially released, and it had been 25 years at that point. It was seriously long overdue. And that's pretty much all there is to say about Sonic 3D Blast, and across all three versions too. However, as shown off by John Burden on Game Hut, there actually was a split-screen multiplayer mode that was planned as early as the first few builds of the game, but just from looking at the footage, it's pretty obvious that this got cut because it just looks like it would have been a cluttered mess. The Saturn version was also gonna have a bonus stage called Sonic Pool, which would have been carried over from Sonic Saturn, which was a completely different Saturn Sonic project that wasn't related to Sonic X-Treme at all, though just like the entirety of X-Treme, the bonus stage got scrapped. Oh well, and that just about wraps up Sonic 3D Blast, the last mainline Genesis Sonic game, the end of an era in a way. As a whole, it's okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not amazing either. It's just kind of okay. The controls can be a bit frustrating, the levels can be repetitive, but the graphics and music across all three versions are really well made, the Saturn special stages are godlike, and You're My Hero is great. If you want to go play Sonic 3D Blast, it appears the Genesis version has been receiving the most ports, which is cool, but unfortunate about how the Saturn version hasn't really got anything in terms of ports. So 16-bit 3D Blast is the version that's on most Sonic and/or Genesis game collections. It's also on Steam, but despite there being a native PC version, it's just the Genesis ROM being emulated. Great. Honestly, I'd really love to see a special definitive release of Sonic 3D Blast. Like, maybe a version of the game that has an option to switch between the Genesis or Saturn graphics, along with choosing which soundtrack you want to hear. Plus, maybe they could even try to port over the Saturn special stages in some way. Hell, with how much of a tech wizard John Burden is, maybe he could have ported over the Saturn special stages to PC, if Sega just gave him the time and resources. Speaking of John Burden, if any of you were interested in more 3D Blast content, well, John has made a few cool videos about 3D Blast on Game Hut. And also, in 2017, John Burden created his own director's cut ROM hack of Sonic 3D Blast, a new patch for the game that aims to fix a lot of the issues that the original Genesis version had. This hack incorporates a few new features like slightly better controls, an actual world map so you can save your progress and replay older levels, a time challenge mode, a debug level editor, and not to mention, an actual playable Super Sonic. Yes, John finally put Super Sonic in the game, and he plays pretty well. He's invincible and runs faster like in previous games, plus he has the homing attack as a default move. That's pretty cool. Honestly, if a definitive release of 3D Blast ever happens, I'd love to see John's director's cut be included. Hell, maybe he could do a director's cut of the Saturn version if he wanted. Actually, fuck it. Let John Burden be the man in charge of the Sonic 3D Blast Definitive Edition. I have complete faith in him. I think he'd nail it. Who knows if that'll ever happen, so I guess for now, go get the Genesis version of the game authentically, or in one of the many game collections that it's in. And if that fascinated you, then I guess track down the Saturn and PC versions if you want more 3D Blast in your life. Isn't it so strange how Sonic had some weird fascination with being branded with Blast around 1996 to 1997? Like, we got 3 different versions of Sonic 3D Blast. We got Sonic Blast on Game Gear and the Master System in Brazil, along with that really bizarre Sonic Christmas Blast cartoon, which aired in November 1996. Remember how Sally Acorn appeared in that cartoon, but she had literally no dialogue at all? This special was also, in a weird way, the series finale to AOSTH. What the fuck? What a weird era for Sonic. Okay, whatever, I'm done talking about 3D Blast. It's alright, play it if you were interested. I'm out.
You're breathtaking.
Good evening, welcome back to Coop's Reviews. I have a very special episode for you guys today, because instead of just looking at one game today, I'm going to be looking at 4 different games. And all 4 were made on Sega's 3rd video game console, the Sega Saturn. But first, remember about 6 years ago when I said this on the 10th episode of Cooper's Perspective? And I'm not getting a Sega Saturn, probably ever? Well, about that 18-year-old me. Times have changed. Special thanks to my friend Omar, who surprised me with this Japan-imported Sega Saturn he got me about 2 to 3 years ago. I never thought I would have owned one of these in a million years, so it really meant a lot. I have some pretty crazy-ass friends. Also, another quick special thanks to Seawade1 on eBay for modding and fixing my console. He basically repaired it and modded it to be region-free. So now this thing is basically a super-powered Sega Saturn, and I couldn't be happier to own it. So yeah, thank you to Omar and Seawade1 for all their help with getting me this Sega Saturn. This video would not have been possible at all without both of them. With all of that out the way, let's take a look at Sonic's very short-lived career on the Sega Saturn.
The Sega Saturn was released in Japan on November 22nd, 1994. The decision to release the Sega Saturn this early on caused a bit of controversy within the company, specifically the American Sega teams. One of the biggest reasons was that Sega of Japan decided to release the Sega Saturn around the exact same time as the Sega Genesis attachment, the 32X. And a lot of the employees felt that it made Sega look greedy as a company to release a whole new game console, along with an entirely pointless attachment so close to each other. Despite this, the Sega Saturn would not be released in America until a whole 6 months later. However, that wasn't always the plan. The CEO of Sega of America at the time, Tom Kalinske, made it clear in March 1995 that the Sega Saturn would be brought over in September of that year. Then suddenly, Sega of Japan would toss this huge mandate on them to release the Saturn much earlier, mainly so they could beat the Sony PlayStation to market. How much earlier did they want to launch it? Well, the whole world would find out at the first ever Electronic Entertainment Expo held on May 11th, 1995. During Sega's presentation, they gave details on what the Sega Saturn was like, how much it was gonna cost, all that stuff. However, Sega would surprise literally everyone when they announced that the Sega Saturn would be released on the same day as the presentation, with 30,000 consoles already being shipped to retailers like Toys R Us and a few others. The sudden launch of the Saturn in the States would also indirectly lead to the console's major downfall. For starters, a lot of major retailers were pretty pissed off about how Sega just dropped the console like that, and didn't even alert them ahead of time so they could stock up on units. This would lead to retailers like Walmart and Best Buy backing out of stocking Sega Saturns. And as a gaming company, if you lose both Best Buy and Walmart, you're pretty fucked. This led to the Sega Saturn selling miserably in the US, and it was the polar opposite in Japan. The Saturn was doing insanely well over there, mostly due to some great advertising, and a good assortment of games being released. But across the West, even with a $50 million advertising campaign, people just weren't buying the Saturn. So with the failed US launch of the Saturn, Sega realized that they desperately needed a huge selling point for the system. Now, what could Sega put on their console that would potentially lead to selling more units? A Sonic game, of course! But there was a big problem with that. While Sonic Team was working on a Sega Saturn game at this time, they were busy working on what ended up becoming Nights into Dreams, which would later launch in summer of 1996, which Sega wanted to launch a new Sonic game around that time. So, while Sonic Team was busy in Japan working on Nights, Sega decided to put the American team, Sega Technical Institute, in charge of making the next big Sonic title on Saturn. So how'd that pad out?
How do you think?
Well, where do I start with this mess? Okay, going back to the Sega 32X, the attachment was pretty infamous for not having a mainline Sonic game be made for it. And while it did have Knuckles Chaotix, even the Sega CD got Sonic CD, STI were actually in the middle of making a new Sonic game for the 32X, titled Sonic Mars. A proposal for the game was conducted on May 14th, 1994, and Sonic Mars was mostly gonna rip material straight from the Sonic Saturday Morning cartoon, which was actually about to get cancelled. Foreshadowing? Yuji Naka was actually present for the proposal, and the most input that he gave the team was shaking his head and telling them, good luck. Damn, what a bitch. However, shortly after the pitch got approved, the lead designer for Sonic Mars, Michael Kosaka, would leave the project after having some internal issues with Dean Lester, the producer of Comic Zone. With the lead designer of Mars out the picture, this meant Chris Sin had to take command, and he'd never been a lead designer on a major video game before, and boy was that about to backfire. With Chris Sin in charge, the original Saturday morning cartoon angle was dropped, and production of the game was moved to the brand new Sega Saturn console. At this point in the gaming industry, most video games, most notably Mario, were making the leap from 2D to 3D, which meant that this next Sonic game was to be Sonic's first ever full-fledged 3D platformer. There was a major catch though: the Saturn. Unfortunately, making a fully 3D Saturn game was almost impossible to pull off. But that's not what Sega wanted to hear. They wanted something revolutionary like Super Mario 64, but for Sonic. And STI would later find out that making a fully 3D platformer on the Saturn was just a nightmare. This would lead to an extremely lengthy development hell, spanning almost 2 fucking years. A lot of which I don't want to include in this video because it would take up a full hour of this review. To try summarizing this whole mess, this Saturn Sonic game would famously be known as Sonic X-Treme, and it was due to be released around the holidays of 1996, to compete with Super Mario 64, and even a new IP, Crash Bandicoot. Sonic X-Treme would be shown off at several gaming conventions including E3, which led to a kinda mixed reception, I guess? I mean, some people found the fisheye lens gameplay to be a bit nauseating to look at. Like, I'm sorry, but imagine trying to play the whole game like this. It's just, ugh. Not to mention, behind the scenes, STI employees were struggling to get this game together. The developers would be building huge portions of the game on decent PCs, but once they tried converting it to Saturn hardware, the tough architecture of the system made the game nearly impossible to run well. One pretty infamous moment during development was when an effort was made by STI to get the Nights into Dreams game engine, because they genuinely felt that that game engine would be a huge resource for them. And it was. They were actually reconstructing the game using the Nights engine, and it was going relatively smooth until Yuji Naka got word that STI was trying to do this, and proceeded to kinda throw a hissy fit to a point where he threatened to leave Sega if STI didn't stop using the Nights engine for Sonic X-Treme. Wow, what a crybaby. So, STI had to get rid of the 2 weeks of work that they put together, and go back to their own methods of trying to get the game to run, which led to very poor results. Two stories I find interesting is that there were at least 2 developers that became fatally ill from the amount of crunch they were putting into finishing the game. The stress on them was so bad that they were informed by doctors that if they didn't quit working on the game as often as they were, they would only have 6 months left to live. Jesus Christ. Could you imagine if Sonic X-Treme managed to get released in time, but then at the very end of the fucking game you see in the credits, "in loving memory of," and it's the 2 fucking developers that died trying to get the game out in time? I'm so glad that's not the timeline we're living in. Here's another interesting factoid I can't get over. Sonic X-Treme obviously had Sonic as the main playable character, but Tails was also planned to be playable. Knuckles was gonna have these overhead maze sections. I think Amy was also planned to be playable, and there was gonna be another character, Tiara Bubowski. Is that seriously her last name? She was gonna be a brand new character who would have had these traditional 2D side-scroller levels. It's, Honestly, the whole development of Sonic X-Treme is one of the most fascinating stories in gaming history, but I don't want to be here forever talking about it, so instead, I'd recommend watching Stuff We Play's hour-long documentary about the game. It gives a really great look at just about everything that went wrong. Or, if you don't have an hour to spare and you want a more abridged look at Sonic X-Treme's development hell, then I recommend watching Matt McMuscle's What Happened on Sonic X-Treme. It's a great watch. So, once the holiday '96 deadline was about to hit, it became very clear to everyone involved that Sonic X-Treme would not be ready in time. Despite hours of crunch, multiple builds being made, plus a decent amount of attention for the game, Sega announced that Sonic X-Treme would have to get delayed to 1997. And this delay would almost immediately become indefinite as Sonic X-Treme was finally cancelled for good. Honestly, with all the unhealthy amounts of developer crunch that was going on, not to mention a lot of needless tension going on behind the scenes, this game honestly wasn't looking that much worth it. Like, would it have been good? I mean, maybe. We'll never really know for sure. But still being honest, I'm kind of glad that X-Treme never saw the light of day. As much as Sega was banking on it, I really don't think this would have saved the Saturn. Maybe it could have pushed more units, but this really wouldn't have been that huge a success. And it definitely would have paled in comparison to Mario 64 and even Crash Bandicoot. Plus, Sonic Adventure is one of my favorite Sonic games of all time. So it makes me wonder if SA1 would have ever happened if X-Treme got released. That would have been the most bizarre timeline. I guess the topic now is, just what became of everything that was made for Sonic X-Treme? Well, an early version of the game from the Project Condor build was leaked online, but it doesn't really show too much besides a green field. There does exist a final build of the game, which got discovered in 2014, but I'm not sure if it's publicly available like the other build. Fun fact, the composer of Sonic X-Treme was originally going to be Howard Drawson, the same guy who worked on the music for Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and Spinball. I'm not sure how much of Sonic X-Treme's soundtrack that he got to work on, though the E3 trailer music probably contains a sample of what the soundtrack was going to sound like. However, Chris Sen did create a lot of concept tracks for X-Treme, so that Drawson could have an idea on what to work with. Yes, all while he was supposed to be getting the game running properly, Chris Sen had to make a whole ass soundtrack too. He actually did upload all the concept music he made for X-Treme on his website, so it's cool to see that all of that got archived. But I guess for those who were hoping to play Sonic X-Treme in some way, well, there are two fan projects that I recommend checking out. There's Project AXSX, which I don't think has gotten an update in a few years. Then there's Project SXU, aka Project Sonic X-Treme Unity. The goal of both these fan projects is to recreate Sonic X-Treme from scratch, and they both look pretty fascinating. I'm still not the biggest fan of the fisheye camera lens, and the controls are a bit whack. But these are still commendable projects, so go check both of these out if you guys were interested. That's about all I have to say about Sonic X-Treme, so here's a fun fact to end this section of the video. The sprites for Sonic and Sonic X-Treme would later be repurposed for Sonic fucking Schoolhouse. Of all games. Special thanks to the Encyclopedia for blowing my mind with that amazing gaming trivia. I'm so glad I got this book. So with X-Treme being canned, Sega still wanted a Sonic game of some sort to be available for the holiday season. So they put out a Saturn port of Sonic 3D Blast. I already heavily discussed this in my re-review, so go watch that if you have not. To keep it brief here, the Saturn port was noteworthy for being a 32-bit upgrade of the game, having a CD quality soundtrack, along with including those absolutely godlike special stages, designed by Takashi Iizuka and Dasayuki Mori. These special stages are nothing at all like the Genesis or PC versions, and I'd go as far to recommend 3D Blast on Saturn based on the special stages alone. And that's all I'll say about the topic for now. Of course, while Sonic X-Treme was cancelled, Sonic Team's Nights into Dreams game was released in the summer of 1996. While it wasn't huge competition for Mario or Crash, Nights was still a solid, fun game, and it's clearly garnered its own following over the years, along with being really popular back in the day. To add more to the Nights hype, a sampler disc called Christmas Nights was released. Now you're probably wondering, Cooper, what the hell does Nights have to do with Sonic, you rambling fuck? Well, the Christmas Nights sampler had a few extra content in the Christmas presents section. One of these presents you can unlock was a minigame called Sonic the Hedgehog Into Dreams. This minigame would feature, for the first time ever, a fully playable 3D Sonic. And it's pretty damn rough looking. Yeah, the point of this minigame is to run around as Sonic collecting all the ideas, which are these collectible spears that are in the sky. However, instead of flying around to collect them like you would as Knights, you have to jump straight up in the air to collect them as Sonic. While it does look graphically impressive for the Saturn, and seeing Sonic finally move around in 3D is great and all, the gameplay gets a little nauseating after a while. The camera is also a bit whack. but that doesn't really surprise me. This was the first time Sonic was in 3D and all. Not to mention, this is just a mini game, so it's not really trying to be this major demonstration of what a full 3D Sonic game on Saturn would have played like. And it's also insanely short, just consisting of this one level, then you get teleported to a quick Eggman boss fight, and it's just the puffy boss from Knights changed to be Eggman. But this does feature a neat remix of Final Fever from Sonic CD, which I don't see a lot of people talking about. It sounds great. That's about all the Sonic Into Dreams minigame has to offer. It's just a neat little extra from a cool sampler disc. I would recommend tracking down the Christmas Night sampler disc if you guys are interested, since this is the only way of playing this major piece of Sonic history. While Nights did get a port on PS2 in Japan in 2008, which was later used as the basis for the HD port in 2012, neither of these ports included any of the Christmas Presents minigames. Christmas Nights was there, but not the Christmas presents. So, if you want to play Sonic's first ever 3D appearance, well, get a Sega Saturn and find the original Christmas Nights disc. Also, be sure to get Nights Into Dreams as well because it's a good game. Okay, so that was the infamously cancelled Sonic X-Treme, the Saturn port of 3D Blast, and the Sonic Into Dreams minigame that was on Christmas Nights. What else is there for Sonic on this console? Well, I think this is the part where I bring up how the rest of my Saturn collection has been imported from Japan, mainly because they're a lot cheaper than most American copies of games. I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm gonna assume that it's probably because of how much of a flop that the Saturn was in the States, versus how successful it was in Japan. Ergo, Japanese copies of Saturn games are easier to come by. Though for some reason when I managed to get Sonic 3D Blast on Saturn, American copies are way cheaper than the Japanese copies. Maybe because Saturn 3D Blast didn't release in Japan until 1999, when demand for Saturn games weren't really high anymore because the Dreamcast had been out for about a year. But apart from 3D Blast, every other Saturn game I have is Japanese. However, I don't mind because as I've shown off in previous videos, the Japanese cover arts for these games always slap. They also just have much better packaging overall, with Japanese games being in regular CD cases, rather than those bulky ass long cases that Sega had been using since the Sega CD. Why did they bother bringing those back for the Saturn? Okay, I suck at segues. The next game is Sonic Jam. That's Sonic Jam, alright. First off, this cover art. I absolutely adore it. It was designed by none other than Yuji Yukawa, the same man who would go on to create the adventure designs we'd see later. Sonic Jam was one of the first Sonic games where he did the art, and as much as I adore his modern redesign of Sonic, the way he drew classic Sonic in the Saturn era is honestly pretty underrated. He just looks so slick and cool, probably how Yuji Naka always intended. So it's pretty clear why Yukawa-san was hired from the start. Anyways, Sonic Jam is a compilation title containing the 4 main classics: Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles. The way Sonic Jam has these games playing is rather interesting. Despite what you may think, Sonic Jam is not using emulation. Instead, Sonic Team took the source codes for the original games and reworked them to play on Saturn hardware, so they're all playing pretty accurately to the original games. Despite some weird sound effects and a few occasions of slowdown, which is kind of hilarious considering how the Saturn is supposed to be more powerful than the Mega Drive, the games are still really solid to play. Sonic and Knuckles even has the lock-on capabilities for all 3 games, so Blue Spear, Knuckles and Sonic 2, and Sonic 3 and Knuckles are all available too. Each game includes difficulty modes for easy and normal, but you can play the original versions of the games as an option too. There's also a time attack mode, and the option to use the spin dash in Sonic 1, which is sick. All in all, Sonic Jam as a compilation is really solid. Not a bad way to play these games if you have access to a Sega Saturn. Though, obviously, this is not the only gameplay Sonic Jam has to offer. Underneath the main game mode is a Sonic World mode. Sonic World is where, I feel, the true meat of the game lies. Well, as you can see, this mode lets you run around as a 3D polygonal Sonic in a 3D overworld. This basically acts as a little hub area where you can go to certain buildings to look at extra content from the previous games. These can include commercials, official artwork, concept art. There's also a sound test. Not only are there the extras, there's also a little pad that you can hop on, which gives you some missions to do in the overworld. The missions can involve collecting a ton of rings, finding all the checkpoint posts, popping 3 balloons, and even getting lifted up by Tails. Yeah, Tails is also in the Sonic world, but he's mainly just flying around since you don't get to play as him. So yeah, that's basically the whole point of the Sonic world. You just run around doing missions and looking at extras. Control-wise, it's obviously recommended that you use the 3D Knights controller for this mode. Sonic plays just fine, but he can't spin dash. I wonder why they couldn't implement that. I mean, there's no real reason for you to need the spin dash, but seeing how this is probably the best case of a 3D Sonic on Saturn, I think it would have been pretty cool if Sonic had all his usual movesets here. I should also note that there's a really famous glitch in Sonic World where you can clip out of bounds. However, I've never been able to pull off that glitch myself, so here's footage of someone else doing it. Interesting. I also want to share a story from when I was much younger. I grew up playing Super Mario 64 a lot. It was one of my first ever video games, but for the longest time, before I understood how games were actually made, I always thought that there was a Sonic 64 somewhere, but I just never found a copy of it. So when I started browsing the internet in the mid-2000s, I ended up discovering footage of the Sonic world from Sonic Jam, and me just not knowing what the hell it came from, I for some reason saw that and thought, "Oh my god, Sonic 64! It is real!" You stupid kid. Fun fact, it was basically confirmed by Takashi Iizuka that Sonic World was built on an early prototype of Sonic Adventure, which can easily be confirmed by looking at some of the early concept versions of Sonic Adventure. Hell, in the Dreamcast version, you can still see a Saturn-era looking Sonic on the tornado at the end of Sky Chase Act 1. Isn't he adorable? And that was Sonic Jam. Honestly, a really cool piece of Sonic's history on the Saturn. It has some really solid ports of the older games, and a really fun overworld mode that can give you another reason to go back and play this game. It would have been really easy to just shove all the extra content in some boring ass menu, but Sonic Team decided to go the extra mile, and essentially made the small portion of a 3D Sonic game they probably could have made on the Sega Saturn, if they weren't too busy making Knights. If you're a Sonic fan, and you want to collect all the collections, definitely pick up Sonic Jam when you can. I guess while we're still on the topic of Sonic Jam, are any of you guys familiar with the Sonic Jam Jam? Yeah, I guess as a tie-in for the game, there was actual Sonic Jam branded jam released in the mid-90s. They're pretty fascinating. I don't really like jam that much myself, but I honestly wouldn't mind owning these as neat collector's items. They're goofy as shit. Also, we all know about Sonic Jam on Sega Saturn, but what about Sonic Jam on Gamecom? I have no words for this piece of garbage. As my good friend the Jazzy Man said, this is easily the worst Sonic game ever released. I mean, does this look like it's fun to play? No. I'd rather put that shit next to Sonic Freeriders as the 2 worst Sonic games ever made. Do not recommend. Get the Saturn version. With all that out the way, let's move on. Ah yes, Sonic R, the second and last Sonic game to be developed by Traveler's Tales, until I guess LEGO Dimensions. This would also be the only actual Sonic game to be released on Saturn that wasn't a minigame or a compilation containing a 3D overworld. Production of Sonic R initially began as a Formula 1 racing game, until Sega asked Traveler's Tales to restart the game as a Sonic racing title. By that point, it was February 1997, and Sega wanted to get the game released in November 1997. Yes, Sonic R's entire development lasted only 9 months. For a Sega Saturn game, especially one trying to be fully 3D, that's insane. Who the hell could manage something like this? John Burden, that's who, and the rest of his crew. With the experience of 3D Blast under his belt, John worked tooth and nail to figure out how the logistics of the Saturn hardware worked. So much so that when Sonic R was officially revealed at E3 1997, just 4 fucking months after the game began development, gaming journalists at the time were impressed by how Sonic R didn't have any pop-in issues, which a lot of the more noteworthy 3D Saturn games had. Instead, the graphics would fade in as you get closer to the environments. This effect was not easy to pull off. And of course, John Burden does have a few videos on GameHut talking about how he made Sonic R, so go check those out, along with the rest of his Sonic content. Though Traveler's Tales were not the only ones working on the game, since key members of Sonic Team would be in charge of the map designs, to which John Burden and his crew would later convert them into full levels. And despite a very rushed development, Sonic R managed to get released in November 1997, to very mixed reviews. In light of other racing titles like Mario Kart 64 and Diddy Kong Racing, I'm guessing Sonic R just really wasn't up to snuff back then. I never actually got to play this game on Saturn until a few years ago. Like most people, I first got to play Sonic R through the Sonic Gems collection on GameCube, which released in 2005. And this version was mostly based on the PC version that originally released in 1998. I'll be looking at the original Saturn version of the game first, and then address the later 2 ports afterward. Believe it or not, even though it's a simple racing game, Sonic R apparently does have a story to it. Taken from the Encyclopedia itself, Sonic and Tails are drawn to the World Grand Prix when they learn that Dr. Eggman is involved. However, they soon find out that the whole race is a ruse to keep Sonic distracted, while the Doctor hunts for the Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles, never one to pass up a chance to compete against Sonic, joins as well. Amy, ever the enamored fangirl, chases Sonic to the starting line. There's no story mode or anything like that, but I always like it when racing games like Sonic R have these little plot summaries. Okay, so diving into the game itself, obviously it's a racing game, but instead of using vehicles, almost every character is racing on foot. You start off with 4 characters, but there are 5 unlockable ones. Well, technically 6, but I'll get to that later. First is Sonic, who's the most standard racer you can start out as. He has a double jump and can spin dash when standing still, so it's mainly usable when you're about to start a race. And one big gameplay thing, like a lot of the other characters, Sonic can't run on water, so he'll instantly sink whenever he touches it, which also decreases his speed by a bit. Here's an interesting piece of trivia. During E3, John Burden noticed that people would give up on playing Sonic R once the characters got submerged underwater. This was apparently because the characters moved a lot slower underwater in earlier builds. So in the final game, John Burden decided to increase the underwater movement speed. What a kind sport. Okay, the next character is Tails, who has the ability to fly for a short while, though his turning is pretty sluggish. Then there's Knuckles, who has the ability to glide, which you can seriously utilize to find shortcuts and whatnot. It's a lot of fun. The next character is Amy Rose, who's driving a full-blown car, which can be really slow and it turns like ass. She also can't jump, which sucks. And though her car can travel on water, it somehow moves even slower. Another fun fact, Amy was initially gonna have a buzzsaw attack, which John Burden showed off in an early build of Sonic R. Shame it got cut, ironically. Next are the unlockable characters. There's Dr. Eggman, who I think can be debated as the best character in the game. Like, he's alright, but has probably the best turning, and he can hover above water without any issue. It's pretty sick. Weirdly enough, Eggman is the only unlockable character who's not silhouetted, but the rest of the unlockable characters are seemingly more secret. To unlock the silhouette characters, you gotta collect 5 coins that are hidden in the levels, which can be pretty tricky to find, so I'd probably recommend using a guide. Afterwards, beat the race without getting in last place, and then simply beat the character in a race to unlock them. The second unlockable character is Metal Sonic. Of course. He's just about the same as Sonic, just without the spin dash, but he is able to stay above water for longer. You can even jump on the water so you don't sink. It's pretty cool. There's also a Metal Knuckles, who is the coolest fucking character ever, and he's only in Sonic R. Why? He's got the raddest design ever, along with being a much better Knuckles, and he has the most broken glide move I've ever seen. Metal Knuckles is such an epic character. I wish he was used in more games. Wait, did I skip someone? Oh yeah, Tails Doll, the creepypasta punchline, and probably the worst character in the game. If not, he's at least in the top 2. A much worse version of Tails who's slower, and has really abysmal turning. He can hover over water, but apart from that feature, Tails Doll just sucks. But honestly, I really can't tell if I would consider Tails Doll or Egg Robo to be the worst. Egg Robo is the last unlockable character, and it's almost like they saved the worst for last. He's almost the exact same as Eggman, but that also means he can't jump at all. Plus, he can't even float above water, which doesn't really make sense considering he's wearing a jetpack. I never ever play as Egg Robo. He's just awful. Alright, so while that's the end of the unlockable characters, there technically is one more character to mention, but I'll get to it later. How about the actual game? Well, aside from Amy and Eggman, all the characters are moving on their feet. You can either hold up to move forward, or just hold down B. I usually just use B. But one of the most common complaints with Sonic R is how the turning can be complete dog shit. The actual turning itself really depends on the character, but I'd heavily recommend using the left and right triggers to make sharper turns. I mean, it's still not perfect, but it's something. I don't think the game has a tutorial mode or anything like that. So if you didn't know how to make sharp turns in this game, now you know. Again, it seriously depends on which character you choose, which could also change your experience in the levels. One of the biggest points made against this game is that there's only 5 racetracks. 4 available at the start, and just 1 that you can unlock later. While I understand and do agree with the criticism about how there's only 5 racetracks, I think with the added context that this game was only being worked on for 9 months, it really does explain why we have such few racing arenas here. The racetracks are Resort Island, Radical City, Regal Ruin, Reactive Factory, and the unlockable Radiant Emerald. Haha, all the levels start with R. I see what you guys did there. To summarize, these levels are pretty decent? I guess I'll just go down the list. Resort Island is a great starting zone. I love the little shortcuts you can come across. The music also greatly complements the feel of the level too. Yeah, let's address the elephant in the room. You see, every level in Sonic R has a vocal theme, all composed by Richard Jacques, who previously composed 3D Blast on Saturn, and the songs feature vocals by TJ Davis. So why do all the levels have vocal themes? Well, apparently, when Richard met Yuji Naka to discuss which direction to go in for Sonic R's soundtrack, he eventually showed him the theme song, Supersonic Racing. Once Yuji Naka listened to it, he loved it so much that he pretty much demanded that TJ Davis be featured in all the songs in the game. So that's why the soundtrack is what it is. So Resort Island has Can You Feel the Sunshine, Radical City has Living in the City, Regal Ruin has Back in Time, no, not the Huey Lewis song from Back to the Future, Reactive Factory has Work It Out, and Radiant Emerald has Diamond in the Sky. Sonic R's soundtrack is pretty notorious for how split it can be between fans. People either absolutely love the soundtrack, or they absolutely hate it. Probably because a reviewer from 10 years ago called it bad or something. For me, I absolutely adore Sonic R's soundtrack, even though I recognize that it's not really for everyone. Also, yes, it really doesn't fit for a racing game, but I just can't help but love this soundtrack. I think it's super catchy, memorable, and just has a sweet personality to it. And TJ Davis is a beautiful singer. So if you hate this soundtrack, then I hate you. Though for any of you killjoys out there, you can turn off TJ Davis's vocals in the options menu. But why would you want to do that? Go outside and touch some grass for a change. John Burton was actually the one who requested that the instrumentals be included because he was pretty unsure if people would have liked hearing vocal themes in a Sonic game. Even though I've said 1,000 times at this point that I love this soundtrack, John Burton actually did have a solid point. Especially considering that at the time, this was like the third big Sonic game to include vocal songs in them. Hoo boy, we really had no clue what was coming next. Also, since Sonic R's music works as Redbook audio files on the game disc, that means you can listen to the soundtrack on any CD player, along with being able to rip the soundtrack yourself. It's pretty sick how the CD basically acts as its own soundtrack release, though there was a separate official soundtrack released in 1998. It included 2 neat remixes that you can't hear anywhere else, but it also excluded the instrumental tracks for some reason. And interestingly enough, the digital version of the soundtrack includes the instrumentals, but removes the 2 remixes from the 98 release. Weird. There was also this Work It Out single released in 1999. It includes 4 DJ remixes of Work It Out, so I guess this record was meant to be played in clubs and whatnot. These remixes have never been officially released elsewhere, so I got the vinyl for myself and decided to record and upload them to my second channel to preserve. I recommend giving this record a listen. It's pretty fascinating, and it even misspells Richard Jock's first name as Wretched. So take that, dick. That's what you get for throwing that stupid hissy fit on Twitter over T-Wop's mediocre remix. Anyways, back to Sonic R the game. The second level is Radical City. It's pretty tight. It's also a mess, layout-wise. I really like the pinball section, as brief as it is. It's a pretty nice callback to Casino Night. I'd recommend using Metal Sonic to utilize a funny shortcut in this level that I don't think John Burton could have foreseen. Breaking this game can be hilarious. In fact, back in 2014, I accidentally clipped out of the level into the empty overworld. Yeah, I was outside the level. I uploaded a clip of it happening to my second YouTube channel, and I have no clue how I managed to do this. Also, yes, I'm playing as Super Sonic in this footage. I was gonna try to save him for later as a secret, but I fucking blew it! Level 3 is Regal Ruin. I like how the wall carvings have a bunch of Chaos Emeralds on them. It feels very lore heavy. Actually, Ian Flynn, the main writer of the Sonic comics and the later to be released Sonic Frontiers, once shared that Sega of Japan made it a point to inform him while writing the comics that Sonic R is canon? Like, it's actually part of the main series canon. So all these emerald carvings, echidna statues and shit, in some insane way, they're all somehow connected with the mystic ruins in Sonic Adventure. Crazy ass continuity. Next is Reactive Factory. Like the previous levels, there's plenty to explore, but it's also just an overall mess for a racetrack. Just looking at the level maps in the bottom right give you a general idea about how cluttered they can be. Hell, the AI for the other racers can sometimes get confused on which way they should go. The level also feels weirdly unfinished. Not that all the levels are unpolished, but that becomes the case mostly in Reactive Factory. This probably has to do with the rushed development, but there are portions of Reactive Factory where some graphics are just floating in the air. It can look a bit rough. Alright, the last level is Radiant Emerald, which you can unlock by getting first place in the previous races, and it's pretty much the Rainbow Road clone. Though I do really like how transparent the floor looks on Saturn, which is a graphical effect that the later ports sadly get rid of. It's a fine level with decent shortcuts. The only real issue I have with this level is, this is where the game ends? Well, kind of. Ignoring that I spoiled this earlier, there are actual Chaos Emeralds that you can go after. Yeah, Resort Island has 1, then the next 3 levels have 2 each. Yeah, Radiant Emerald doesn't have any emeralds, ironically. You can find the Chaos Emeralds in hidden areas, mainly behind doors that need either 20 or 50 rings. Not only that, once you get the Chaos Emeralds, you have to finish in first place. Otherwise, you don't get the emerald as punishment. Eat shit, Jontron. There's no good or bad endings or anything like that, but you do get the best reward that this game could possibly give you. Super Sonic! Yep, Super Sonic is unlockable and he's super overpowered. He's the fastest, he has great turning, and he could stay above water for as long as he wants. Super Sonic's inclusion in this game would mark the last time he would be playable in regular levels for 13 years. It took Sonic 4 Episode 1 of all games to finally bring him back. Jesus. And a really cool detail with Super Sonic, if you race in Radiant Emerald as any other character, you'll hear Diamond in the Sky. But if you race there as Super Sonic, you'll hear Supersonic Racing, which is a really cool detail. Okay, while Super Sonic is great and all, this does lead to a pretty big issue. Before you unlock Super Sonic, when you play as the extra characters, you race against the other unlockable characters, plus Sonic taking the 5th character slot. It's already pretty unfair because Sonic is better than the other characters, but once you get Super Sonic unlocked, that means the unlockable characters are forced to race against freaking Super Sonic. It's absolutely no contest. Not to mention, once you unlock Super Sonic, there's no real reason to play as anyone else. Usually whenever I do go back to play Sonic R, I just do a quick playthrough as Super Sonic. There are other modes to be found in Time Attack, like Balloons and Tag, but I rarely ever go back to these modes. There is a multiplayer mode. On the Saturn version, it's just 2-player split screen, since the Saturn only had 2 controller ports. However, if you're gonna do a multiplayer Sonic R session, stick to the Gems Collection version. While this version is based more on the PC port, instead of just 2 players, it actually has the ability to do 4-player. Yes, 4-player Sonic R, and it's only on the Gems Collection port. That is insane! I heavily recommend trying this out if you ever get the opportunity. It's a lot of fun. But going back to the Saturn version real quick, there's not much else to really discuss. Sonic R really doesn't have a lot of content to it, which is one of its biggest downfalls. It's a fun, short racing title with a great soundtrack, but it really isn't much in terms of content. I guess one last thing to mention before talking about the ports is how you can mess around with the R on the title screen. Like, you can rotate it and mess with the colors by using the face buttons. So if you want to call this game Sonic B, you can. It's cute. So in 1998, Sonic R got a PC port, which was a pretty solid port of the game. Obviously, it had to render the graphics differently, but one major extra that this port added was weather effects. This can change the look of every level, including a winter season that actually freezes the water, meaning you can now run on it. It's super cool. This weather option was actually planned to be on the original Saturn version, but it had to be cut likely due to time constraints, so the PC port restored it. You also probably notice that it's in widescreen. This is mainly because Sonic R has a relatively decent modding community, so fans have provided neat upgrades for the game. There's even a mod that recreates the original Sega Saturn lighting. Playing Sonic R in widescreen at a perfect frame rate is honestly kinda cathartic for me. It looks great. And of course, this wasn't the only time Sonic R got ported. I brought it up a few times already, but the 2005 Gems Collection port of Sonic R is very likely the most famous version of the game out there. It includes all the same features as the PC version, along with having that awesome 4-player mode that I mentioned earlier. I'd probably recommend the version of Sonic R on Gems Collection the most. Though, if you want to mod the game and play it in full HD, then definitely get the PC version. I'd actually really love to see Sonic R get ported again. Like, imagine seeing an official HD version of Sonic R with online multiplayer. I'd actually really like to see the concept of Sonic R tackled again. With a much upgraded character roster, more levels, online play, but with most of every character running on foot again but with tighter controls, I think that'd be a lot of fun. Maybe a Sonic R2 could happen at some point. And even though this was just a kart racer, I did really like how the logo for Team Sonic Racing really emphasized the R in racing. It was a cute callback. When you really think about it, Sonic R actually marked the end of a pretty big era for Sonic. Like, just 1 year after this game, we got Sonic Adventure, which heavily changed both the look and direction of the series, with R being the only real original Sonic game to be released on the Sega Saturn. This could technically be seen as the last true classic Sonic game. It's pretty sad. This would be the last time Sonic would be pudgy, have the shorter spines, and black pupils. At least until Generations brought him back, for better or worse. I guess until we see each other again, sayonara for now, my dear friend. Okay, I don't know how to end this video. Go check out Sonic R, Sonic Jam is rad, Sonic and Christmas Nights is fascinating, Saturn 3D Blast is decent, and rest in peace Sonic X-Treme. I'll see you all in the next review, and thanks for watching. Hey, before the video ends, I just want to mention a few things. First off, some of you may be wondering, where the hell is Tails Doll? Well, initially, I was actually going to do this little cameo with Tails Doll, where during the Sonic R re-review, I would just be like, hey, I wonder how Tails Doll is doing. Then I'd call him up, and then we would have like a small conversation where I ask him how retirement's doing, you know, since Cooper's Perspective got cancelled. I would hang up, and then say something like, wow, what a bitch. I decided against doing it because, one, I don't like the idea of connecting both Coop's reviews and Cooper's Perspective, even though I feel like it would have been a nice callback. Continuity-wise, I didn't think it would make much sense. And the last thing I ever want to do is connect both Coop's reviews and Cooper's Perspective. Like, no thanks, sorry. The second reason I didn't want to do it was because it'd be really tricky to pull off. Like, some of you may not be aware of this, I don't actually have Tails Doll anymore. I handed him off to my good friend Michelle Taylor, and the issue is at the time of this video, she's in California and I'm in Louisiana, so even if I wanted to film this, I would probably have to make Michelle set up everything, and I don't really want to put that on her. She has been taking good care of Tails Doll though. She's even made a few outfits for him. So shout out to Tails Doll, my friend Michelle, and any Cooper's Perspective fan. Also, I figured I'd plug this real quick, but if any of you really like the soundtrack to Sonic R, I would heavily recommend checking out a song called Ruby Peak, which was created by my good friend Emmy Jones. I think she and the person she worked with absolutely nailed the Sonic R style. I even went on Twitter and asked TJ Davis if she liked the song, and she said she did. So if you love Sonic R's soundtrack, please go give Ruby Peak a listen. The last thing I want to mention is, I want to give a huge special thanks to my friends Anthony, Red, and Chaotix for helping me record that 4-player Sonic R footage. So huge thanks to all 3 of them, I love you all, and I greatly appreciate my friends. And that's all I got to say for now. Thank you all for watching my content. If this is your first time watching my channel, please subscribe. Please support me on Patreon if you want to have your name at the end of a video, like all these fine people right here. And again, I will see you all in the next review. Bye!